It's so troublesome that I want to kill you right now. What's the matter? You're just giggling like crazy. If you're sick, get out of here. Li Shuwen looked at monk Jingchun, who was laughing crazily at this time, with a look of disgust on his face, and at the same time there was no concealment of the disdain in his eyes. Haha, kid, I have to thank you. Thanks to you for defeating his Taoist heart and completely releasing me. Otherwise, I would still be fighting with him for control of my body. I can only be suppressed by his disgusting Buddha light. The Jingchun monk in front of him spoke fiercely at this time. Oh, do you think these are my contributions? That's great. It's like this. In order to repay me, don't you have to pay some price? How about you just die obediently? Li Shuwen showed a mocking smile on his face, looked at the monk Jingchun in front of him and said, no matter how much this guy changes, no matter how terrifying or powerful he becomes, it will still be the same to him, looked down upon. Haha. I can't believe that a stupid person like you can be so sharp-tongued. This really makes me feel unhappy. A terrifying smile appeared on monk Jingchun's face, and he grinned at the same time. There were actually 3 rows of sharp teeth in his mouth, which looked as ferocious and terrifying as a man-eating beast. Why do you have so many teeth? You want to scare people by showing them, right? I can smell your disgusting smell just standing here. Go back and wash your mouth properly before you come out. Just standing here and watching makes me feel disgusting. I don't even think about fighting you. Li Shuwen covered her mouth at this time, with a look of disgust on her face. The more disgusted he was, the crueler the smile on the face of monk Jingchun in front of him became. Damn it. What's wrong with you? You look like a monk. Li Shuwen complained. Donor, you have successfully made this poor monk angry. Monk Jingchun sneered. I only saw that in the next second. He slowly walked forward. Li Shuwen in front of him saw him walking up and smiled lightly. He was not afraid and walked up slowly. The 2 people moved very slowly, slowly approaching each other. It seemed that they did not pay attention to each other at all, or they were testing each other. At this moment, both of them punched each other. The punches collided with each other and a powerful storm swept the entire place instantly. Facing this powerful physical power, Li Shuwen was a little surprised. He did not expect that the Jingchun monk had reached such a stage. I really didn't expect that you could make such a big improvement. Your body, which was so weak just now, could reach this level. This really makes me a little bit excited. Ah. At this time, Li Shuwen's eyes showed a hint of madness, and he seemed to have completely lost his mind. However, he quickly restrained himself. At this time, a giant blue bull figure suddenly appeared behind Li Shuwen. The giant bull slowly walked forward, and a Buddha appeared behind monk Jingchun. It's just that the Buddha looks very strange. It's completely black, and it doesn't have the sense of peace that ordinary Buddhas bring. Instead, it just feels eerie and terrifying. Moreover, he has a green face and fangs, and what he holds in his hand is actually a human head. At this moment, the 2 approached each other and started a fierce battle, and the 2 huge phantoms behind them also collided with each other. At this moment, the world was shaken by the battle between these 2 people. Di Yin looked at the fight between the 2 of them and said, it seems that this stupid-looking guy is not simple at all. He is actually able to fight this evil Buddha to such an extent. Logically speaking, few people have ever seen this Jingchun monk in this state. This guy is better said to be a devil than a Buddha. Yes, they are all secretive guys, and the little bald donkey opposite seems to have a deep demonic nature. In other words, he was born a demon. I am afraid that his Buddhist cultivation has forcibly put a layer of shackles on him. If he hadn't been restricted by the shackles of Buddhism and Taoism, then I'm afraid the speed at which this guy is growing is no longer something that Li Shuwen can withstand. Su Han said slowly. The 2 of them looked like a pair of good friends. There was no wave in their eyes. They just watched quietly and occasionally commented. Su Han hit the nail on the head and directly revealed the true identity of the monk Jingchun in front of him. You are not simple, you can see it so easily. This guy is quite famous over there, but you, a stranger from the lower world, can figure it out so quickly, which is a bit shocking to me. It was the first time that Di Yin met such an interesting person. Logically speaking, no matter how talented these people from the lower world were, they would not be able to spot him at a glance. They can know this only because this monk Jingchun is extremely famous in their area, and he brought a bloody storm as soon as he debuted. Su Han didn't say anything more about this. He knew a little bit, naturally because of his system. He had just seen the basic information about the monk Jingchun in front of him through his system's heavenly eye. Name. Jingchun, Realm, Broken 9th level. Luck. Golden, Physique, Demonic Heart Buddha. Evaluation. Where does this rare genius come from? He is a devil, but he is also a Buddha. He has the reincarnation status of a Buddha, but he has an out-and-out devil's heart. This is how a very contradictory person is born. Then possesses demonic properties. After seeing the system's evaluation, even Su Hanqing was a little shocked. After all, this guy did have some good background. But it can only be said that he is a little unlucky. After all, it is a great opportunity for these two things to be placed on anyone, but these two things happened to come together and appeared on the body of this monk Jingchun. It's really unexpected. The demonic energy in this bald donkey is so strong, it's almost as strong as the blood energy in me. There was a look of excitement on Quan Ming's face. He looked at Jingchun and Pu in front of him as if he had found a companion. Because of the aura he carried, he was very excited, and felt recognized. Don't be careless, your opponent is me. Although Shen Mo was very embarrassed at this time, when he saw that he was being slighted, a look of anger appeared on his face. He swung his sword directly towards Quan Ming in front of him and cut off his ear. A strand of black hair on the side. Just when Shen Mo was about to take down Quan Ming's head with a sword, Quan Ming suddenly turned his head and stretched out his hand to hold Shen Mo's sword. Do you want my life? Do you look down on me too much? Do you think that this weak sword can kill me? Quan Ming sneered, the blood around him filled the air. Now he is in the best condition and using all his strength. And the silence in front of him wants to kill him so easily. How is this possible? He is proud of himself. He will never allow himself to lose to others so easily, nor will he lose to others so easily. Damn it. Shen Mo said angrily. Feeling very angry. But what's the use? Do you think your unnecessary anger can cause any substantial harm to me? A sneer appeared on Quan Ming's face, and when he exerted force with both hands, the silent sword turned into pieces. At this time, Shen Mo looked at his broken sword, with a dazed look on his face, and then Shen Mo's punch in front of him hit Shen Mo's chest directly. Silence flew backwards, and in that instant, the situation of the battle immediately reversed. It could be said that he was the only one who had the upper hand in the battle between them, which he simply accepted. Haha, can you be of some use? Give me a special feeling and make me excited. You can't arouse my interest at all. You looked really embarrassed just now. Quan Ming's mouth curved, and he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Silence watched the situation of the battle completely reverse, with a hint of anger and reluctance in his eyes. Haha, the look in the weak man's eyes really makes you want to vomit. Quan Ming looked at the anger in the silent eyes in front of him, and suddenly felt very disappointed. You make me angry. You make me very angry, very angry. I haven't wanted to kill someone so strongly for so long. You guy, I want to take your head off right now. Silence said in a cold voice, and the killing intent revealed in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Really? Then come over and give it a try. Let me see if you have the ability to take my head off. My head is right here. Whether you can take it away depends on your own ability. Quan Ming snorted coldly, he still didn't care about the person in front of him. At this time, Li Shuwen was fighting with the Jingchun monk. The two men were purely physical and engaged in a decisive battle. They only saw some bruises on their bodies. The fight between these two people has not stopped yet. They punch each other one after another, punching to the flesh, as if they had no intention of letting each other go. Ha 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 ha, it's so happy, it's so happy, it's so happy, I'm almost losing my mind. I want to enjoy the feeling of fighting like this. At this time, Li Shuwen became more and more crazy the more he beat him. The blood in his body became more boiling, and his whole person's sanity was almost gone. Seeing that Li Shuwen seemed to have completely lost his mind, the monk Jingchun in front of him showed a hint of cunning on his face. Li Shuwen seemed to have completely lost her mind at this time, like a ferocious beast, bent on tearing the prey in front of her into pieces. But at this time, monk Jingchun did not have the same violent posture as before, but retreated, and a terrifying smile appeared in his fang-filled mouth. Ha 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 ha, you lose. Monk Jingchun sneered. Looking at Li Shuwen, who had completely lost her mind and came to him, a smile of successful conspiracy appeared on his face. I only saw him wave his hand, and a huge formation immediately appeared under his feet. The endless demonic energy was gathering under his feet. Then, several fields of black spears appeared in the formation. The black spear carried an ominous aura, which frightened everyone who saw it. There were even some strange lines on the spear that looked like words. At this time, these spears fell down, directly trying to pierce Li Shuwen's body, but how could Li Shuwen be hit so easily? His body was constantly turning around. But no matter how fast he dodged, those spears seemed to have locked onto him and chased him again and again until a spear pinned his toes. At this time, his dull face showed a look of pain, and he seemed to have been hit hard by the formation. The ominous aura was spreading in his body, and with such a flaw, the dozens of spears were already rushing towards him. He saw more and more spears piercing his body. The whole person was completely nailed to the ground. You don't really think that I will be stupid enough to compete with you over there, do you? You really look down on me. You are so silly and cute. But in order to repay you for trusting me so much, I have to give you a painful death. Monk Jingchun had a sneer on his face, but the terrifying aura around him was even stronger. His methods were as terrifying as his face, and then he saw a demon god suddenly appear in the formation. He held a long knife in his hand, a green face and fangs. His forehead was covered with long black horns, and even a pair of black wings extended from behind him. The moment he appeared, all the demonic energy in the world gathered here, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, you idiot. Monk Jingchun laughed loudly. I saw the demon god's sword being lowered in response, and Li Shuwen in front of him was fixed to death on the spot. He could not move at all. He could only watch the big sword slashing at his body, and then the black violent force caused him to die. The entire ground was split into two, and even the volcano trembled. This terrifying move made everyone nearby stop and watch. It's scary, it's really scary. This guy's strength really surprises me, but it's not surprising that he has this strength. After all, this guy has two extremely enviable talents. If these two talents didn't check and balance each other, I'm afraid I might not even be able to win him now. Di Yin said with a calm expression. But what he said from his mouth seemed to have no credibility. Su Han just laughed and said. This guy is really powerful. What about you? Won't you go up and help him? After all, life or death is uncertain now, but if something goes wrong with the people under your command, you, the leader, must not bear a big responsibility. Di Yin said. Help him? That's not necessary. Su Han said leisurely, without any fluctuation on his face. These words surprised Di Yin in front of him, and he said doubtfully. Why do you want to give up on him? No matter what, he is still your subordinate, so this doesn't seem right. Did I say I wanted to give up on him? He doesn't need my help now. Who said he was dead with that move just now? Su Han said. These words made Di Yin in front of him show a dull look on his face, and then he turned back to look at the battlefield. All he could see was the man in ragged clothes and a messy figure standing on the same spot, with an unyielding look in his eyes and the remaining madness on his face. The knife that hit his body just now did not split his body into two. Instead, he used his own body to hold it hard. It's so wonderful. This guy is really surprising. He has such a terrifying body. There are people who can temper their bodies to such an extent. There was a glimmer of excitement in Di Yin's eyes, as if he had found a soulmate. This guy's physical body has reached a point where even I am intimidated, Di Yin said. Really? It seems to me that you are not as simple as you think, you just might be more fishy than him. Su Han said calmly. His eyes were full of equality as he examined Emperor Yin in front of him. Even if Di Yin said this, he wouldn't believe it, because this guy can be said to be not only powerful, but also very smart. Ha 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 ha. Why not? This guy has reached a very terrifying point on the road of tempering his body. Di Yin smiled calmly and said slowly. Monk Jingchun, who was in the battlefield, looked at Li Shuwen, who was still standing there but looked uncomfortable, with a look of shock on his face. It's really unexpected. Your body has become so powerful. It's really scary. Why did this stupid guy offend someone like you? Monk Jingchun curled his lips and said helplessly. You make me very angry. I thought you were a lively and straightforward person, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. If that's the case, then I will crush your head to pieces. Li Shuwen raised his head at this time. His eyes were full of violence, like a wild beast. It was the scarlet eyes that made Monk Jingchun in front of him a little frightened, but he quickly got rid of this feeling, and a more crazy look appeared on his evil face. Really? Then let's see who crushed whose head, Monk Jingchun sneered. At this time, Li Shuwen pulled out all the spears stuck in his body and allowed the ominous power on the spears to roam around in his body. It seemed that these were not serious injuries to him. Ha 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 ha. I haven't felt pain for a long time. This time the pain made me completely awake. I really have to thank you, otherwise I would have been in a state of losing my mind. Li Shuwen turned his head and moved his body at this time. The injuries on his body were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. This terrifying repair speed shocked the monk Jingchun in front of him even more. What a powerful body. If my demonic heart can possess your body, then I will be invincible. It's a pity. This guy is such a waste. After he has money, he still wants to practice Buddhism. Monk Jingchun looked at Li Shuwen's body in front of him with a greedy look on his face. It is not unreasonable that Li Shuwen's body is coveted by so many people. After all, the blood in this guy's body is the blood of Kui Niu, a mythical beast from ancient times. Hey, stop talking to me so much. My next task is to crush your guy's head. Li Shuwen felt the power in his body and seemed to be back to safety. A sneer appeared on his face. What makes people feel even more terrifying is that he seems to be able to control his own reason and can exert his own power to the extreme. At this time, he rushed out immediately, leaving only a strong wind and a huge pit at his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Monk Jingchun, and punched him directly on the body. The speed and force were so fast that even Monk Jingchun fell to the ground. Monk Jingchun immediately adjusted himself at this time and wanted to dodge, but found that the opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that even he could not see clearly. This guy's physical body had become stronger by another level. Is this the bloodline passed down from ancient ferocious beasts? You are like a humanoid ferocious beast, even compared to those with true dragon bloodline. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Monk Jingchun's mouth, but the next second he received another punch, and now Li Shuwen was like a gust of wind. It came without a trace and left without a trace, and the attack was very violent, causing the Monk Jingchun in front of him to retreat step by step. This kid still doesn't seem to have much understanding of our dragon clan. His understanding is limited to those fake dragons with mixed blood. Ao Zhan, who was in Su Han's sea of consciousness, had a look of disdain on his face. You guy can still talk, Su Han said in his heart. I just want to digest these powers. I'm not completely dead, but this little monk is also somewhat interesting. It's just that the Buddha's light that just appeared on his body made me feel uncomfortable and reminded me of some very bad things. A very hypocritical bald ass. Ao Zhan sneered, with mixed feelings in his eyes. I can't tell. You seem to have had a lot of experiences while you were locked in here. It seems like it's all your sadness, Su Han said with a smile. Haha. I advise you not to inquire. If you inquire like this, I'm afraid it will make me angry. However, this guy has indeed made some progress. After the experience just now, he can actually control his reason reasonably. This is all thanks to the little monk opposite. Ao Zhan didn't pay too much attention to Su Han's joke, but focused on Li Shuwen and said slowly. I didn't expect that even after beating him for so long, I didn't let him control his sanity. On the contrary, the violent attack and serious injuries just now made this guy improve even more. Ao Zhan thought for a moment and felt a little disappointed, and then spoke. Yes, indeed fighting is the best way to improve yourself. Only in endless battles can you hone the strength of your body to the extreme. That's right. It seems that I hit him too lightly before. I have to hit him harder next time. Only in this way will this guy make greater progress. Ao Zhan said these words seriously, causing Su Han in front of him to twitch his mouth and reveal a very unnatural look on his face. Di Yin next to him was also very keenly aware of the unnatural look on Su Han's face, and then spoke. Your consciousness seems to have changed a little. What? Are you worried about the little guy under your command? No. I just thought of some not so good things, but these two guys are quite interesting. They can reach this point. It seems that this should be their limit, Su Han said. Then why don't we take a gamble and have a bet, who will win? A mysterious smile appeared on Di Yin's face. The giant sword in his hand, the white armor on his body, and the mysterious smile on his face made him look like a real god at this moment. How to bet? What do you want to bet on? Su Han said with a smile. Let's bet on the heaven and earth spirit fire on your body. If the little guy under you can win, then you can take the heaven and earth spirit fire. If he loses, then you can obediently take the heaven and earth spirit fire. How about offering fire? Di Yin smiled and seemed to have some plans in mind. You guys really don't want to lose a little. Do you think this is any good for me, or is it any bad for you? Su Han said with a very cold tone. Ha 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 ha, as expected, it's not that easy to use this method to deceive someone from the treasure in your hand. In this case, it's fair. Let me place a bet. Oh? Tell me about it? Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. How about this? Di Yin in front of him took out a mirror and said with a mysterious smile on his face. What is this? Su Han asked. It's the universe mirror. It said that it can predict people's destiny, but I don't know if it's accurate or not. But it is undeniable that he has another function, which is to be able to contain some evil things, such as the devil's heart in the little monk and his other personality. Di Yin gave a brief introduction. You guys are really unexpected. You can actually come up with such a thing. It seems that you are fully confident about the person in front of you. Su Han smiled and said. That's hard to say. This guy is not that easy to deal with. After all, who in the world doesn't have some magic weapon on his body? It's not just me. This guy has something that makes me afraid, Didu said with a smile. I really envy you people who come from big families. You are so generous when you make a move. In this case, how about I take a gamble? Just bet that the little monk will lose. Su Han said. Shuang Quan. I just like to communicate with Quang Quang. If that's the case, then the bet is these two. Let's see who wins. Di Yin said with a smile. This guy is extraordinary. He can actually take out this universe mirror, Ao Zhan said. Why? Do you know a lot about this thing? Su Han asked. Research is not to mention, this thing is really powerful, Ao Zhan said. But just like what he said, it is said that this mirror can predict someone's future, but whether it is accurate or not, I really don't know, and no one can really use it to predict someone's future, Ao Zhan said. Say it simply, don't make it so troublesome, Su Han complained impatiently. The simple thing is that no one has used him to predict the future, or this rumor may be false and he cannot predict the future. Ao Zhan said helplessly, because it is really difficult to talk about this kind of thing. If that's the case, this is just a storage bag. Then it's not a huge loss this time. Su Han said helplessly. Su Han turned his head at this time and glanced at the universe mirror. Just such a look made Di Yin in front of him look at him. After noticing Su Han's eyes, Di Yin in front of him showed a smile and said. Friend, it is not a good habit to peek at others. After all, this thing is still in my hand. If you peek at it like this, it is very disrespectful to me. Maybe I will do it because of it. And felt very annoyed. These words shocked Su Han in front of him, and then he turned off his heavenly eye and said with a smile on his face. You surprised me a little bit. In that case, let me wait until I get this thing in my hands and I will take a closer look. Are you so sure that you can win? After all, this bet is not that easy to win. That guy is not completely at a disadvantage now. Di Yin said with a smile, seeming to have made up his mind about this battle. But just as he finished speaking, Li Shuwen's attack, which was like a heavy rain, suddenly stopped. I only saw him waving his hands with difficulty as if he wanted to deliver the last punch, but his hands seemed to be filled with lead, very slowly. Haha, have you beaten enough? Do you think the reason why I brought you in before was just to kill you with one blow? But I didn't expect that you surprised me. The knife just now didn't kill you. Instead, it made you find yourself and your sanity, and launched such an attack on me. Monk Jingchun got up and saw that his whole body had become very embarrassed, his clothes were in tatters, and his face was full of large and small wounds. Ha 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 ha, those spears that were inserted into you just now have a great effect. Monk Jingchun snorted coldly. I have tried so hard to deal with you. I originally thought that we could decide the outcome immediately, but I didn't expect that your body is so powerful, and the evil curse that can imprison your body has been delayed for so long. Monk Jingchun showed an evil smile on his face while Li Shuwen was already frozen in place. Do you know what I'm going to do next? Monk Jingchun said with a smile. He slowly walked forward and came to Li Shuwen. At this time, Li Shuwen had a look of anger on his face. He wanted to wave his hands, but it backfired. The Jingchun monk in front of him slowly opened his mouth with an evil smile and said, I will eat your head and chew it into pieces. He immediately opened his big mouth. His mouth opened to an exaggerated degree at this time, as if he could really swallow Li Shuwen's head. But the next second, Li Shuwen struggled to move his body, and he immediately stepped back. This sudden scene shocked the monk Jingchun in front of him, but he said with a smile on his face. It's just the struggle before death. Do you think you can still escape? You have become my prey now, you have become fish meat on the chopping board, and you can only be slaughtered by me. He rushed forward at this time. He didn't want anything to happen, so he opened his mouth and wanted to bite off Li Shuwen's head in one bite. Seeing this scene, Di Yin also had a smile on his face at this time. He thought he had a chance to win. But at this moment, Li Shuwen's body moved again. He raised his hand to block Monk Jingchun in front of him. Monk Jingchun just bit Li Shuwen's hand directly. Monk Jingchun was very angry at Li Shuwen's actions. He angrily bit off a large piece of meat from Li Shuwen's arm. After swallowing the piece of meat on Li Shuwen's hand, he said with a look of pleasure on his face. It's really a pleasant feeling of flesh and blood. It's full of power and spiritual power. Your body is really powerful. Just such a small bite already makes me feel very happy. What would it be like if I ate you whole? A perverted smile appeared on Monk Jingchun's face, as if he were a wild beast that had tasted the flesh and blood of its prey. At this time, his eyes became very hungry. I want to swallow you whole, ha 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 ha. As he said that, he immediately rushed forward, wanting to climb on top of Li Shuwen's body and gnaw his whole body clean. It's over. Di Yin smiled and glanced at Su Han meaningfully. He showed his terrifying teeth, like a beast that had been hungry for a long time, tasted flesh and blood for the first time, and fell into madness. Ha 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 ha, it's so delicious. The energy contained in this body is really addictive, Monk Jingchun said. Li Shuwen in front of him seemed to be in a state of numbness at this time. He could feel the tearing pain coming from his body. He wanted to get rid of this monster attached to his body, but this guy seemed to have grown on his body, and he couldn't get rid of it. Moreover, after he tasted the first bite of flesh and blood, his whole person became even more crazy. Knowing that his next bite was on Li Shuwen's neck, Li Shuwen's brain completely stopped thinking at this moment. He fell into silence, as if he had been hit hard by what he said just now. When Monk Jingchun next to him saw this situation, an excited smile appeared on his face. The prey that was struggling desperately just now stopped struggling, which made him feel indescribably excited. It seemed that he already knew his ending and was planning to give up the struggle. Ha 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 ha. Why did you stop struggling? Prey that doesn't struggle is boring. Since you don't struggle, then I will eat you up bit by bit. Jingchun and Shang laughed, and the unbearable excitement in his eyes made his already evil face look even more terrifying. The next second he began to open his terrifying mouth, biting wildly, as if he wanted to eat up Li Shuwen in front of him. After one bite after another, several pieces of flesh and blood were missing from Li Shuwen's shoulders in front of him. Monk Jingchun, who had tasted the taste of prey, became more and more crazy at this time. He could not help but eat him whole. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, it's so delicious, it's so delicious. Just from these 2 shots, I can feel the powerful force flowing through my body. As long as I eat all of you, my bloodline and my body will become stronger by then, and no one can stop me by then. Monk Jingchun laughed crazily, as if he had already thought of dominating one side. Let me tell you, it's over. It looks like you lost. But you still make me feel curious. The current scene is obviously overwhelming. Why are you so confident that he will win? A proud smile appeared on Di Yin's face, as if he had finally won the war. At the same time, he was also very puzzled about where this guy got the confidence to think that the person under him could win over Monk Jingchun. Monk Jingchun's desperate spirit just now made him a little scared. Completely demonized, he is a particularly troublesome person. Not only does he have weird demonic abilities, but what is even more frightening is his terrifying ability to restore his own strength by devouring other people's flesh and blood, just like a living demon. Moreover, he does not rely on any skills to devour other people's flesh and blood, but relies on his terrifying fangs and that terrifying big mouth. Before Di Yin could finish speaking, he saw Li Shuwen in front of him stretched out his other hand and pinched Monk Jingchun's head. Are you happy eating? Li Shuwen's eyes were red at this time, and the look in his eyes was indescribably terrifying, as if he were a wild beast. The previous Li Shuwen had completely lost her mind and turned into a beast. But there is still a light of humanity in his eyes, but now he is like a ferocious beast in full form of the Ten Song dynasty. At this moment, the blood power in his body was quickly activated, and the injuries he had just suffered recovered at lightning speed. You really make me very angry. You dare to do this, lie on me and eat my flesh. Li Shuwen directly grabbed his head and threw it to the ground, but Monk Jingchun was not thrown away by this powerful force. All I could see was Li Shuwen's big hand refusing to let go. That terrifying big hand seemed to be crushing Monk Jingchun's head. What an out-and-out bastard. I'm afraid you've eaten away at the flesh and blood of those ordinary people with this attitude. So today I'm going to pay it back for them one punch at a time. Li Shuwen's eyes were red, and the fists in his hands were slowly clenched. What was terrifying was that although the flesh and blood on his shoulders had recovered somewhat, there were still some injuries left. If you get closer, you can even see the white spot on his shoulder, which is his bones, but this is not important to him. He only sees his fists falling one punch after another, although it is extremely slow. But every punch is powerful and heavy. After the punch fell, the Monk Jingchun in front of him seemed to want to break free, but the big hand held his head tightly and refused to let him move again. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Shuwen's majestic momentum is becoming more and more powerful, and the Kui Niu bloodline seems to be fully stimulated. The punches fell very slowly, but each punch made the Monk Jingchun in front of him feel physical pain. He didn't say a word now, unlike the talkative look he had before when he unleashed all his strength to fight Monk Jingchun. At this time, he was more like a silent beast, biting his prey, never saying a word, never making an extra move, being steady and ruthless, just to kill the prey with one blow. The Jingchun monk in front of him wanted to counterattack at this time. He opened his mouth and bit Li Shuwen's palm fiercely, swallowing up the entire flesh and blood of his hand. But this still had no effect. Li Shuwen in front of him seemed to be unable to feel the pain. He ignored the injury on his hand. The other hand still clenched his fist and slowly swung it down. The Jingchun monk in front of him was punched one after another without any resistance. The sudden reversal was a bit unpredictable. That's too exaggerated. What's going on with this guy? He looked like he had been beaten and was stunned before, but now he has the strength to counterattack quickly. Is this guy on drugs? Di Yin was also in disbelief at this time, and for a moment, his words were lost. I said he can't lose. His strength has not been fully developed yet. He is the most talented among the people I have led. Su Han said slowly, seemingly without any surprise at what he saw. In some respects, the Li Shuwen in front of her was indeed the most talented, but that was not the end yet. After Li Shuwen punched the Jingchun monk in front of her, the Jingchun monk finally counterattacked, only to see his body avoid the punch with an extremely exaggerated posture, and then quickly twisted and brought Li Shuwen's body with him. This damn guy really made me angry. I will never let you go. I will eat every inch of your flesh and blood. Monk Jingchun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared angrily. Are you anxious? You really dissatisfy me. Are you anxious? Let me tell you, the real show has not begun yet. Li Shuwen sneered. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was expressionless, and he could only see him slowly extending his right hand. Suddenly, the power of thunder gathered between the heaven and the earth, and even the wind and rain were shaking. At this moment, all the spiritual power in the sky gathered here, and everyone was shocked by this sudden and huge momentum. What does this guy want to do by gathering the power evolved from his bloodline talent here? I admit that I was wrong just now. This guy is getting more and more interesting. What does he want to do? If my guess is correct, it should be his bloodline talent. The bloodline of the prehistoric beast Kui Niu is really amazing. Even though Di Yin had seen many powerful forces, he was a little shocked when he saw Li Shuwen's powerful power. It seems that you know a lot, but what he wants to do next should surprise you. Su Han smiled calmly, still looking at everything in front of him calmly, as if he had already seen through everything. The next second, Li Shuwen pulled out the knife that she had not touched for a long time. The knife followed him for a long time, but it seemed that it was no longer needed in the subsequent battles. He relied more on the strength of his body to fight against the enemy, because after receiving a drop of blood from the fat cow, his strength became more and more powerful, so that he forgot about his originally powerful sword skills. And compared with the magic weapons of those in front of him, the knife in his hand seemed not to be of high quality at all, but he still pulled out the knife. At this time, the power of thunder and the power of strong wind slowly gathered in the sky. The sky slowly caused a flood, and the power gathered from countless natural disasters slowly peeled off its cocoons, converging into a trace of spiritual power and integrating it into that knife. The knife immediately began to tremble, and the blade seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of the huge force. But the knife that Li Shuwen slowly flew up into the sky and held in his hand seemed to have spirituality. The vibration of the blade immediately stopped, allowing the power of the thunderous wind and flood to destroy his body. After a while, I saw that the spiritual power was slowly exhausted, and the knife seemed to have a new appearance at this time, only that the blade no longer looked ordinary. I could only see lightning patterns on the surface of the sound of his sword, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body shocked everyone. Hey, this guy has committed a foul. Is this how he tempers his weapons? Seeing this situation, Quan Ming had a look of surprise on his face. This was the first time he knew that his weapons could be tempered in this way. This was simply shocking. I said don't be distracted. I am your opponent now. You have been distracted repeatedly. This means that you don't take me seriously. Seeing the shocking scene on Li Shuwen's side, Silent's eyes became firmer and he roared at Quan Ming. There was a burst of golden light in his eyes. As he disappeared at the speed of light, the golden light in his eyes also turned into a golden thread. In just a moment, this sight had already pierced into Quan Ming's shoulder. You have completely angered me. You have completely ignored me in this battle. You are truly an out-and-out bastard, arrogant and arrogant. Do you really think you will win? Shen Mo clenched his sword with both hands and pushed forward, forcing Quan Ming in front of him to retreat directly. At this time, Quan Ming stretched out his claws and stood on the golden sword. The golden sword vibrated and the sword body showed signs of fragmentation. You damn brat, you really pissed me off. Although the sword was hit with cracks, Quan Ming was still a little pained and roared angrily. Then he exerted force, and the sword in Shen Mo's hand broke into two pieces. In Shen Mo's shocked eyes, he directly hit Shen Mo's body with a palm, causing Shen Mo to retreat repeatedly, with a look of pain on his face. That sword strike just now was really painful. You kid really knows how to find an angle. This sword strike directly hurt me, and it was very serious. Quan Ming snorted coldly, and the blood around him slowly gathered. He also didn't expect that Qi Lu Qi, was just careless for a short while, and this guy found a flaw, and directly caused him to be hit hard. It seemed that he really couldn't be distracted in the next battle. At the same time, he looked at the silence in front of him with hateful eyes. Shen Mo looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with dullness and shock. His sword was actually useless. This sword actually turned into two halves in his hands. He couldn't believe it at all. He couldn't believe that the sword had become like this. After Li Shuwen used the power of his blood to successfully temper the weapon in his hand, he clenched the knife tightly and looked like a fierce god. The next last move. I don't want to waste any more words with you. Fighting with you here has made me very tired. If you can catch the next move, I will lose. Li Shuwen roared. Come here, whoever is afraid of whom. Let me see what you are capable of, so arrogant. Monk Jingchun also roared angrily. I only saw him meditating on the spot and actually reciting scriptures. However, the scriptures were not like Buddhist scriptures, which were full of spirituality and light of merit. The scriptures he recited were full of extremely strong resentment and demonic nature. A strange Buddha suddenly appeared behind him. The strange Buddha slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were actually filled with evil nature, and 10 arms grew out of his back. The moment he opened his eyes, the whole world was eclipsed. But when he slowly opened the third eye on his forehead, everyone felt a powerful aura, and the infinite demonic energy made everyone step back. Are these two guys crazy? They have reached this level, where they are fighting to the death. Wang Tianwan said in shock at this time. This world-destroying momentum doesn't look like what people in this realm should have when fighting. Don't worry, this is the last move. There should be nothing more after this move, Su Han said. But this is indeed somewhat interesting. I can only say that this guy is really talented. Su Han touched his chin and looked at the demon Buddha not far away. The demon Buddha opened his third eye at this time, and at the same time, a variety of different weapons appeared on his arm. The 10-armed evil Buddha. Save this dirty and hypocritical world. He roared angrily and saw the 10-armed evil Buddha smiling strangely. I only saw the 10-armed evil Buddha laughing, and the smile was extremely weird, as if he was mocking the overestimation of these guys in front of him. Looking at the evil Buddha with an extremely weird smile below, Li Shuwen clenched the knife in his hand. He took a deep breath and felt the power of natural disaster flowing on the blade. This knife will be the end of your life, Li Shuwen roared. Dark Moon Calamity. After he swung the sword, he saw that the world seemed to be plunged into darkness, and the endless power was vented to its fullest. This sword slowly struck out with an extremely sharp strike, which shocked the face of Di Yin in front of him. This is really a terrifying knife. This guy's upper limit is really unfathomable. It really shocked me, Di Yin said. The hells in the 10 directions. Monk Jingchun was not far behind at this time. He roared angrily. He only saw the evil Buddha in front of him waving the weapon in his hand, angrily moving forward, and behind him there seemed to be a scene of hell. The two started to fight, and they saw that extremely sharp sword energy carrying the aura of the natural disaster, which seemed to sweep everything in this world and destroy half of everything in this world. Just like his Kui Niu bloodline, it is a ferocious beast in itself, synonymous with disaster, and will destroy the entire world wherever it goes. Of course, this is especially true for the 10-armed evil Buddha, who represents the deepest demonic nature in the world. The two collided with each other, producing a burst of light. The power of this burst of light directly leveled the entire volcano. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them eagerly, and they were all shocked. This is too powerful, isn't it? What are these two guys going to do? Are they going to destroy the entire ancient burial god realm? Are they really in the shattered realm? Why do I feel that the aura they are showing now doesn't look like they are in this realm at all? Wang Tianwan was speechless when he thought that he was also in the broken realm. At this time, he opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Calm down, calm down. The battle just now was just like that. The battle between the Nirvana Dragon King and Ao Zhan was more terrifying. The battle between those two people can be said to have directly dealt a heavy blow to the entire ancient burial god realm, Su Han said. In terms of power and intensity of the fight, it was naturally the battle between the Nirvana Dragon King and Ao. After all, the two of them are genuine high-level powerhouses. After Ao Zhan obtained the Dragon Ball, his strength could be said to have returned to the Heavenly Supreme Realm, and the Annihilation Dragon King was only one step away from the Heavenly Supreme Realm. If allows him to destroy the Dragon King and reach the realm of Heavenly Supreme, the destructive power of this battle will be even greater, and Ao Zhan will not win so easily. It is true that the battle between the Dragon King of Annihilation and Senior Wang is indeed more exciting. Wang Tianwan reacted at this time and nodded. Hey, you guy, did you take the wrong medicine today? You even praised me. Don't you usually want to hurt me a few words? Usually, when you scold me, you are as cruel as you want. Ao Zhan said in Su Han's sea of consciousness. Yeah, it's really chilling that you still hold a grudge. I've given you enough face in front of these little guys, but the fight between these two guys is really nothing compared to you. Su Han said slowly. In the face of high-level warriors, low-level monks can only bring so much attack power no matter how fancy their skills are. At most, it can only exceed one's own realm. In other words, the so-called exercises are all designed to bring out one's own strength. But if your own strength reaches a certain level, even if you give up all the skills and only use spiritual power, it will be extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Han felt even more that he had a long way to go. He is very clear that there is a more powerful realm after Tianzhijun, but what is after that realm, he still has no way of knowing. Although now, after using all his trump cards, he may be able to gain the ability to stand on the same level as Tianzhijun's powerful ones. But this is not enough. The most urgent task is to continuously improve our strength. Only strength is the king. Okay, you guys have really touched my heart, but what you said is indeed like this. No matter how big the noise these two little guys make, they are only two. He's just a kid from a broken realm. Ao Zhan said calmly. At this time, the white light slowly dissipated and the gunpowder smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone only saw the embarrassed look on the face of the monk Jingchun, and one of his arms had been chopped off. He was half kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of unyielding, while Li Shuwen slowly walked out of the smoke, his body still very strong, his eyes full of ferocity. He looked at the Jingchun monk in front of him and said, "You've already lost." "No, I didn't lose. The poor monk didn't lose. I won't lose. I am the most powerful evil in the world. I am the root of evil in the world. I will not lose to anyone." Monk Jingchun seemed to have fallen into madness, and he roared angrily. "If you lose, you lose. Don't make excuses for your failure. Guys like you really make me look down on you. Fighting with you really embarrasses me." Li Shuwen shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment, seeming to be denying the other party. "No wonder that guy just lured you out just because his cassock was broken. It seems that the guy is the same as you." "Hypocrisy," Li Shuwen said sternly, as if every word penetrated deeply into monk Jingchun's heart. After saying these words, the monk Jingchun in front of him paled, as if he was deep in thought, and then a look of hatred appeared on his face. "You don't understand. How can you understand? Do you understand the pain of having two souls in a body? Do you understand the pain of being suppressed by that dead bald donkey day and night? I am a demon myself. This stupid bald ass actually practiced Buddhism and wanted to use Buddhism to suppress me." Monk Jingchun had a painful look on his face, as if he wanted to pour out all the grievances he had suffered. But in the next second, his expression immediately changed dramatically, and the fangs on his legs suddenly disappeared, and his face returned to the compassionate look before. "Donor, you were right, it was the poor monk who lost, and it was the poor monk who got lost." As soon as the compassionate look appeared, everyone's faces immediately showed wonderful expressions. "Hey, now it's interesting. Look at this guy's split personality," Wang Tianwan said in a very excited tone at this time. "Why are you so excited? Even if he has a split personality now, you have no chance of winning if you get involved," Su Han said. "Aren't I so happy? This guy looks like the two personalities in his body are fighting with each other. This is really interesting. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. This guy's head is probably going to split open now. Let's open it. I guess now he wants to split his body in half, one half for each person." Wang Tianwan laughed loudly at this time and said. These words also made Su Han in front of him twitch the corner of his mouth and darken his face. "I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Apart from Li Shuwen, you should be the only one who can say such a thing." Su Han said. This was a very high praise for Li Shuwen in front of him. At this time, the expression of the monk Jingchun changed again, and he said in a crazy tone. "No, I didn't lose. I will never lose. You released me just because you didn't want to lose. You hypocritical and cowardly guy. You are just like what he said, hypocritical, greedy, and cowardly. You wear a compassionate appearance, but your heart is filthier than mine." At this moment, another evil personality of monk Jingchun spoke angrily. But the next second, a lotus flower suddenly appeared under his feet, and the lotus flower shone with golden light. The golden light actually has a purifying function, making people feel relaxed and happy in an instant, as if all the distracting thoughts in the heart have been eliminated. After monk Jingchun returned to his original appearance on the lotus pedestal, he began to meditate and chant sutras, and the light of merit appeared behind him again. I saw that his face was very pious and his eyes were full of remorse. His demonic aura was finally completely dissipated, and at this moment he revealed his true appearance. Then he sat on the ground and looked at Li Shuwen in front of him and said with a very pious face. The donor is a poor monk who has taken the form. The poor monk has violated the precept of greed and has nothing to say. I'm a little surprised that you, the monk, would take the initiative to admit your mistakes. This is completely different from what you did before. Li Shuwen also found it interesting, narrowed her eyes slightly and said. Before was before, and now is now. The poor monk knows that he has sinned deeply, and the benefactor can take revenge any way he wants, because the monk will never fight back. Monk Jingchun raised his head, his eyes full of purity, and there was no longer the greedy look he had when he first saw them. It was as if he was originally a holy monk who helped the world and saved people. Do you think it will be useful to deceive my sympathy by putting on such an appearance? Do you know that I never do this? Li Shuwen narrowed her eyes slightly and said, the other party can say that this is a huge stunt. If it were a normal person, he might really choose to stop here. But it has no effect on him, and he won't care so much. He will destroy everything that makes him feel unhappy, and he will not spare the lives of those who offend him. The same is true for Monk Jingchun. At this moment, after hearing these words, Monk Jingchun still sat where he was. At this time, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. All he had was the lotus flower under his feet, exuding pure and holy light. My Buddha, the compassionate poor monk, should be punished if he breaks the precepts. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven, and everything in this world has cause and effect. The cause is because of my greed, and now I have sown the bad consequences, so naturally I should bear it. After Monk Jingchun said this piously, he raised his eyes. There seemed to be no evil thoughts in his eyes, but only sincerity. This undoubtedly made the Buddha's light behind him become more intense. A sneer appeared on Li Shuwen's face at this time. He raised the knife in his hand, quickly came to the front of Monk Jingchun, and chopped it down with one blow. Are you still pretending to be hypocritical for me here? Then I will kill you with one knife. See if the Buddhism you insist on is true? Li Shuwen roared. He disappeared from the spot as fast as lightning, and this knife struck directly at the head of Monk Jingchun in front of him. But what surprised people was that Monk Jingchun actually sat there motionless, with a lotus flower at his feet. It only exudes the light of merit, and he himself seems to have no defense. After everyone saw this scene, they all had shocked looks on their faces. Di Yin wanted to step forward immediately to save the life of Monk Jingchun, but suddenly a man stopped in front of him. It was Su Han. Su Han spoke slowly at this time. Let them resolve the matters between the two of them by themselves. I don't think you will do anything else, right? Looking at the powerful aura emanating from the man in front of him, Di Yin also retracted his hand at this moment. He originally wanted to save Monk Jingchun so that the other party would owe him a favor, so that he could borrow it from him in the future. The force in which it is located. It's such a pity. If that's the case, let the two of them solve it themselves. Di Yin sighed helplessly. He knew that he could not save the other party today no matter what, because with such a great god standing in front of him, he would be restricted in everything he wanted to do. Unless he completely breaks his face with the other party, he doesn't want to do such a thing. After all, he and the other party are not enemies yet. If he completely breaks his face, then it will be a fight to the death. Moreover, everything about the other party is very mysterious. He has not yet investigated clearly. It is not a very wise choice to rush into action and rashly become an enemy of the other party. He naturally knew that there was something in this volcano, which was a very powerful spiritual fire of heaven and earth. This heaven and earth spiritual fire is not so easy to obtain, it has an accompanying spiritual beast. The strength of that half-lived spiritual beast is very terrifying, so terrifying that even if he wants to deal with it, he will be very afraid of it, so he will leave it here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed here immediately after seeing such a big commotion happening here. He just wanted to see who had the courage to challenge the companion spirit beast of the Nirvana Dragon Flame, the Nirvana Dragon King. In this way, the opponent's strength is indeed worth scrutinizing, so he stayed in place without any movement. Facing the Jingchun monk in front of him, he could only sigh. It was a pity that such a peerless genius should have fallen here. At this time, as a strong wind fell, the land was divided into two, but the scene that everyone expected did not happen. They only saw the big knife directly across the forehead of the Jingchun monk. The distance between him and the Jingchun monk was only as big as a fingernail. This strong wind directly turned all the areas entering the city and behind it into pieces. Monk Jingchun was still sitting where he was, with no fear in his eyes, only remorse and apology for his mistakes. While reciting Buddhist scriptures, he clasped his hands together and looked at the sky with great piety. Amitabha, Buddha, and his disciples are extremely sinful and have such greed. Donor, why don't you take action? Are you going to let me, a demon, go away? Monk Jingchun actually had a smile on his face, and he smiled very carefree. He didn't seem to have any pressure on his upcoming death. You monks are really weird. You can fix things here and then here. It's really unpredictable. Also, don't show that smile. I have wanted to say something to you for a long time. You are laughing so hard that it makes my skin crawl. Li Shuwen put away the sword and snorted coldly. Does the donor not intend to take the life of the poor monk? The poor monk committed a heinous crime and bumped into the donor. If the donor wants to vent his anger, he can give me a knife. Monk Jingchun showed a look of regret on his face at this time. It seems that he is persuading the other party to give him 10 swords. Are you annoyed? I told you not to chop you, so why are you so mean? You still force me to chop you with a knife. Is there something wrong with your brain? Li Shuwen seemed to have returned to his previous appearance at this time, and he roared impatiently. Donor, why don't you chop it off? If you chop it off, the young monk will feel more comfortable, and the guilt in the young monk's heart will dissipate a little. Monk Jingchun came forward like a piece of dogskin plaster and spoke persistently. After hearing this sentence, Li Shuwen in front of him trembled and showed an indescribable look in his eyes, looking at the monk Jingchun in front of him. I really didn't expect that this guy like you would have such a habit. It's really disgusting. Hey, I have to leave you quickly. Li Shuwen shook his hand with disgust and left quickly. But when she saw that the monk Jingchun in front of her was still determined to follow him and insisted on letting him chop her, Li Shuwen immediately reached out to stop him and stopped him in place. Stop. If you feel really sorry, then do more good deeds, help more weak people, and atone for your sins. You have committed so many sins, and only by saving the world can you save people. Clean up. After hearing these words, the monk Jingchun in front of him froze on the spot, and then suddenly showed an enlightened look on his face and said, "What the donor said makes sense. It's time for the poor monk to atone for his actions." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, leaving a faint golden light here. Seeing this, Li Shuwen finally let out a long sigh. Sure enough, only the salvation of all sentient beings has the greatest temptation for the monk Jingchun. This dogskin plaster finally left. He has been chasing me to give him a knife. Thinking about such a habit, he will become a hero. Li Shuwen recalled the scene just now, shook her head quickly, and threw away all the things she had just thought of. Di Yin couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. It seems that the boy you have is his noble man. Not only does it allow him to suppress the demonic nature in his heart, it also allows him to take his dharma to a higher level. I said this guy has his own rules for doing things, so don't worry about it, Su Han said with a smile. After seeing the battle over there, Quan Ming had a sneer on his face. He looked at the wound on his shoulder and said, "This is really painful, but you have no weapons. How can you fight with me? You are just a toothless tiger now. Just prepare to die. I didn't expect those other people to lose. I'm really disappointed." Li Shuwen picked up the broken sword in his hand at this time, with a look of confusion on his face. It was this look of confusion that made the other party find a flaw. The 10 claws directly pierced his abdomen. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, blood flowed from his mouth, but his eyes were still very absent-minded. "It seems like this good thing won't be our turn today, but I won't let you beat me. You kid must be defeated by me 160% today. I know I can't take your life, but it's okay to make you suffer a little bit," Quan Hanhan said with a smile. "Hey, boy, what's the look in your eyes? You look like your parents are dead. What's going on? It's just a broken sword, is it that important?" Quan Ming sneered. This appearance made him no longer interested in fighting. The silence in front of him was like a prey that had lost its desire to survive. He didn't even want to fight back, which made him have no interest in fighting. Although he knew that if he couldn't kill the prey today, the most it would do would be to seriously injure him, but with the situation like this, he didn't even think about seriously injuring his opponent. "You're such a loser. I've been fighting you for so long. I didn't expect you to make any progress at all. Don't you feel ashamed when you see all your companions winning?" Quan Ming said with what I thought was a sarcastic smile. He just wanted to leave a huge shadow on the other party and defeat his Taoist heart. Even if he could not leave physical injuries to the other party, he would still give him his Taoist heart. It's still possible to completely crush it. "You actually broke my sword to pieces. My sword was broken." Silence kept repeating this sentence at this time, which also made everyone look confused. What's going on with this guy? This situation is wrong. If it continues like this, he will definitely lose. In other words, he has no identity in the first place. This guy seems to be suppressed from beginning to end. Wang Tianwan said with a worried look. But he saw Su Han in front of him still standing calmly, seemingly not in a hurry at all, and then he spoke. "Elder Su, Looking at you like this, you probably think that the opponent has a trump card, and you should be able to beat the opponent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm. No, you were wrong. I don't know what happened to this guy. Would breaking a sword hit him so hard? Su Han's words made Wang Tianwan, who looked expectant in front of him, suddenly become stiff. Really or not? Elder Su, are you lying to me? Wang Tianwan said. Li Shuwen came over at this time, came to Su Han's side and said. Fighting is really tiring. It's better not to fight like this next time, otherwise you will die of exhaustion sooner or later. As long as you know, you have to control yourself next time. If you can control your own reason, you can be regarded as a peerless genius, Su Han said with a smile. Yes, you should really control your reason, Li Shuwen said. After this battle, he learned a lot, and Wang Tianwan next to him spoke. You're right, you should really control yourself. Then, just when he wanted to communicate with Li Shuwen, he turned around, only to find that Li Shuwen in front of him had fallen asleep standing up. No, is this guy so outrageous? There are not many normal people in this team. Wang Tianwan twitched the corner of his mouth and said. Seeing what was repeating these words in front of him, Quan Ming in front of him had completely lost his patience, so he spoke. Really, picking such an opponent really makes me not interested at all. If I had known better, I would have gone to play with the big guy next to me. This battle really disappointed me. Forget it, this kid has made me less interested in fighting now. Quan Ming shook his head. He had no intention of fighting someone who had no fighting spirit at all. It would only make him feel sick. He turned around slightly disappointed, looked at Su Han in front of him with a frivolous smile on his face, and said. Hey, is it time for you to take action yourself against the guy next to you? This guy under your command has been beaten by me and has lost all will to fight. If you don't take action personally, then I will kill him. Quan Ming instantly radiated all the power in his body, as if he wanted to give the opponent a sense of pressure. But Su Han's eyes were still not on him. To him, the guy in front of him seemed like a clown. Su Han had no intention of paying attention to Quan Ming, which made his whole heart filled with anger. Very good, very good. You are the first person who dares to face me so arrogantly, Quan Ming said in a low tone. At this moment, a very calm tone suddenly came from behind. My sword is broken. This indifferent tone made Quan Ming in front of him tremble. For some reason, he seemed to feel a sense of crisis from the voice just now. But when he turned around and looked at Silence, looking at his desperate eyes again, there was a look of displeasure on his face. Damn, I thought something happened, but I didn't expect it to be you, damn guy. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you just break a sword? I keep talking about it every day. I can't help it. I want to send you to hell as soon as possible. Quan Ming said angrily. That moment just now really gave him an illusion. The illusion was as if his head was about to be chopped off by a sharp sword. My sword is broken. The tone of Silence at this time became colder and colder, and the murmurs in his mouth became quieter. At this time, the silent tone became colder and colder, and the whole person was completely different from the calm and cautious look before. His whole person seemed to have undergone tremendous changes, and Su Han also very accurately observed that the silence in front of him seemed to be different. This is interesting. I didn't expect this guy to have a bigger secret. It seems that the previous information was wrong, Su Han thought to himself. What information? Ao Zhan asked in his sea of consciousness. Everything I knew about this kid before was wrong. It seems that this kid's anger contains an unparalleled power. He just hasn't aroused it yet. Once it fully explodes, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in front of him. This kid is in trouble, Su Han said. Although Su Han knew from the prying eyes of the sky that there were some secrets hidden in Shenmue, he had no way of knowing what they were. Oh, really? This is really interesting. I would like to see what kind of unusual history that boy has. Ao Zhan also showed some interest and said with a smile. The silent man in front of him raised his head at this time. His eyes were full of coldness, and he no longer looked cautious and silent as before. Now his face became very arrogant, and even his eyes were full of madness. He looked at Quan Ming in front of him and said. My sword is broken. Damn it, I know your sword is broken. I broke it with my own hands, so what? You, an ignorant guy, are here talking about it every day, are you a waste? Isn't it just broken? Did you get a sword? Quan Ming also became angry at this time, but he didn't notice the change of Silence at this time, and roared at her. He really couldn't stand the repeated words in front of him, and he was almost driven crazy. In addition, Su Han's contemptuous look at him earlier made his self-esteem even more severely wounded. Thank you so much for breaking my sword. At this time, Silence actually said these outrageous words, which made Quan Hu, who was about to get angry, suddenly startled. Quan Ming immediately became very strange, and then asked. You guys, there must be something wrong with your brain. You actually said such words. You were always talking about your sword being broken. Why are you acting like this now? Ha 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 ha. Silence did not answer, he just showed a crazy smile. He was shouting up to the sky, and now he seemed to have truly released his own appearance. Belonging to his true crazy appearance, what was in front of him slowly focused on Quan Ming. So, next, are you ready to die? Shen Mo sneered. I am laughing so hard. A defeated general dares to use his words here, it is really ridiculous. Quan Ming sneered, feeling as if the person in front of him was joking. At this time, the silence in front of him was standing still. He only waved his hand, and a wooden stick suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth, and the wooden stick came directly into his palm. When Shen Mo got the wooden stick, Quan Ming was stunned, and his face gradually became distorted and he said. You damn brat. What do you mean? You are looking down on us using a wooden stick as a weapon. The sword in your hand was already broken in half by me just now, and now you were casually using it. Did you take out a stick? You will die on this stick. Silence didn't say a word, and his tone was as cold as ever. Seeing such an arrogant silence in front of him, Quan Ming couldn't bear it any longer. A ferocious smile appeared on his face and he spoke. You guys really made me a little angry, you actually said such arrogant words. The silence in front of him didn't say any more nonsense to him. He just saw him disappear immediately, his steps like a ghost. Quan Ming didn't take all this seriously and sneered. Do you think it's useful for me to act like a ghost here? As he spoke, he roared angrily, and the demonic energy around him instantly gathered a black energy in his palm. This energy poured out instantly, directly raising everything in front of him to the ground. In his opinion, Silence must not be able to withstand such a large-scale attack, and Silence must be completely reduced to ashes under his attack. Ha 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 ha. What's the use? No matter how powerful you are, so what? You still have to turn to ashes in my hands. Quan Ming sneered, seemingly confident enough in this move. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold feeling behind him, and there was a strong murderous intention behind him, as if it wanted to cut off his head. He immediately turned his head and saw the familiar figure clearly. He immediately stretched out his sharp claws, trying to take Silent Man's life. But the grab just now was in vain, so that his claw directly hit the ground, causing a huge crack to appear in the entire land. This weird speed made him a little scared at the moment. He didn't expect that this guy was normal before, and his strength was completely suppressed by him, but now he has become like this, and he can't even touch his shadow. Arrive. I said, you will die under this stick. Silence's cold voice suddenly appeared behind Quan Ming. After this sound appeared, Quan Ming's body in front of him began to tremble uncontrollably. His whole body seemed to feel the approach of death. He immediately turned around, but found that the sword, no, that wooden stick, was attacking him with monstrous sword energy. This directly left a huge scar on his whole body, and blood spurted out from his chest. At this moment, he was completely at a loss. He was a little unbelievable. He looked at the silence in front of him, looked at the wounds on his body, looked at the wooden stick in his hand, and the expression on his face gradually became distorted. This is impossible, this is impossible. How could you hurt me with just a small stick? How could you do this to this extent? Quan Ming looked at everything in front of him in disbelief and roared. Seeing the silence in such a state, Di Yin's face looked a little strange. It's really strange. This guy was obviously fine before, but why does he seem to be a different person now? Even the fighting style has changed tremendously. Who are the people under your command? Hey, is it time to pay me back the bet you just owed me? Su Han ignored Di Yin's question and asked. After hearing these words, Di Yin's face immediately fell in front of him, and then he was very helpless and took out the universe mirror. Really, can't you answer my question head-on? Do you have to remember this incident? You know this bet so well, Di Yin said helplessly. After all, this is a good thing, and I got it through legitimate channels. You are convinced, right? So I get my own things back, and there is no problem, Su Han said. You haven't answered my question yet. What's going on with these people under your command? Especially the one just now. It was obviously not like this before, so why is it like a different person now? Di Yin said. He is now very curious about this pair of people, especially wanting to find out the origins of these people and their information. Well, I don't want to tell you right now, but you just need to know that this guy is very strong now and in good condition, Su Han said. After these words, Di Yin's face in front of him twitched, and his forehead was filled with black lines. Of course he was aware of the silence before him. He is in good condition, how can he be in bad condition? After all, he has already scratched a mark on Quan Ming's chest with a wooden stick. Let it be stained all over him. He wouldn't believe it if he was in a bad state. After hearing these words, Di Yin was a little helpless. He knew that he couldn't ask anything. It seems that these guys are keeping a secret and guarding themselves like thieves. But then he thought about it, so what if he was the same? His origin was also very mysterious, and the other party would definitely not be able to see through it. Su Han looked at the silence in front of him, his eyes thoughtful at this moment. Name. Silence. Realm. 9th level of Broken Realm. Luck. Golden. Status. Sword Demon State. Evaluation. The sword that could seal his strength has been completely broken, and now he is the well-deserved leader of swordsmanship, and his use of swordsmanship has reached an extremely terrifying level. There is no sword in his hand, and everything in the world can be used as a sword. Looking at the evaluation given to him by his system, Su Han looked at the silence in front of him at this moment. This is completely different from the panel I saw when I first saw silence. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation, but it was not a bad thing, and Su Han didn't care too much. There was no emotion in his silent eyes. He had no pride or any emotional expression for the beauty of the sword he just struck. It was as if he had done a very ordinary thing, as insignificant as trampling an ant to death. I didn't expect that this guy actually has such a trump card. He is really scary in this state. But I want to see how far you can go. Can you kill this guy with a wooden stick in your hand? Su Han said in his heart. It's indeed interesting. This guy's current state is really hard to show off. He was obviously a fool before, but he didn't know what to say about it. Now it's really a bit risky to look like this. Ao Zhan also noticed the sudden change of status of silence and said with interest. Oh, you guys can actually say such things. Will you, a noble dragon clan, give words of praise to others? Su Han asked. Boy, I am noble, but I am not blind. I can only say that this little guy is indeed a little weird. He really surprised me in this state. But why didn't I see that this kid had such a personality before? What about one side? Ao Zhan said. Su Han naturally thought in his mind, after all, he had the system and couldn't see that silence had such a form, so how could Ao Zhan see it with his own strength? This is really weird. Di Yin said. At this time, the silence in front of him still did not stop. He only saw him clenching the wooden stick in his hand, slowly taking a few steps, slowly raising the sword in his hand, and swinging the sword. Just repeating a simple action like this. At this moment, Quan Ming in front of him felt the traces left by this terrifying sword energy on his body. He could feel that his body seemed to be torn apart by the powerful slashes one after another. When he reacted, he only saw the silence in front of him coming to him in an instant, but unlike the wave just now, the silence at this time used this wooden stick to directly hit his chest. The moment the wooden stick touched his chest, he stood there blankly, as if he didn't know what was happening. Then a powerful airflow hit him, and he was instantly knocked away. Then when he slowly lifted up and looked at his chest, a huge round hole had completely penetrated his chest. At this moment, there was blood in his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can an ant like you hurt me? Quan Ming covered his chest and used the demonic energy in his body to slowly recover from his injuries. This also allowed his internal organs to breathe. The injuries on his body recovered quickly, and the round hole in his chest was quickly filled with flesh and blood. My sword is broken, and your death is about to begin. At this time, Shen Mo raised the wooden stick in his hand and pointed it at Quan Ming, with a sharp light shining in his eyes. He now seems to be a sword, an extremely sharp sword, so sharp that it can tear apart everything in the world. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. You actually have such a side at. You gave me a big surprise just now. You really surprised me. Quan Yan sneered. Seeing Quan Ming laughing loudly in front of them, everyone was a little curious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see who was favoring the situation now, but this guy was still in the mood to laugh loudly. Is this guy emboldened, or is he pretending to be calm? Do you think this guy has some other tricks that he hasn't used yet? Su Han looked at Di Yin next to him and said. Don't ask me. How could I know this? This guy is this guy, and I am me. How could he easily reveal what he has? Plus, he and I have never fought against each other. Di Yin spread his hands and said with a look of helplessness in his eyes. He is not stupid. When he asked Su Han just now, Su Han didn't reveal anything. Even if he knew now, how could he tell Su Han in front of him? In fact, he did not know, but he did not need to know. With his strength, it was naturally very easy to absolutely crush Quan Ming in front of him. He still had such confidence. It seems like I can't get any information from you. If that's the case, Let's continue reading and see what kind of tricks this guy can do. Su Han didn't have any worries and said calmly. After all, even the system has given a very high evaluation to the silence in this state, and its power is naturally not bad, as you can tell just by looking at the fierce attack just displayed. The silent man in front of him frowned, but soon his eyes gradually became very dull, and then he said, I said you were going to die today, so you must die. As he spoke, he immediately disappeared on the spot, leaving only an afterimage to everyone, and his speed was now as fast as a ghost. Quan Ming in front of him only felt that someone was raising a sword to attack him, but at the moment he resisted, he received another sword in his abdomen. He could clearly feel the sword and his arm guard interacting with each other. Collision. But after he had just resisted, this one actually hit his abdomen directly, making him somewhat unable to react. Then there were more and more injuries on his body, and the opponent's sword became faster and faster. He kept blocking low. It felt like he was fighting against 10 peerless masters. It made him a little careless to deal with it. It was obviously a battle between the two of them, but now it looked like he was fighting 10 by himself. Damn it. What's going on? How can you be so fast? I obviously blocked your attack just now, but the next second, you were still able to leave injuries on my body. Quan Ming spoke angrily. He would never believe that things would develop to this point. I told you, your death is coming. Silence did not answer his question, but just left this sentence lightly. He kept repeating this sentence, which completely made the power banquet in front of him anxious. Really? The day of death is coming, right? Very good. Then if I don't show some real skills today, I'm afraid I will really die in your hands. Quan Ming roared. Then he punched the ground directly, and the terrifying shockwave directly shook Silence away. Then he took out something from his storage space. When that thing appeared, a comparable power appeared between the world and the world. Everyone just felt that this power seemed to be very familiar. It was as if he had seen it on someone before, and when Ao Zhan, who was in Su Hai's consciousness saw Quan Ming take out the thing, he immediately had an angry look on his face. Damn it. How could this guy have this thing? Damn it. How dare this guy take it out? Ao Zhan, who was still watching the excitement just now, gradually became very ferocious. Then they only saw him swallowing the thing directly. At the moment he swallowed it, everyone could see that it seemed to be a drop of blood essence. And those 10 drops of golden blood seemed to contain extremely powerful calendar areas. After swallowing that drop of blood essence, his entire state changed dramatically. At this moment, dragon horns actually grew on his forehead. All the injuries on his body recovered quickly, and a coercion from ancient times merged with the terrifying demonic nature. At this moment, his physical condition has reached its peak, and his aura is enough to overwhelm those weaklings. After he swallowed that drop of blood, he saw black scales growing on some parts of his face and body. Now he is like a dragon. At this time, he opened his eyes and said with an intoxicated look in his eyes. This powerful power is really fascinating. I originally wanted to save it for later. I originally wanted to save it for use against that guy Di Yin. It's such a pity that it was used on a kid like you. What a waste. Ah, in that case, in order to show my respect for you, then I will tear you into pieces with my own hands. Then Quan Ming's eyes gradually became ferocious in front of him. At this moment, his pupils were full of animality, as if he were a real evil dragon. Damn it. The blood this guy swallowed is not ordinary blood. It is the essence blood that only pure blood dragons have. Where did this guy get it from? Ao Zhan was almost going crazy at this time. He did not expect that his dragon bloodline would be tainted by such a person. This was simply unacceptable to him. Don't worry. The boy opposite him is not simple anymore. Don't discuss it here. If you act rashly, others will accuse you of bullying the small. Su Han said calmly. Su Han didn't think there was anything precious about things like dragon essence and blood. After all, as long as he wants, he can have it. As for the quantity, at least it is calculated in bottles. Of course, Han will not do this. Haha. I want to see how far this trash can bring out the blood of my dragon clan. Ao Zhan had a sneer on his face, but he seemed to be ready to move. He seemed to have stopped digesting the power of his Dragon Ball. He only had one idea now, which seemed to be to completely destroy Quan Ming in front of him. This guy actually took out the dragon essence and blood in front of him, even swallowed it, and transformed into his new appearance. Ha 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 ha. This powerful force is really intoxicating. In that case, then come over here and let me see how strong your sword can be. Coming here with such a wooden stick is amazing, isn't it? Wait a minute and I'll let you taste it, how it feels when it's split into two. A wild smile appeared on Quan Ming's face. Looking at the silence in front of him, he seemed not to take silence at all. The look on Shen Mo's face is still cold. He doesn't seem to feel any pressure, but only indifference towards the enemy. His current momentum can be said to have reached its peak, but the silent face in front of him is still very cold. This made him unable to accept it at all. This guy seems to have never taken himself seriously from beginning to end. The way he looks now can be said to be like a god trying to kill a god or a Buddha, but the guy opposite him still looks so calm. Very good. Are you still pretending to be here? Are you still pretending to be calm here? Then come over here and let me see how powerful the stick in your hand is. Quan Ming sneered and heard him roar, and a force from the ancient bloodline exploded instantly. After he just finished speaking those words, the silence in front of him immediately moved, and he could only be seen walking towards him slowly with ghost-like steps. Every step he took seemed to leave a ghost behind. When Quan Ming in front of him was dazzled, he saw something slowly coming behind him with the wooden stick. The two of them were back to back, and silence spoke at this time. Today, you will definitely lose. After saying this, he immediately turned around and swung the wooden stick in his hand as quickly as possible. The sword struck directly on Quan Ming's body, as if he was going to cut him off at the waist. But this sword seemed to have touched a body of steel. The moment the wooden stick collided with Quan Ming's body, dazzling sparks were created. Quan Ming also had a sneer on his face at this time. He held the wooden stick and said, "You seem a little too naive. Do you think you can hurt me with your fragile stick?" Then he pinched the wooden stick and squeezed it hard. The wooden stick immediately fell into pieces, and he found an opportunity to hit the silent body directly with his palm. Shen Mo immediately stepped back, spitting out blood from his mouth, and his face turned pale. After Quan Ming saw that his attack was effective, he immediately laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "You are humiliating yourself. Brat, you really think you are qualified to fight me? Call your boss over. You are not worthy of fighting me." Quan Ming's goal from beginning to end has never been on Shen Mo. His goal has always been Su Han standing next to him. How could he not feel how powerful Su Han was, but this opponent did make him somewhat satisfied now. After all, the sword just made his body feel some pain. Haha. With a bloodline that has been strengthened by the essence and blood of a pure blood dragon, do you think you can break through my defense now? Quan Ming sneered. He is now like a demon dragon standing at the top, overlooking the world, and his aura is very terrifying. On the other side of silence is the other extreme. His face is pale and he is vomiting blood. He seems to have reached his limit. Even though his current state is very different from before, he seems to be a different person now, but he still seems to be the same. Can't change the outcome. Oh my god, I really didn't expect it. This battle seems to be getting more and more exciting. I didn't expect them to fight to such an extent. It's an eye-opener for me. The Taoist priest next to him cheered up at this time. Palm, he said with a still unfinished expression on his face. You Taoist priest. What are you listening to here? Don't you see that the battle is about to reach its climax now? Don't suddenly ruin the atmosphere here. Wang Tianwan's face turned dark at this time and he said, "It's your fault for saying this, donor." Pindao was just expressing his own opinion, but these two people are indeed very powerful. Xiao Dao next to him didn't get angry because of this, but instead said cheerfully, "How about we make another bet and see who can win?" Su Han turned his head at this time, narrowed his eyes and looked at Di Yin in front of him and said. After Di Yin heard this sentence, his face immediately collapsed and he spoke. Hey, that's enough for you. You've already defrauded me of a magic weapon, and now you want to see another of my magic weapons. Are you treating me like a fat sheep? No, how could I have such an idea? Look at the situation now. The guy on your side can be said to have the upper hand, while the people on my side have completely fallen into laughter. Yes, you are sure to make more money than buying and selling, so I really caught up and gave you good things. Su Han had a smile on his face, but that smile looked extremely weird. After seeing that smile, Di Yin next to him immediately trembled, then waved his hand and said. No, it won't work. 9 out of 10 gamblers cheat, so it's better to quit gambling as soon as possible. This is really boring. I originally wanted to give you a chance to make a comeback, but you guy didn't cherish it. Su Han smiled, with a look of regret on his face. After seeing his look of regret, Di Yin was more sure of what he was thinking. This guy makes it clear that he treats himself as a big business owner. He is simply trying to trick him into wanting his own magic weapon. He will not be fooled by this. So what if the situation is great now? He won't gamble. He has seen too many incredible things happen to these guys now. Who knows if that guy will break through again, realize something new before the battle, and then completely reverse the situation. He doesn't dare to gamble, and he doesn't want to gamble. He had already lost a magic weapon, so he would naturally stop it. The magic weapon just now should be regarded as for his entertainment. Anyway, he still has many such magic weapons. But he can't let his enemies make a lot of money. Come on. Don't be too good looking when you get an advantage. You have already obtained a magic weapon from me. Just be satisfied. But now the situation is indeed dominated by that guy Quan Ming, Di Yin said. That's right. The two of them are now facing each other, but they just don't know who can win the final victory. Is it Mo Shen who seems to have the upper hand or Quan Ming who is stabilizing Shen Mo? A smile appeared on Su Han's face. This smile was indeed very cunning in the eyes of Di Yin next to him, but his whole body couldn't help but tremble. No, I can't continue betting with this guy. If I continue to gamble, I will go bankrupt. This guy is really an old fox. You can tell just by looking at him. Di Yin shook his head and immediately said in his heart that he would not be fooled a second time. And Quan Ming naturally lived up to expectations. His scaly hands clenched immediately, his whole body disappeared on the spot, and he punched directly towards Shen Shen's face, trying to take Shen Shen's life. At this moment, the silence in front of him also began to take action. Seeing him walking like a ghost, he disappeared in an instant, and his eyes were filled with a soul-stirring black light. Facing Shen Shen's action, Quan Ming appeared in front of him at a faster speed. He only saw his pair of fists covered with dragon scales directly hitting someone's head. Silence was like a kite with broken strings. Fall completely backwards. At this time, Quan Ming saw that his trick was working, and an evil smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he said, "You have been nagging here, you kid. I don't believe you suffered this from me. You can still have the strength to resist after punching. You kid is really annoying. Now the victory has been decided. The final winner can only be me. You can't beat me at all. You are too weak." Quan Ming sneered, the ridicule on his face no longer concealed. Finally, he slowly walked forward and came to the front of Shen Shen. He looked down at Shen Shen who was lying on the ground at this moment, as if he was victorious. It seems that the battle is over. This battle is over here. There is nothing that can be reversed. At this point, this guy has completely lost his ability to resist. Quan Ming won this duel. Di Yin was in a good mood and said with a smile, but at the same time he was a little disappointed. If I had known earlier, I would have made another bet with Su Han, so wouldn't the heaven and earth spiritual fire be my own? A confident smile appeared on his face at this time. Since he came here, it can be said that not a single thing has been in his prediction. According to his usual strategizing mind and vicious eyes, there will be no problems in anything he sees. But above those few guys, he is Shizun's doctor, again and again. Those guys were knocked down as if they were perverts, but they could keep standing up, and even became stronger every time they stood up. Such potential shocked him a little. But this time it is indeed the end. I can't guess wrong again. Now this guy has completely lost the ability to resist. He is now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Di Yin then spoke with a confident look on his face. It looks like, as you expected, it's over, Su Han said. He looked at the silence in front of him, with a sigh on his face. He knew that the silence was at the end of its strength. The opponent was destined to lose, but who knew that this guy would actually swallow a piece of pure blood dragon blood at this time? This allowed his strength to develop rapidly, which also quickly reversed the entire battle situation. Even though Sword Demon's bloodline is extremely powerful, what he is facing is the essence and blood of the Dragon Clan. This ancient power is not something to be trifled with. Bah! This guy is so embarrassed. If he didn't rely on external objects, how could he beat silence? Now he is still here condescending and arrogant. It is really embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing. At this time, Wang Tianwan raised his head and pointed his nose at Quan Ming in front of him with a slightly scrutinizing attitude. Quan Ming seemed to have heard Wang Tianwan's words at this time. He turned his head and stared at Chou Tianwan in front of him with his vertical pupils like a real dragon. It seemed that he was going to be torn into pieces. Generally speaking, this look did not seem to frighten Wang Tianwan in front of him. Wang Tianwan said with a look of disdain on his face. "Look at what your grandfather is doing, you guy. Did I say something wrong? It's really shameful. If it weren't for that drop of dragon essence and blood, what would you be able to do? How about winning? Haha, it's just a weak excuse. Isn't that one drop of concentrated concentration my trump card? Isn't it my method? What? Since it is my method, then why can't I use it? Why should I accept failure willingly? Weak people like you will always make excuses for your failure. It is really sad." Quan Ming sneered, seemingly not affected by Wang Tianwan's words at all. "Okay. I don't have that much time to chat with you humble weaklings here. What I want to challenge is your leader. Next, let me be obedient and let you taste the taste of failure." A sneer appeared on Quan Ming's face, and he could only see his 5 fingers clenched tightly, and the dragon's claw slowly stretched towards the silence in front of him, as if it was going to completely extinguish his last 10 hopes. My sword is not broken. Before the dragon claw touched silence, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up immediately. The dark pupils in his eyes were staring at Quan Ming in front of him at this moment. Quan Ming was startled by his dark pupils. He reacted at this time, gritted his teeth, and punched forward in an instant. This punch was mixed with great force, just like a real dragon soldier, seeming to kill him. All this is destroyed. He must not let another accident happen. He has the ability to end the battle at this moment, so now he can't delay it any longer, otherwise things will change later. At this moment, a sound of friction of weapons suddenly appeared, and only the silence in front of him was seen, and a dark long sword was pulled out from nowhere. The dark long sword was emitting an evil light at this time, and the sword firmly resisted Quan Ming's fist in front of him. Damn it, damn it. Why can't you just lie down in peace? Why don't you just accept your defeat? You want to force me to beat you to death, right? Quan Ming saw that his sure kill move was blocked by the silence in front of him. At this moment, the look on his face was completely distorted. He was completely crazy. He even felt that the guy in front of him was invincible. Every time he was knocked down, he would stand up and become even more weird, so weird that it made his whole heart tremble. The moment he met those dark pupils, his whole mind experienced huge fluctuations. This also made him understand that this battle must not be delayed any longer. If it continues, the changes will only become bigger and bigger, and perhaps he may even face the possibility of being overthrown. My sword is not broken. Silence said these words in his mouth at this moment, and then he slowly raised his head, only to see that his eyes were filled with darkness. The original golden sword was completely gone, replaced by a pitch-black sword. Long sword. The dark long sword and the evil light emanating from the whole body were intimidating. This is clearly a magic sword, but when did silence in front of him possess this magic sword? No one knows. Oh. This sword is quite interesting. When Di Yin saw the situation reversed instantly, he covered his forehead with a look of helplessness on his face. But when he saw the dark magic sword, the expression on his face changed. Di Yin's eyes looked up and down at Shen Mo in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to see something from his body, but all he could see were the dark pupils and the evil light emanating from his body. I really don't know where you found these people. It's really surprising. But what I'm more curious about is how strong is your strength. Di Yin was already surprised by the person in front of him, but the person in front of him was even more difficult for him to understand. He looked at Su Han in front of him and said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of fighting with you now. After all, it's better to do less than to do more. I don't like fighting very much. If I can explain it well, why do I need to fight and kill?" Su Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hey, you guy, you were not like this when you first dealt with me. You guys were very ruthless when you dealt with me. Now you are just pretending to be here. Where is your face?" Ao Zan's voice sounded in his heart. "Shut up, if you don't speak, no one here will treat you as a mute, and no one will be able to hear what you say," Su Han thought to himself. At this moment of silence, his state seemed to have reached its peak, but his body also seemed to have reached its limit. "You damn bastard, then I won't chirp with you anymore. I'm going to use the power of this real dragon to send you completely to hell." Quan Ming roared angrily, and the killing intent around him reached an unprecedented peak. Now he has been driven crazy. No matter how strong he is, he still feels the crisis when facing someone who keeps standing up and even gets stronger every time he stands up. He no longer wants to do anything else. He only has one idea now, which is to completely defeat the silence in front of him until he can't stand up. Purgatory Evil Dragon. As he became angry, he saw the dragon blood in his body suddenly burst out, and black evil dragons gradually appeared behind him, which seemed to indicate that his dragon transformation was slowly becoming more powerful. Thorough. What an out-and-out bastard. He actually used the blood of my dragon family to create these things. He is truly an out-and-out hybrid. My dragon clan represents the profound power of pure yang and the power of true dragons, and yet it was turned into this by this kid. What a disgusting insect. After Ao Zan saw the evil dragons behind him, a smile appeared on his face. He didn't look down on the things Quan Ming created at all. At this time, Shen Mo slowly placed a long black sword in his hand in front of himself, feeling the endless power contained in that sword. At this time, a sword suddenly ran out. One black soul after another. Like evil ghosts in hell, they slowly climbed up and slowly gathered behind Shen Mo. At this time, an evil ghost with a huge mouth appeared behind Shen Mo, locking Quan Ming in front of him, as if he wanted to fight it to the death. The two of them seemed to have a premonition that this would be their last move, and the moment that decided the outcome would come in this move. Ha 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 ha, come on. Let's give it a try. I want to see how long you, a pretentious guy like you, can last until I personally send you to hell. Quan Ming laughed and said, it seemed that these evil dragon shadows behind him were invincible. Go. My little guy. Send this guy to hell and let him know what a real devil is. Quan Ming yelled. Ghost Sword 3000 Karma, haunted by evil spirits. At this time, the endless ghost slowly crawled out of his sword. With this sword strike, it seemed that the whole world became dark. The scene now is completely different from before. Previously, Shen Mo held the golden sword as if a god had descended, forming a sharp contrast with Quan Ming opposite him. But now the two parties seem to be completely in the same force, evil and on opposite sides. Ha 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 ha, come on, come on. Let me see how long you can last, I'm going to crush you completely. Quan Ming roared angrily, and bloodshot eyes burst out from the force of this powerful force. More and more power began to surge towards those dark evil dragons, and that one evil dragon seemed to be going crazy, biting the ghosts that stood in front of him crazily. The two sides collided with each other, and an evil and violent energy instantly enveloped the entire volcano. After the energy dissipated, there was no grass growing around here, as if a natural disaster had passed over the land. My dear, this destructive power is too powerful. What are these two guys doing? They want to destroy this place, right? Wang Tianwan said with lingering fear. He was just watching the battle from the side, but for a moment he even felt a slight threat of death. Wang Tianwan was still a talkative person, and although he had goosebumps all over his body during that breath, he soon woke up. Maybe so. How about you go and persuade them to stop? Su Han looked at Wang Tianwan in front of him with a meaningful smile on his face. After Wang Tianwan saw the smile on Su Han's face, he immediately shook his body and took 2 steps back, and then said, Elder Su, you think too highly of me. How could I have such strength? These two guys are playing with a completely lifeless style. If I get involved, I'm afraid there will only be one left when I come out. At this time, the aftermath dissipated, and the long black sword in Shen Mo's hand in front of him had completely dissipated. On the opposite side, Quan Ming's dragon form completely dissipated at this moment. Blood was flowing from his mouth, feeling the pain in his body that was being bitten by evil spirits. Cold sweat broke out on his face, and he looked at the silence standing in front of him and said, What kind of attack is this? Why did you leave such heavy damage on me? Who are you? My sword is not broken. I am a sword demon. A smile slowly appeared on Shen Mo's face, but it was this smile that looked extremely terrifying in the eyes of everyone. Because now he is like an evil ghost, surrounded by an aura of death, and it seems that everything in front of him will be swallowed up by him. After a big battle, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and it was difficult to comment on what was going on in their hearts. It's hard to imagine that the swordsmanship this guy used before was the kind of swordsmanship that was full of light and hope. But now his swordsmanship is like an out-and-out evil ghost, dragging the whole world into the abyss, hell. Quan Ming fell to the ground at this time. He felt that his body seemed to be getting colder and colder. He had no strength and gradually passed out. Silence also released his form at this time, and his vision seemed to return to normal. He looked at the broken sword in the distance and fell into deep thought. Not long after, he slowly sat on the ground. Everyone was a little surprised by his actions, but when they slowly walked up, they found that Shen Mo had already sat down and fell into a coma. Co-author. Are these two guys in a coma? But it seems that silence is better, after all, he is in a white coma. Wang Tianwan said with pride. Okay, this matter is settled. Do you have any other ideas for the remaining two of you? If there is, then it will be my turn to take action. After all, these people under me are no longer good. Su Han stood up and said slowly, with an extremely calm look in his eyes, as if he was just saying one more trivial matter. Ha 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 ha, the little benefactor was joking. Pindao said that Pindao was just here to join in the fun. How could he have such an idea? The man next to him stood up and said with a very kind face. Seeing that Xiao Dao's kind face, Di Yin's expression became very dull and he spoke slowly. This genius treasure is indeed owned by a capable person. I can't see through you, so I don't want to take such a risk to offend you. In this case, you can take it away, but these three guys, keep them how about a life? After all, they didn't seem to kill anyone during the competition, so just treat it as a simple competition, how about it? Di Yin said calmly. This scene was just like two ordinary people discussing. For the sake of seeing you losing your magic weapon to me, I will do as you said. This is just a simple competition. However, next time I see you, if your men still dare to do this, then I won't be easy to mess with. As he spoke, he exuded a terrifying aura. The moment the terrifying aura appeared, everyone in the room was shocked. Even the little Taoist priest's expression changed a bit at this time. The originally kind face suddenly became very solemn at this moment. Cold sweat slowly flowed out from his forehead, and he looked at Su Han in front of him solemnly. Tisk, tisk, that's weird. The benefactor's destiny should be ordinary. However, the originally ordinary destiny has been covered with a layer of gray fog. I can't see through you at all. It's really strange. Oh, that's weird. The little Taoist priest touched his chin and fell into deep thought. In this case, I won't say anything more about Cha Dao here. Next, I hope to see you all in the Gate of 10,000 Appearances. After all, you don't have a chance every time you come here. It seems that this time in this secret realm is the last time. And this Gate of 10,000 Appearances has been opened for the last time, so everyone must come, otherwise, Pindao may find it boring. After the little Taoist priest finished speaking, he waved his whisk and disappeared immediately. Me too. Brother, you really gave me a big surprise just now. I also hope to meet you in the Gate of All Appearances. After all, if I can meet you in the Gate of All Appearances, it will be a big surprise. I am looking forward. After Di Yin finished speaking, he took the three people and disappeared together, leaving only Su Han with a confused look on his face. Where is the Gate of All Appearances? Su Han spoke slowly, thinking that the heaven and earth spiritual fire guarded by the Dragon King was the most special existence in this secret realm, but he did not expect, there is actually a secret treasure? Wang Tianwan, do you know? Su Han turned his head and looked at Wang Tianwan in front of him, with a scrutinizing look on his face. Wang Tianwan can be regarded as a native of Tianquan domain, so he may still know something. The main reason is that most of the people around him are unconscious. He may be the only one who has come into contact with this level. Su Han can only speak with a glimmer of hope. How would I know? It's my first time here just like you, but you should ask a few others. They have experience and should know what the Gate of 10,000 Appearances is. After hearing this, Wang Tianwan touched his forehead, showed a look of embarrassment on his face, and said. At this time, Su Han stood there and looked at the people who fell on the ground not far away and sighed. Sure enough, the big tree attracts the wind. It's better to keep a low profile next time, otherwise it will cause many things, which will be really uncomfortable. Su Han didn't think much, just sat there, waiting for them to wake up. I don't know how long it took, but I saw Li Shuwen's eyes open first. His eyes were full of confusion. After he sat up, he saw Su Han standing guard in front of them. Said. What's going on? Why are these guys lying on the ground in a mess? What happened? Have you really forgotten? Do you really have no brain at all? Wang Tianwan said helplessly. I seem to have really forgotten. Li Shuwen thought for a while and seemed not to remember. But after he calmed down, he immediately spoke. I remembered. Where did that damn smelly monk go? Where did he go? Grandpa, I haven't settled the accounts with him yet. There's no need to settle the score with him. You've already defeated him and that guy is gone. It's true that you fainted and fell to the ground just by looking at it. It's really disturbing. The other few, that's right, I haven't woken up yet, Su Han said. Really? I didn't expect that I was the first one to wake up. That is enough to prove that I am the strongest among them. After Li Shuwen heard this sentence, a look of pride immediately appeared on his face. His entry point made everyone feel speechless. Not long after, Li Wuxiang and Shen Mo also woke up. He looked at the scene around them and thought about what happened before. It looks like they have left. It's really a headache. I don't know what happened in the process. Shen Mo touched his head, as if he wanted to think hard. You can't remember it. You don't know how terrifying you were back then. It's totally different from how you are now. Also, where's your sword? Su Han shook his head and said helplessly. Feeling that the people around him are all forgetters. Thinking of this, he sighed again. My sword seems to have been broken. It seems that I have to find a new sword. But this sword still didn't hold up after all. Shen Mo looked at the golden sword that had been broken into two halves, and her eyes fell. In deep thought. Okay, no need to say more. It seems that you have gained a lot from this battle. However, before that, I want to ask you, where is the Gate of 10,000 Appearances? Su Han asked. Road. I don't know. It's my first time here. I don't know where the Gate of 10,000 Appearances is, Li Wuxiang said. I'm not sure. It's my first time here. Logically speaking, it's my first time out of that old man's sect. I don't know that much. Li Shuwen rubbed his head at this time, his eyes were full of wisdom, and he spoke. Su Han glanced at Li Shuwen next to him, with a helpless look on his face. He had never thought about getting some useful information from Li Shuwen. He still knew who Li Shuwen was. He looked at the silence in front of him, hoping to get some useful information from him. Silence said after thinking for a while. I only know a little bit about it. The gate of all things covers everything. It is said that he has the heroic souls of all the powerful people in the world. Those strong men were very high-spirited when they were young, and it is rumored that this buried ancient god realm left behind countless legends of strong men, and also buried the heroic souls of countless strong young men. These souls were all absorbed into the disciples of the 10,000 appearances. This is a legend from our place. I didn't expect that the gate of all appearances really exists. Silence's face became serious and he spoke slowly. So what exactly does it do? What benefits can it bring to us? Su Han asked. It is rumored that as long as you defeat the heroic souls left by those strong men, you will be able to obtain his inheritance or his artifact, Shen Mo said. Then how many strong young men are buried? Su Han continued to ask. Countless. It is rumored that this place was an ancient battlefield a long time ago, so there should be many young heroic souls buried here. Those strong men who became famous at a young age, or legends who came out alive from here, their heroic souls should be collected. In the gate of all things. It seems that they are completely focused on the gate of all things. This is interesting, but can they get their inheritance or weapons from the hands of those young heroic souls? Su Han said jokingly, as for the result, this is not something they should think about. It's hard to say, those people are very strong. Although I don't know how I won, the pressure they gave me was too strong, so they were difficult to deal with, at least for me. Elder Su. Why don't you go and take a look? Those guys actually let it slip and left information about the gate of all things. Naturally, they want us to go together. Shen Mo was still a little scared of the strength shown by those people just now, and said slowly. That's right, there should be a lot of good things there. If that's the case, let's go over and have a look and see how interesting it is. Su Han showed a smile on his face and said. This time he really gained a lot. Not only did he get the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, but he was even able to get more good things. The few people who followed him also got better things. This trip was worthwhile. If they could get out of here safely, they would make a lot of money from this trip. I'm going to a new place again. I'm really tired. Can't you take a break? Li Shuwen's face showed a look of pain, and he spoke. Okay, you can rest. Then just stay here and rest alone. We have to leave, Su Han said. Well, that's not the case. Elder Su, just think that I made a slip of the tongue. In that case, let's go together. Li Shuwen's face immediately fell, but when he saw Su Han turned around and wanted to leave, he no longer had any thoughts of resting and spoke hurriedly. In the end, he immediately followed, and everyone understood at this time that there was no value here anymore. Just as Li Shuwen was walking in front, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. This was Ao Zhan, who emerged from Su Han's sea of consciousness. Ao Zhan kicked Li Shuwen hard on the butt, sending him flying straight away. At the same time, he smiled with a proud look on his face. Damn brat, I'm really not used to not beating you up for a few days. Ha 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 ha, I feel completely comfortable after this kick. I have to say that you were really resistant to being beaten. I will kick you more next time. Li Shuwen received this sudden kick and was knocked down, but he immediately stood up, his eyes full of anger, and immediately walked forward, looking at King Ao in front of Nan. You guy actually attacked me secretly. You really don't have any martial ethics, Li Shuwen said. You act as if you can defeat me without a sneak attack. You need to be self-aware and don't be too arrogant. Ao Zhan still said with a smile. I don't believe it today. I can't teach you a lesson. I've been practicing hard for so long. I don't believe I'm still your opponent. Li Shuwen was also angry at this time. He immediately rushed forward, and all the power in his body exploded. After seeing Li Shuwen taking action immediately in front of him, Ao Zhan showed a proud smile on his face. After a while, all he saw in front of him was Li Shuwen with a bruised nose and swollen face. She was standing there, holding her hands, and the swelling was already swollen, feeling very aggrieved. I feel much better after I beat you up. The anger that the little winged guy offended me just now and the anger you offended me before all disappeared. Ao Zhan clapped his hands and said, feeling very comfortable. You did it on purpose. You just forced me to do it on purpose, so you found an excuse to attack me. Li Shuwen said, covering her bruised and swollen face. I didn't expect you to guess it. You have become smarter. It seems that it will be harder and harder to deceive you in the future. Ao Zhan looked a little disappointed, shook his head and said. I didn't expect you to guess it. You have become smarter. It seems that it will be harder and harder to deceive you in the future. Ao Zhan looked a little disappointed, shook his head and said. After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and disappeared completely, and he returned to Su Han's sea of consciousness. Su Han looked at the fight between them, with a look of helplessness on his face. At this time, he looked at Li Shuwen and said. Okay, Just take the beating obediently. This guy lets you get beaten for your own good. After all, you will become much stronger after being beaten. Elder Su, you are going after him. You are too partial. This guy beats me every day. He will beat me if he has reason. There is no reason to find a reason to beat me again. Li Shuwen thought of her life after meeting Ao Zhan, and Tian Fen said miserably. After hearing Li Shuwen's words, several people nearby couldn't hold it in any longer, and Wang Tianwan burst out laughing at this time. This smile immediately aroused Li Shuwen's hostility, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Not long after, I only saw Wang Tianwan. His face was swollen like a pig's head. He stood there with a miserable expression. On the contrary, Li Shuwen felt very comfortable. Damn guy. Why did you hit so hard? I just laughed at you a few times. Besides, you just got beaten, and it wasn't me who made the decision. Why did you hit it so hard? Wang Tianwan covered his face and said in a very miserable tone. I have no choice. I can't beat anyone here, and I can't get any benefits, so I have no choice but to attack you. Moreover, you dared to laugh at me before. This can be regarded as giving me a reason. This can't be compared to the previous one. Let us calm down the anger. Li Shuwen said righteously, without any cover-up, and it was very natural. This made Wang Tianwan in front of him unable to express his pain. After all, he couldn't beat Li Shuwen, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Okay. Since that's the case, let's go and see what kind of powerful heroic soul this guy said is among the 10,000 forms. Seeing them having so much fun, Su Han knew that they were almost recovered, and he said calmly at this time. He really wanted to see how powerful the young genius left behind in the Gate of 10,000 Appearances was. Maybe he is beyond our imagination. After all, there were countless strong men in ancient times. It was an era when 100 flowers bloomed, Shenmo said. After all, at that time, no one could be arbitrary for eternity. Those people who walked out of the ancient burial god realm were the strongest in this era, Shenmo said. In this case, it is even more important to take a look and see what the strongest people in those eras are capable of, Su Han said. Yeah, I'm going to see if those guys are as good as me. Li Shuwen seemed to have forgotten the miserable incident of being beaten before, and he immediately became confident. At this time, Di Yin brought the 3 people who had just been seriously injured to a quiet place. He watched the 3 people slowly wake up, but the expressions on their faces were still very calm. Oh, wake up, you 2 guys have to thank me. If it weren't for me, you might have been killed by those boys, Di Yin said calmly. HMPH, did I ask you to save me? A sneer appeared on Quan Ming's face. He didn't show any thanks at all, but was very mean. I won't die. There's no way they can kill me. But this time it was you who brought me back. It really surprised me. The noble and holy son of the Holy Clan. It's really a great honor for him to actually save us. Quan Ming had a sarcastic look on his face. Thank you, I will repay you well in the future. Yan Ling's attitude was completely different from that of Quan Ming next to him. He knew that the other party saved him and he had accepted his kindness, and he would definitely repay it in the future. Poor monk, I have enlightened myself. Amitabha, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring. Emperor Almsgiver, little monk, remember your kindness. Monk Jingchun put his hands together and spoke in a very pious tone. But Quan Ming next to him still looked very cold. He seemed to completely refuse to accept the other party's friendship for saving him. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. I'm a member of your team. But it really surprised me. That kid didn't die. That kid still had the strength to stand. It's time for next time I will definitely make him look good. Quan Ming completely ignored Di Yin next to him, with a very gloomy look on his face. Di Yin's expression finally changed a little at this time. He stood up slowly, his eyes full of indifference, and he slowly walked to Quan Ming. You really don't see the current situation clearly. You really don't know who saved you, damn bastard. Di Yin stood condescendingly, his eyes full of power. That powerful momentum burst out from his body, like the roar of mountains and seas. Quan Ming, who was directly pressed in front of him, could not lift his head. He was now like a prodigal dog. He could only sit on the ground, unable to even raise his head. He could only look at Di Yin's feet in front of him. Such humiliation made him almost crazy. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of viciousness as he said. You guys want to humiliate me. This is harder for me to accept than killing me. If you guys want to do this, then just go ahead and come. Haha, you are really an out-and-out villain. The way you look now makes me feel very disgusted. I don't even want to look at you one more time. Di Yin withdrew his gaze, but that powerful aura still suppressed Quan Ming in front of him. Haha, It is rumored that the most talented holy son of the holy race is just a weak guy who only knows how to bully others. Did you insult me? While I am still injured? That's all you have. Quan Ming did not give in. His eyes were full of sarcasm, as if he was telling Di Yin that if he was in his prime, Di Yin would not be able to insult him like he is now. Ha 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 ha, it's interesting. You really make me feel interesting. In this case, then. Di Yin sneered, an imperceptible look flashed across his face. As he spoke, an even greater aura spread out from his body, like a wild beast in the wild, and a silhouette of a knight holding a giant sword suddenly appeared behind him. The moment the knight holding the giant sword appeared, a turbulence seemed to appear in the sky. At this moment, the whole world suddenly changed. The powerful force seemed to make the world tremble. I saw the shadow of the knight holding a giant sword behind him slowly raising the giant sword in his hand. After slowly slashing, the world was instantly split into two, and even the earth was torn apart immediately. This powerful and oppressive force directly caused everyone in front of them to change their expressions. They only saw the giant sword and slowly looked at Quan Ming in front of them. Quan Ming was already stunned at this time. Looking at the sword, he seemed to have no chance of winning. He was thinking about whether he could block this sword with his own strength. But after seeing the horror of that sword, he realized that he had no power to fight back at all. He couldn't even block the opponent's sword, making his originally twisted and broken heart become even more broken and twisted at this moment. The whole person's face became very gloomy. When he looked at the giant sword, he was shocked, confused, and frightened before, and now he was angry and ferocious. Damn it! Do you want to insult me? Why didn't you strike down with that sword? Quan Ming roared angrily, but the blood in his eyes was even more obvious. He looked at the sword in front of him, slowly hanging on his forehead. It was only a finger away from being able to completely split it into two, but he happened to stop on his forehead. This is clearly an insult to oneself, and one clearly does not put oneself in his eyes. Haha, to insult you, you have to have that qualification. It seems that this guy hasn't figured out his position yet. You are really an out-and-out waste. Haven't you figured it out yet? Di Yin sneered. At this moment, his eyes didn't even have the previous ridicule. Instead, they were as cold as the falling snow in winter. Now he is not at all as gentle as when he faced Su Han before. Now he is more like an arrogant king. He is very powerful, and anyone in front of him will be completely split open by the giant sword in his hand. Even Quan Ming in front of him looked shocked at this moment. This guy's current aura was terrifying. You win, you damn bastard, Quan Ming roared. It was the first time that he admitted that he had lost, and it was the first time that he showed such anger, unwillingness, and even a slightly decadent attitude. But there was no way, his strength could not compare with the Di Yin in front of him. This is a fact, just that sword just now can completely tear his body apart. Okay, take a good rest. After all, the gate of all appearances is about to open, but don't let me disappoint you. You are the only ones who can catch my eye. Di Yin turned around, and he no longer cared about Quan Ming's offense against him. After all, to deal with such a person, he doesn't need to expend any effort. He can just suppress him forcefully and let him know how weak he is. This is his usual style, this is his usual behavior when facing those weak people who don't give up on him. Really. It seems that this is a time of great strife, but we don't know how powerful the young heroic souls left over from the ancient times are. Monk Jingchun put his hands together and said with piety in his tone. I don't know, but it will definitely not be easy. I can't wait to fight them. I heard that those guys are really scary. Yan Ling immediately came to his senses at this time, with a little excitement and passion in his eyes. They have already heard about the young geniuses in ancient times, and have heard their stories. Even many of those young geniuses in ancient times were members of their respective races or factions. Defeating the powerful ancestors of a race or faction is a good challenge for them and can better hone their skills. The most important thing is that there is a great chance to obtain the inherited power of these young heroic souls. If they can obtain inheritance, then their strength will definitely be greatly improved. Take good care of yourself. Don't lose to those guys again. After all, you have already lost once, so you can't let me down again. Those guys are not easy either. Di Yin put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. Haha, even if they are not simple, they are just a young boy, but they are indeed very strange. They have been knocked down so many times, but they can still stand up, and even become more powerful, as if they are hidden in their bodies. It seems like a very powerful force. Quan Ming said with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He was very unwilling. It was obvious that he was only one step away from victory. It is obvious that Song wants to win this war after throwing these 10 punches. But all this is gone, all this has dissipated, which makes him very unwilling. If he had done it faster, he would not have seen the terrifying look in Shen Shen's eyes, and he would not have seen the hand in his hand. The terrifying black sword came out. However, there are no ifs. If you lose, so he will never lose again next time, and he will never lose to silence again. Haha, they are not simple things. So put away your arrogant attitude. If you are not careful, you may suffer from them. You have already experienced it, Di said. The look on his face became more and more sarcastic. He looked at Quan Ming in front of him as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy was indeed the one with the best chance of winning among them. But it happened that this guy talked too much, was arrogant, and looked down on his opponent, which led to him losing this duel. But all this was caused by their greed for the treasures obtained by each other. It's a pity that the spiritual fire of heaven and earth was wasted in vain. Since it was left to them, if this spiritual fire of heaven and earth can be kept in my hands, then my strength will be even higher. The Nirvana dragon flame, but it's a treasure I've been coveting for a long time. There was a look of regret on Yan Ling's face. There was no doubt that if he could get that ball of heaven and earth spiritual fire, his strength would rise rapidly. After all, their race is famous all over the world for its ability to control fire, and they have unique methods for using the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. If he really got this heaven and earth spiritual fire, the improvement it would bring to him would probably be no less than taking the risk to enter the gate of all appearances to gain the inheritance. It's just that they are latecomers after all, and there is no way to rob it openly. Pindao tells other people's fortunes. It all depends on fate. As for whether it is accurate or not, what does it matter? People nowadays like to hear good words anyway, don't they? The man made a confusing speech, which made everyone's faces look in disbelief. Seeing this, Quan Ming complained directly. You talk nonsense every day, which is even more outrageous than the opponent I met. You said before that you can figure it out yourself, and now you say this. I doubt whether you are a professional. Then how about Pindao telling the fortune of the benefactor? Pindao is very accurate in telling fortunes. The little Taoist priest showed a smile at this time and said, No need. I have never believed in fate in my life. I don't believe that my destiny is arranged by God. My life can only be in my hands. If it is controlled by others, it is better to let me die. Quan Ming had a look of pride on his face, which he always did. For him, if he can't control everything about himself, he might as well just die. This is his pride. Oh, little benefactor, it's not good for you to say that. If you do that, big things will happen in the future. God is the greatest, and you will be repaid for what you say. There was a smile on the little Taoist priest's face, and there was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Haha, then let him come, and let me see which one has more retribution, or my fate. Quan Ming didn't have the slightest fear, and even a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Okay, since you said so much, then I believe you. It's just like what you said. Whether it's true or false, they all like to hear good things. But this time you come with us. After all, I need to find out some information about that guy. After all, I am also very interested in him. Di Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and said, he didn't take action before because he couldn't figure out Su Han's background. He would never do anything he was unsure of, and if such a person rashly offended him. You may make irreversible mistakes. He never does anything that he is not sure about. He is a superior king and will never make any mistakes in his decision-making. If there are mistakes, he will do his best to convince others that he is right. Everything he did was right. This was his life creed, but the appearance of such a person made him unclear about the opponent's strength. If he did something wrong, it might cause irreversible consequences. That's why he won't do something stupid rashly. Sure enough. Are you also interested in the little donor? I am the same, but he seems not as simple as we thought, the little Taoist said. After watching you for so long, I still don't know your name. After all, if you want to join the gang, you might as well leave your name. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Di Yin said. Several donors seem to be praising poor Taoists. I'm just a magic stick. I'm even half-baked in Taoism. If you are willing, just call me Ling Xunji. The little Taoist priest in front of him spoke at this time. Taoist Master Ling Xunji, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been very interested in your Taoist culture for a long time. I must discuss it carefully if I have the opportunity. Monk Jingchun walked over slowly, his eyes always full of piety, and said, it's easy to say. The heart towards the Tao is regardless of high or low. Everything in the world has the Tao. Ling Xunji said. Okay, you two guys, stop pretending to be a ghost here and think about how to go next. After all, the location of the Gate of 10,000 Appearances has not been determined yet. Quan Ming looked at the two people with a look of helplessness in his eyes. This thing has always been very mysterious. How could we possibly know where it would appear? Di Yin said. Even you don't know. How could you? The holy son of the holy clan, not know. The elders in your clan will definitely reveal some information to you. Quan Ming said with some doubts on his face. Those old guys, do you think they have this ability? After all, the Gate of All Appearances is the core of the entire ancient burial god realm. Every time the Gate of All Appearances appears in a different place, and every time it appears, it symbolizes the generals of the world. Come. Di Yin said slightly helplessly. Then we have no choice but to wait until he shows up. Quan Ming spread his hands and said helplessly. After all, this kind of thing appears based on probability, so they can only wait for it to appear before going forward. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his eyes. He approached Ling Shuji with a very treacherous expression and spoke. Taoist Master Ling Shuji, aren't you good at counting? Aren't you able to tell other people's fates? I guess you must know where the Gate of 10,000 Appearances will appear. After saying this, the remaining people all looked at Ling Shuji in front of them. At this time, Ling Shuji felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the people in front of him, so he spoke. Donors, please don't look at me like this. I don't have any thoughts in that regard. Who has any idea about that? It's not about whether you can be more serious. What we're asking you is whether you can put it in the place where the Fang Shang sect will open an official position. Quan Ming's face darkened and he spoke. Let Pindao do the math, maybe let me figure it out. Ling Shuji pretended to be profound, stretched out his palm and counted twice symbolically. Seeing his appearance, everyone's faces darkened at this time, and there seemed to be a few crows flying above their heads. Are you really sure this guy can tell fortunes? Why do I feel like this guy is so unreliable? Quan Ming said. Listening to what you said, I have the same feeling. This guy doesn't seem to be reliable at all. Depending on him, I feel like something big may happen. Yan Ling also agreed very much at this time. After all, Ling Shuji in front of him didn't look like he could tell fortunes. On the contrary, he was more like a bluffing and deceitful man who came here specifically to eat and drink and seek shelter. Are we really going to arrest this guy into our team? This guy doesn't look reliable at all. He looks like a guy who is just eating and drinking and waiting to die. Yan Ling came to Di Yin's side and spoke in a low voice. Do you know why you lost? Di Yin's face was very dull, without any change, and he said. Does this have anything to do with our loss? This guy looks like a liar no matter what. Yan Ling seemed to have been stabbed in a painful spot, his face darkened, and he spoke. He really didn't want to mention this matter anymore. After all, they did lose, and they lost without dignity. Losing to someone they looked down on made them so embarrassed that when Di Yin in front of them mentioned this matter, his face naturally became a little ugly. Because you only look at people based on their appearance. This guy is not as weak or crazy as you think. People can disguise. Once the disguise is too good, no one will be able to tell, Di Yin said. After Di Yin finished saying this, Ling Shuji in front of him suddenly had an idea and spoke slowly. Pindao found it. Pindao found it. It's at the location of, yes, it's over there. Everyone looked in the direction Ling Shuji pointed, and their faces all became very unnatural. They saw Quan Ming saying with a dark face. Are you serious, guys? Of course, Pindao is serious. There is no way I can make a mistake in my calculation. Every hexagram I make is very accurate. How could I make a mistake? Ling Shuji said very confidently. There is a cliff over there. You can't see the bottom below. It's like an endless abyss. If you walk that way and fall off the cliff, you may not have any bones left. Besides, I don't know what's down here. Are you really sure it's there? Are you trying to harm us? Quan Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and said. He became more and more certain that this guy was a swindler. Fortunately, he had some unrealistic fantasies about this guy before. He thought this guy was an outsider, but seeing his crazy appearance now, he was definitely a god. The stick has not escaped, and he is still a magic stick with an abnormal mind. Everyone was a little confused by his finger just now, and the emperor looked at the cliff and fell into deep thought. Believe it or not, I have already calculated the place for you. Please don't say that I didn't calculate it for you. After Ling Shuji said these words, he lay on the ground and began to rest, as cool and unrestrained as he wanted. Why do I feel like we have found a burden to come here? This guy doesn't look like he is here to climb to the top with us. Yan Ling's mouth twitched, but looking at Ling Zuzi's current state, he could only speak helplessly. He also began to have some doubts. This guy was a swindler and had no ability at all. After all, he has never seen Ling Shuji show any strength since he saw him, and he didn't even emit any breath. This old guy is either ridiculously weak, or his level is too high, but they prefer the former. It's really a headache. In that case, let's take a good rest here for a while. I'll go to the edge of the cliff to have a look, Di Yin said. After seeing number one slowly walking over, Quan Ming showed a sarcastic look on his face. What an idiot. You're so stupid. I didn't expect to be deceived by a swindler. I had some recognition of you as a guy before. Ling Shuji, who was closing his eyes to rest beside him, slowly opened his eyes when no one was watching him. At this moment, his eyes were completely gone from the previous turbidity and madness, and some were just shrewd. A little smile slowly appeared on his plain face, looking at Di Yin, who was slowly heading towards the abyss. At this time, he looked at the people next to him, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face again. After a while, the smile on his face completely dissipated. The Jingchun monk next to him seemed to notice something was wrong. He turned his head and saw the same crazy smiling face in front of him. It's weird, it's weird. Why did the poor monk feel like he was being spied on just now? It's really strange. Monk Jingchun touched his bald head at this time, showing some doubts on his face. I think you were beaten and haven't recovered yet. That's why you have this illusion. Who here can keep an eye on us? If nothing else, why would Xiao Xiao dare to come here to die if there are just a few of us here? Quan Ming, who was very angry after being beaten just now, saw this and said in a very arrogant tone. After all, he also has this arrogant capital, and his strength is very strong. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest among the young people. Except for the few perverts they just met who overwhelmed them, almost no one could say that they could definitely beat him. So he can be so arrogant, and his arrogance naturally has capital. At this time, he saw Di Yin in front of him, walked back slowly, with a sarcastic smile on his face, and said. What? You didn't find anything, and then you ran away in despair. I've told you before, that magician is not reliable at all. You have to believe him now. You've been treated like a fool by such a magician. You better listen to me and let's go find him. The more dangerous the place, the greater the chance of him appearing, so don't waste your efforts on him. Quan Ming already had the idea of replacing him at this moment, because he felt that he was the leader suitable to lead these people. So what if the guy in front of me has a stronger family background and strength than myself? How can his mind be compared to mine? Okay. Just wait here, maybe he will show up after a while. Di Yin ignored his sarcasm and just said calmly. After hearing these words, Quan Ming's face in front of him gradually turned gloomy, and he spoke slowly. Are you really not understanding, or are you pretending not to understand? Didn't you hear clearly what I was saying to you? That guy is a liar. If you trust him so much, you will only be deceived and there will be no good results. Are you going to waste your time here? By the time you find out that he is lying to you, someone else may have already found the gate of 10,000 appearances. I said, wait here. At this moment, a very powerful momentum burst out from Di Yin's body, and his eyes were full of indifference. That cold, domineering, and ruthless aura almost crushed the entire area, and even a huge pit appeared on the ground. His eyes were fixed on Quan Ming in front of him. The gaze seemed to be looking at a dead person, and the endless killing intent made the Quan Yan in front of him feel numb. When Quan Ming saw Di Yin like this, his scalp suddenly felt numb, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. At this time, he finally understood how terrifying the man in front of him was. But he also has his own pride. How could he back down here? How could he let the person in front of him control him? At this time, he resisted the pressure and dared to speak. I'm just thinking about our team. After all, we are the most powerful people in the upper realm. If we lose to the natives from the lower realm, we will be laughed at by others. Haha. What, do you want to question my decision? Di Yin's eyes were filled with golden light at this time. He looked condescendingly at Quan Ming, whose body was already trembling in front of him, and said coldly. That look almost made Quan Ming's scalp tingle in front of him. He seemed to have a premonition that as long as he really said something, the guy in front of him would immediately wipe him out. He didn't dare to bet, because the pressure the guy opposite him gave him was too terrifying. If he lost the bet, he might completely turn into a corpse. Humph. You are the boss, you make the decision, and whatever you say is what you say. How dare I still rebel? Quan Ming gritted his teeth and shook off this sentence. He knew that he had no way to resist Di Yin in front of him. Moreover, his life was saved by the other party. If it weren't for Di Yin, he might have been a corpse long ago. He still understood this truth. After all, when he fought against Shen Mo before, the scene was so fierce, and his performance was so arrogant. He didn't believe that those people on the other side would let him go, so he really had to thank Di Yin. But he still couldn't figure out why he believed such a magician's words. Why should you believe him? This guy looks crazy, and he has never made a move from beginning to end, and his aura is also very bland. No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like a peerless expert, and every word this guy says seems to be nonsense. Okay. I said this matter is over. Wait here, Di Yin said. After he finished speaking, he looked at the crazy little Taoist priest in front of him with very cold eyes and spoke with interest. Taoist priest, you are really not simple. Ha 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 ha, that's too much praise, that's too much praise. You are the first person to praise me. It seems like there is a genuine sympathy between geniuses. Ling Shuji in front of him accepted Di Yin's praise unceremoniously, with a smile on his face, but his breath was still very dull. Ha 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 ha. How about you stay here and wait with us? I believe you also have the same idea. Now that you have joined us, you have to go on together, right? A warm smile appeared on Di Yin's face. Judging from this smile, he looked like a gentle young man at this moment. He is completely different from the cold, domineering, cruel and ruthless person he was before. If Quan Ming hadn't already experienced his power, he might have thought that Di Yin was a gentle and steady person. Really, I don't understand. Aren't you guys tired of pretending every day? You are obviously a cold and cruel person, but you have to pretend to be so kind. It's really tiring. Quan Ming was full of dissatisfaction. Xie muttered and said. Ha 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 ha, Lil benefactor, love comes from the heart. Appearance does not necessarily determine a person's heart. For example, what is the current emperor's benefactor thinking in his heart? I can't figure out what kind of person he is. Who knows whether he is good or bad? Monk Jingchun put his hands together and said in a sincere tone. You bald donkey, you should take good care of yourself. Look at you now, you are still in the mood to talk nonsense to me. Quan Ming's anger had nowhere to vent, so he could only speak at the moment. On the other side, Su Han had already led everyone and started wandering aimlessly. By the way, where is this thing? After all, we don't have any information, so how can we be sure? Li Shuwen asked with some doubts on her face. I don't know this either. The timing of his appearance is different every time, and the location of his appearance is also different. No one knows where he will appear. There is no pattern. Silence scratched his head at this time and said with a look on his face. Look for it. What else can we do? The scenery along the way is pretty good, just think of it as a way to cultivate your mood. Su Han said with a hint of helplessness. Speaking of which, you should know something, right? After all, you have lived here for so long and been sealed here for so long, so I believe there should be some news about it. Su Han suddenly remembered something at this time and turned back to look at Ao Zhan next to him. After Ao Zhan heard this, his expression immediately changed and he spoke. You also know that I have been sealed here for so long. How could I go out to check the situation in the outside world? How could I possibly know this? Really? Then we can only search aimlessly. That's really troublesome. After all, I'm here for the first time. I don't know what this place is like. I don't know how big it is. Su Han didn't bother to think about it anymore, spread his hands and said. Moreover, they haven't finished exploring here yet. He doesn't know how many crises and opportunities there are in this ancient burial god realm. But he still wanted to see what good things there were in the gate of 10,000 appearances. What's that on you? Li Wuxiang came to Li Shuwen with some doubts in his eyes. Li Shuwen was suddenly startled, and said with doubt in his eyes. What? Is there something on me? Li Shuwen immediately turned around, and everyone also discovered a mark on his neck. What did you do? How could you leave such a mark on your neck? Logically speaking, you haven't seen it before. Li Wuxiang looked at Li Shuwen in front of him with suspicion. What are you talking about? Tell me, what on earth did I leave on my neck? Seeing everyone gathered over, Li Shuwen became a little anxious and said quickly. Don't worry, there's nothing. It's just that someone left a talisman around your neck, Ji Wuxiang said. After hearing this sentence, Li Shuwen's face immediately paused. Then he became furious and spoke. I knew that damn smelly Taoist priest had no good intentions and dared to leave a talisman on my back. How come I didn't notice it? Of course you didn't notice it. This talisman is very secretive. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find it at all. Li Wuxiang looked at his furious look, rolled his eyes and said. Li Shuwen is a guy with no brains at all. He already knew this, but he still didn't expect that this guy Li Shuwen could have such a big reaction. At this time, Su Han who was next to him also walked over and looked at the talisman in front of him. That talisman was emitting golden light at this time, as if it was intentionally guiding something. It's interesting. There is such a method, and we haven't even discovered it. It seems that it is not simple for such a small thing. Ao Zhan looked at the talisman that was emitting golden light, his eyes thoughtful. This guy is indeed hiding very deep. This person may also be a strong enemy of our trip, Su Han said slowly. The Taoist priest's strength was not simple, Su Han had already confirmed it, but Su Han didn't expect it to reach this point. But it seems like he is intentionally leaving something for us. What does he mean? Li Wuxiang said. Who knows, maybe this is a means of surveillance. I knew this guy must have bad intentions. He left some footprints on my body. He must be monitoring me and coveting something on me. Li Shuwen became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes became more angry. After hearing this sentence, everyone nearby looked up at him with doubts in their eyes, and then speechlessness. Hey, what are you looking at me like? Why are you looking down on me? You must know that the so-called Lord of Samsara before was all interested in my body. I believe this stinky it is the same with Dao. Li Shuwen said, and for some reason, everyone felt that he looked a little proud when he said this. Immediately afterwards, the anger in his eyes became even more intense. At this time, after hearing this sentence, several people next to him had a look of scorn on their faces, and Li Wuxiang spoke directly. Come on. Only a stupid guy like Lunko Zhenjun will take a fancy to your body. Besides, if it weren't for us, this guy, Samsara True Lord, you would have fallen into his hands, so just be lucky. I know, so I am being a little more cautious. I think this guy must have bad intentions. He wants to keep such a thing to know our position at any time, so that he can kill us. I won't let this guy succeed. Li Shuwen clenched her fists, her eyes full of excitement, as if she wanted to fight those people again. Come on, if we do it again, maybe it won't end so well. This time, after all, they underestimated the enemy. They didn't take us seriously, so they ended up like this. Li Wuxiang rolled his eyes and said helplessly. What he said is indeed reasonable, but we must not take it lightly next time. Those guys are still very strong. If they find a chance, we may be the ones lying on the ground. Having said this, Su Han also nodded and said. Their previous battles were actually full of surprises. In the final analysis, a large part of the reason for being able to defeat them was luck. But if it happens again, everything will be unknown. But I'm still curious about what this thing is. What's his purpose of staying here? Is he really using it to monitor me? Didn't this guy say he was absolutely neutral? I saw that the guy didn't take action, and he didn't leave anything behind. I didn't feel any surge of energy from the spell. It didn't seem to have any harmful effect on people. Ao Zhan came closer at this time and carefully observed the 10 tiny talismans emitting golden light. HMPH, who knows what he is worried about? This damn smelly Taoist priest, we can't know what his plans are, and we are not the roundworms in his belly. Li Shuwen curled her lips and said with anger but helplessness. As he spoke, Ao Zhan punched Li Shuwen's forehead hard, and then said. Shut up. Stand here and don't move. Don't move around. Let me take a closer look. This thing seems to have another mystery. Li Shuwen, who had been slapped, had anger in his eyes at this time, but when he met Ao Zhan's cold and terrifying eyes, he immediately had no words. He endured it forcefully. After all, Ao Zhan's current strength was beyond his reach. Ao Zhan could send him flying away with a slap. What do you think? Ao Zhan turned his head at this time and looked at Li Ying in front of him. I don't think he meant any harm. There is another mystery to this rune. That Taoist priest is not simple, Su Han said with a sigh. You and I have the same views, but this guy is too mysterious after all. This guy is even more terrifying than the little guy standing opposite you before, Ao Zhan said. I think you are worrying too much. What ability can this guy have? He doesn't even dare to fight. How much danger can this guy cause to us by standing here like crazy? Don't be afraid. Such a brat, I'll take as much as I want. Li Shuwen bowed his hands at this time, showed off his muscles, and said very proudly and confidently. After hearing Li Shuwen's words, everyone had helpless looks on their faces, while Su Han spoke. Li Shuwen, you have to listen carefully. People like this are the most terrifying. After all, no one knows his methods, no one knows what kind of strength he has, and you don't even know what his fighting method is. What do you think? What to fight against him? But on the other hand, he knew all of our trump cards during the battle just now. After hearing this sentence, Li Shuwen in front of him finally reacted and spoke. That's true. This guy is really hiding deep. He is here to harvest the power of a fisherman, and now he knows all our fighting methods. This guy is really deep in his ambitions. Su Han dared to say this, so he naturally checked the other party's panel. The other party's panel could be said to be extremely luxurious, and there was even some information that even raised questions about his own eyes. So he expected that the little Taoist priest must be very scary and mysterious. However, everyone discovered that the talisman in the direction Li Shuwen was facing had been emitting a strong golden light. When he changed to the other direction, the golden light began to slowly weaken until it dissipated. At that time, Su Han scratched his head and began to think. He was thinking about what meaning this spell left for them. Did he leave a way for us? Su-han said, touching his chin. I think it's very possible that this guy wouldn't do such a thing for no reason. He should be showing us the way, but why is he showing us the way? Ao Zhan also became very confused at this time and said, I think this guy wants us to go somewhere, to where he wants us to go. It seems like this guy really has a secret. Li Wuxiang stood up and spoke at this time. His answer can be said to be quite pertinent. B43. At this time, Su-han also looked at the road in front of him, and then showed a determined look on his face. If that's the case, let's go and take a look, see what he left for us, and see what he wants us to do. Su-han said with a very calm expression. Even if the opponent's board is a little mysterious, so what, he is not afraid. After all, he now has many cards, and it is still very easy to resolve these difficulties. Are you so reckless? You usually call me stupid, but you are really arrogant. You just ran away like this. What if someone has laid a trap waiting for us? Li Shuwen pretended to be smart and said. After everyone heard his words, their foreheads were covered with black lines. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't expect you to be like this. But this is good, this is also good news for you. After all, it is good to have a sense of crisis. Isn't that right? I'm quite witty most of the time. When Li Shuwen heard this, he directly ignored the first half. At this time, he looked at everyone with a proud face, and the word, witty, was almost written on his face. But there is no such thing as so much emphasis now. If he wants to harm us, then this spell left on you will probably make you miserable. Li Wuxiang twitched the corner of his mouth and said. Okay, don't talk so much. Even if he wants to harm us, go over and have a look and see what means he can use to annihilate our entire army. Su-han directly stopped their conversation, and then started to move forward with a group of people. Everyone nodded as they watched Su-han take the lead and walked forward, and immediately followed the footsteps. After all, Su-han is their leader now, so they naturally want to follow him. The few people waiting on the edge of the cliff seemed to be a little impatient. Quan Ming was the first to speak. I really don't understand. Why are we wasting our time here? Do we really want to listen to this bastard? This guy is obviously talking nonsense. Quan Ming was always short-tempered, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. Di Yin, standing nearby, seemed not to pay attention to his words at all, and seemed to completely ignore him. After seeing Di Yin's indifferent attitude, the look on his face became more ferocious at this moment, and he spoke. Di Yin, you are the holy son of the holy clan and I am afraid of you. You saved me and I am grateful to you. But with your current situation, do you think you are worthy of leading us? Listen to such a scumbag, sit here and waste time, do you think your behavior is right? If you still need to use force to suppress others, then just come. The worst is that I will leave this team, and I will accept your favor in the future. Also, you saved my life, I will definitely pay it back to you when the time comes. After hearing this sentence, Emperor Yin in front of him slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of indifference and disregard. He seemed not to pay attention to the power banquet in front of him at all. Ling Shuji, who was sitting aside and meditating, opened his eyes at this time, and his eyes were full of cunning. He seemed to have figured something out, with a very proud look on his face. It's better for me to sit here. If you dare to move, then I will kick you out without mercy, and there will be trouble in this area. Di Yin said with a calm face. Quan Ming was just a little unhappy at this time. He looked at Di Yin's aloofness, his indifferent look, and when he heard the words of the magician and sat here doing nothing, he was very unhappy. But he was unhappy anyway. He really didn't have the strength to resist. Let alone anything else, just saying that the other party just saved his life is enough. If he takes action against others now, wouldn't he be charged with repaying kindness with hatred? Although he has an arrogant personality and speaks very arrogantly, he is not someone who repays kindness with evil. There are still 10 breaths left. Ling Shuji, who was meditating quietly next to him, spoke calmly at this time. After hearing this, everyone showed a look of doubt on their faces, especially the monk Jingchun next to them. What does the donor mean by this sentence? It really makes people a little confused and worth pondering, monk Jingchun said. After saying this, Ling Shuji in front of him didn't say a word. He still closed his eyes and was meditating quietly. After everyone silently chanted in their hearts for 10 breaths, they found that there was no change in the sky. At this time, Yan Ling couldn't help but said in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? These 10 breaths of time have passed, and there is nothing. Humph. You are pretending to be a fool. I knew you had no ability at all. I could tell from the beginning that you have been pretending to be a fool, pretending to be crazy and stupid, just to gain some status. Quan Ming sneered. At this time, they heard a burst of footsteps. After hearing the footsteps, Ling Shuji in front of them opened his eyes and said with a very excited look on his face. When people come, the door opens. At this time, a gate suddenly appeared in front of him. The ancient gate was made of bronze. There were very strange symbols carved on the gate. There are not only some images, but also some words, which they cannot understand, but from here it is enough to see that this gate is simple and mysterious. After seeing the door, he also clearly saw the faces of the people behind him. After seeing the familiar face, Quan Ming in front of him immediately became very angry and said with a grin on his face. Why are you guys here again? You guys are still haunted, right? Why are you still following me here? I really didn't expect that I was actually you. Your mouth is still as smelly as ever. I want to tear your mouth apart right now. Li Shuwen was not used to his bad habits at all, so he immediately started to deal with it. Little donor, we are really destined. Let me just say, we will meet again. I didn't expect that we would meet soon. Ling Shuji smiled broadly and spoke slowly. I didn't expect to see you here, and in time, just in time for this door to appear. Di Yin stood up slowly at this time, glanced at Ling Shuji next to him and then at the people opposite him, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, interesting. It seems that the Taoist priest is looking forward to my coming, Su Han said with a smile. That's not true. It seems that there is a fate between us. Otherwise, how could we meet here? There is such a thing as fate between you and me. Ling Zuzi's aura was very stable, and even the fluctuations in his spiritual power were extremely slight. He looked like an ordinary person. The Taoist master is really a good trick, but I have to thank the Taoist master again, Su Han said with a smile. Damn it. You're chatting so happily with those people across from you, you shouldn't be the undercover agent they sent here, right? Quan Ming said. After those words, the expression on Di Yin's face became colder and colder before he spoke. If I hear you say one more word, I will tear your mouth out right now. I don't want to listen to you bastard anymore. I've already helped you find the gate of all appearances. What else do you want? If you're not satisfied, you can get out now. Di Yin snorted coldly. He really feels that the Quan Ming in front of him is a fool. Doesn't he still understand the situation clearly? Now it is clear that Ling Shuji is a hidden strong man. Otherwise, how could he have expected that the gate of 10,000 appearances is here? Now, even a pig has understood the situation, but this guy still doesn't understand. He can't figure out how to bring such a stupid guy into the group. This guy really doesn't have any brains. Ever since he fought against silence on the other side, this guy's IQ seemed to have disappeared. After hearing what Di Yin said, Quan Ming could only suppress his anger at this time, and then stared at the people in front of him angrily without saying a word. You and I are really destined to meet each other. I didn't expect to meet here. We are really destined to meet each other thousands of miles away. We are not destined to meet each other in the opposite direction, Di Yin said. It's nothing, but it's just a coincidence that we came here. This door has been opened here, which really surprises me, Su Han said. This counts as you arriving in time. If you had arrived a little later, you would have fallen far behind those people, the emperor said. Compared with these, I'm more curious about what is there that allows you to stay here for so long. How did you discover it? Because there is a cliff in front of you. No matter how outrageous it is, the gate of 10,000 appearances will not appear on the cliff. Su Han showed a kind smile on his face and heard. Ha ha ha. Of course we have our own methods, but this door of all phenomena has not been opened yet. How about waiting for good news here? Di Yin naturally responded with a kind smile. After the fight between the two parties ended, Yan Ling's emotions became more and more shocked at this moment. They really didn't expect that the gate of 10,000 appearances would appear on this cliff. This simply shocked his jaw. At the same time, he also began to examine Ling Shuji in front of him with very serious eyes. This guy seems to be really not simple. Sure enough, it's a good thing I listened to him. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken to find this place, Yan Ling thought to himself. At the same time, he looked at Quan Ming next to him like a fool. He now felt that Quan Ming was an out-and-out idiot. After seeing that door, this guy not only didn't change his attitude at all, he even said bad words to Ling Shuji. You can use your brain to figure out what it means that Ling Shuji can even calculate the location of the gate of 10,000 appearances. It means that the other party is definitely a hidden master. It shows that the opponent's abilities are very mysterious and their strength is definitely above them. Even if his strength is not as strong as theirs, with his unpredictable divination ability, it can still make them feel very fearful. However, Quan Ming didn't take this seriously at all. It seemed that Ling Shuji had angered him somewhere. This guy kept saying bad words and touching porcelain Ling Shuji. After a while, his eyes gradually became very pitiful and he thought, this guy is really brainless, but he is really miserable. If he really angers the powerful man in front of him, then he will not have a good life. Not long after, I saw more and more people gathering on this cliff. It seemed that I got the news from somewhere, and I seem to have seen the huge door on this cliff. Bronze Gate. But when they arrived here, they saw these two pairs of people standing at the front of the cliff. Looking at the ancient and huge bronze door, they all had the same idea in their hearts. It seems that we arrived late. I didn't expect that they were able to get there first. Who are these guys? But after they saw the transcendent and powerful aura of Di Yin standing at the front, they immediately remembered this person's identity, and then a look of normality appeared on their faces. It turns out to be this guy, no wonder. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. This also caused a group of people below to show doubts on their faces, and then asked. Why is this guy so great? Brother, why would you say such a thing? As you said, this guy is a member of the Holy Clan. You know the Holy Race, it is one of the most powerful races in all the worlds, but this guy is the Holy Son of one of the most powerful races. He is also known as the Holy Son with the most powerful talent in history. This guy's life experience is very exciting. It can be said that his life is perfect without any shortcomings. Whether it's his talent or his ability, or his method of recognizing and employing people and his methods of serving his subordinates, they are all very powerful. Do you find it strange that such a person would find you here? The monk who just said that sentence also showed a look of reverence and envy in his eyes at this moment. Listening to what you said, I think it's natural for this guy to be so far ahead of us and find his way here. This guy is really powerful, but just looking at him here already makes him feel a little shocked. The monk who had just asked the question looked at Di Yin standing above him with a look of surprise on his face. After all, the momentum carried by Di Yin was so powerful that it shocked them all. At this time, their eyes moved to the side. The group of people next to them was very strange. They had never seen it before. Even the strength of the pair of men and horses seems to be mediocre, and their temperament seems to be nothing. The man on the far side stood silent and seemed to have no characteristics, while the man next to him had white hair, a very cold expression on his face, and looked very arrogant, which made them feel inexplicably unhappy. What shocked them was the one in the middle with the roughest appearance and the largest body. This guy seemed to be stupid, and you could tell just by looking at his face. But this guy should be very strong, because his body looks very shocking. The people at the back looked a little unremarkable, which made them a little confused. How did such people find this place, and how did they get here so far ahead of them? Those people next to me make me a little strange. Where do these people come from? Why do they look so strange to me if I haven't seen them before? How do I know? You have to know that there are always some lucky people in this world. Maybe they are lucky enough to find this place. The man didn't find it strange, but said calmly. That's right. This reason does make sense. Apart from good luck, I can't think of any reason for them to be standing here so far ahead of us. The man choked and nodded in agreement. More and more people are gathering here, because the bronze gate is so huge that you can see it standing here from a distance. But what surprised them was that this bronze gate was on the edge of the cliff. This really surprised me. He would appear here. It seems that the stinky Taoist priest didn't have any bad intentions. Li Shuwen touched her head and said with wisdom in her eyes. I told you, you are really smart sometimes. But this is fine, it will help you survive well. It is good for people like you to be more careful when going out, Li Wuxiang said. After hearing these words, the expression on Li Shuwen's face changed drastically, and then she spoke. You really make me feel uncomfortable. I really want to punch you into the ground right now. Wait until you have the ability to defeat me. Although your strength has greatly increased now, so what? It's not that easy for you to defeat me, Li Wuxiang said. Haha. Where did you get the courage? I heard that there are tens of millions of heroic souls in the Gate of 10,000 Appearances. That's the case. Let's take a look and see who comes out of the Gate of 10,000 Appearances first and leaves a heroic soul in the Gate of 10,000 Appearances. We must challenge them one by one. Then I will see which idiot couldn't stand it in advance and was beaten out. Li Shuwen said in a very arrogant tone. He was very excited at this moment. After all, when it comes to fighting, no one is more professional and more eager to fight than him. This guy is an out-and-out fighting maniac. I can promise you, this bet is quite interesting. Let's see which rookie comes out first. I don't want you to be standing here pitifully waiting for me to come out after I come out. Li Wuxiang showed a smile on his face and said with the same confidence. For this bet, Li Wuxiang naturally agreed, because he was absolutely confident in his own strength, and he also knew that the greatest breakthrough could be achieved in battle, especially when fighting against those geniuses from ancient times, so for him there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Moreover, a man's competitive spirit is very strong. Since the other party makes this request, he must satisfy it. Ha 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 ha, very good. You are finally no longer timid. I thought you didn't dare to challenge. I am very satisfied with your performance. Let's see which rookie is beaten out first. An evil smile appeared on Li Shuwen's face. The moment this evil smile appeared on his face, it turned out to be very funny. After everyone saw the smile on his face, they also had a look of helplessness on their faces, and Shen Mo spoke at this time. Why don't you smile like this? After all, there are so many people here now. If you smile like this, it will easily make others think that you are not very smart. Oh, I forgot. You don't seem to be smart to begin with, but you should restrain yourself a little. After all, there are so many people here, and you are still standing with us. This may make others think that we may be a little smart. Question. These words hit Li Shuwen in front of him deeply. He thought that everyone would be convinced by the arrogant, confident, and evil smile on his face, but he did not expect to receive such comments. You guys are so unpleasant, haven't you seen me smiling so confidently? Li Shuwen said. Okay, stop talking. Aozan's head was pounding when he heard their quarrel. At this moment, his tone was very fierce, and he hit Li Shuwen in front of him on the head. This made Li Shuwen in front of him very uncomfortable. He turned his head for a moment, but when he met what I thought was his fierce and cruel eyes, he immediately retracted his eyes. Yes, he endured it very naturally and muttered, I will definitely take revenge if I have the chance in the future. Okay, stop making trouble, this door seems to be opening, Su Han said. After hearing these words, these people also stopped talking and began to wait quietly for the door to slowly open. It was as expected from what they had encountered. That bronze door seemed to have been injected with some great power, and the endless spiritual power in Mo Yuan seemed to slowly gather in that door. The fog under the abyss also began to slowly rise at this time. Slowly, the door opened slowly. Although only a gap was exposed at first, everyone could still feel the thick ancient atmosphere coming from the friction sound of the bronze door. After the door opened a little distance from the door, they could feel a powerful aura coming from inside. It was the aura from ancient times, and there seemed to be endless power in it. Usually, their eyes were full of fanaticism at this time, looking at the bronze door. I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to witness this scene. This is the rumored gate of all appearances. It's really shocking. I have heard rumors about the power of the gate of 10,000 appearances for a long time. I heard that there are ancient powers from tens of millions of years ago, heroic souls left behind in their youth. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to see this 10,000 appearance gate. The aspect gate appears here. It must be very shocking to be lucky enough to be here today. It is indeed the gate of all things. The powerful aura revealed after opening a corner is enough to shock people. At this time, the group of people below also began to discuss crazily. After all, the moment when the door of all forms was opened, they were too shocked. Just a stream of energy revealed from the gap in the bronze door. The powerful aura has already attracted them. The white mist surrounded the bronze door at this time, adding a mysterious feeling to it. Interesting, it just makes me look forward to what kind of interesting things there will be in it. Li Shuwen looked at the bronze door that was slowly opening with a very excited face at this time. He was now gearing up and ready. Only then could everyone focus on the bronze door. Only the bronze door was slowly pushed open by a mysterious force. The white mist surrounding it even added a touch of mystery. The moment the door was completely opened, a power from ancient times arrived in an instant. At this time, everyone only felt an inexplicable pressure on their bodies, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be trembling. I only saw that there seemed to be nothing in the center of this door, only a whirlpool. Just like the black hole of the Milky Way, it is breathtaking and seems to be constantly attracting many people to explore forward. At this time, everyone looked at the completely open bronze door, and they all stood still, and no one wanted to go in first. No one knows what kind of danger there is. Going in first means you will be in danger first. So they all stood there and waited for a stupid young man to rush up and be the first to take the lead. At this time, seeing everyone standing there, Quan Ming in front of him showed a disdainful sneer on his face and said, "A bunch of idiots, are you afraid of this? They are really a bunch of useless guys. Why, you're not afraid, then go in first, you will stand here and make sarcastic remarks. If I really let you in, you won't even dare to fart." Li Shuwen had a look of disdain on her face and looked at Quan Ming in front of her. After saying this, Quan Ming's eyes in front of him were full of anger. He glared at Li Shuwen in front of him, as if he wanted to do something with him. "What are you looking at? I've been putting up with you for a long time. If that little monk hadn't blocked me, I should have been the one to confront you. I've beaten you to the ground a long time ago. The ground is looking for teeth." Li Shuwen said very forcefully. After hearing this sentence, Quan Ming showed a sneer on his face, his eyes were full of coldness, and he said, Very good, you succeeded in irritating me. I've made you angry. What can you do? Do you really want to jump in?" Then I agree with both hands and feet. I am worried that no one will go to explore the way. If you can take the initiative to go, then you are a great hero. Li Shuwen mocked. Quan Ming seemed to be choked at this time. He didn't seem to expect that Li Shuwen in front of him had such a powerful mouth. He was blocked and speechless. Okay, step back. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? You keep saying that you can't do it. If you can't beat me when the time comes, it will be really embarrassing and humiliating. Di Yin snorted coldly. After seeing Di Yin come forward, Quan Ming in front of him snorted coldly. He knew that Di Yin was giving him a step down. If Di Yin didn't come forward, then the current situation might not end well. Because so many people are watching, if he doesn't take action, it will appear that he is weak and incompetent. But once he takes action, he will cause some necessary trouble. After all, he has seen the terrifying and perverted strength of the group of people opposite him. When other people watching below saw this scene, they felt that this man was so powerful and dared to directly confront Quan Ming. At this moment, their faces all showed a strange look. Even if he wasn't, he still dared to talk to Quan Ming like this. Quan Ming is famous for his bad temper. He is a ruthless person who will take action if he doesn't say the wrong words. Why did such a person suddenly appear and choke him to death? In this way, he even changed his past style and couldn't even move his hands. Yes, it's my first time to see them too. Who are they? They have such confidence. Looking at them like this, they don't seem to be afraid of these people at all. It seems that they are a very powerful group of people. Ah. But I haven't seen them before. There should have been news about such a famous person a long time ago. Why are they so unfamiliar? It seems like I have seen them for the first time. Fierce discussions broke out below, seemingly discussing the identities of Su Han and the others, but Su Han didn't care about it at all. Then he looked at Li Shuwen and stretched out his hand to signal him to stand down. Okay. Now that the door is open, who would be willing to go in first and give it a try? Xie. Su Han said with a smile. After this sentence came out, there was only silence below, because no one wanted to be the first to rush in and be the leader. Who knows what will be inside? If something happens then, it will be a thankless task, and the people behind will reap the benefits. All the monks here are human beings, and they cannot just watch these people picking up their own achievements in vain. The few people standing at the front must have extraordinary strength and extraordinary skills, otherwise they would not have arrived here so quickly ahead of us. In that case, you might as well take the lead and let us in to see what happens. I don't know where a voice came from. After this voice came out, those people below seemed to have found a backbone. The voices of agreement became louder and louder, and a group of monks below immediately put them on the top floor and asked them to go explore the way. It seems that the situation is very bad now. These guys seem to have convinced us, and they seem to want us to go explore the road. Di Yin showed a sneer on his face, looked at Su Han next to him and said. Yeah, sure enough, people's hearts are unpredictable. Each of these guys wants to take advantage of us, so they put us on such a high pedestal. It's embarrassing to see how loud their voices are. Su Han was also a little helpless, but his expression did not change much. People like them used this method to forcefully tie it up, which was simply not feasible for him. He still stood there, looking calmly at the people who were making noises below. Brother Su, do you just want to respond with silence? Di asked. Otherwise, have you reasoned with these guys? Each of these guys are greedy by nature. How can the people who come here be simple things? Do you really think that everyone has no brains? Su Han said. That's right. In that case, let's see what other tricks they can use to tie us up. Nan Yin sneered. I saw the people standing at the top saying that there was no reaction at all, and then suddenly there were words from below. Guys, you don't want to lead us forward. The few in front can be said to be the best among all the monks. It's not an exaggeration to say they are the leaders. So. Then as the leader leading us forward, there shouldn't be any problem, right? After this sentence was said, the following modifications also came out one after another. If it were a person, then they would naturally not dare to say anything about it, but if someone actually started it, they would naturally have to play this drama to the end. It's really bad. It seems like these guys are convinced of us and want to coerce us with their righteousness, Su Han said. Then what should we do with them next? Di Yin sneered. Brother Su must have already thought of a solution. I wonder if Brother Su's solution coincides with mine? Di Yin said leisurely, with a hint of virility on his face. Maybe. Su Han also had a mysterious smile on his face. He looked at the dense crowd, his eyes were full of coldness. The next second I saw him wave his hand, a strong wind flashed by, and Di Yin also took action at the same time. At this moment, the same monk suddenly exploded and died. Everyone looked at this scene with cold sweat on their faces. They all looked at Su Han, Di Yin and others standing above. What do you mean by this? We regard you as a leader. Why did you attack us? We didn't offend you. Several people nearby spoke hurriedly at this time, taking a defensive posture as they spoke, fearing that they would be the next injured when they arrived at Noji. Haha. You want to coerce me in this way and let me explore the way for you. Do you think I am too stupid? Su Han said with a smile. You're right. Do you think we have good tempers and talk well, so you want to push us in this way? Di Yin also sneered. We never said that we would be affected by you, so naturally we don't want to be the leader of a group of disgusting guys like you. Di Yin said slowly. You, in vain, call yourself the Holy Son of the Holy Clan. Are all of you saints this kind of thing? The forms of the Holy Son of your Saint Clan are all so evil. I guess you, the Saint Clan, are not good things. That's right. I thought who were the people of the Holy Clan. I didn't expect that just by looking at you as the Holy Son of the Holy Clan. I knew that you were all morally corrupt. There were all curses below, which made Di Yin in front of him show a sneer on his face, and then he turned his head to look at Su Han who was talking about this. Brother Su, I helped you attract all the firepower this time. Now look at all these people scolding me. This makes me very heartbroken. What should you do next? What I can do, I only have this little strength, and it depends on your methods. After all, you are known as the Holy Son of the Holy Race, and I am just an unknown junior. I don't have a big reputation, so what if these guys see me forcing them so hard and come to settle accounts with me? Su Han said with a smile. It's really troublesome. It seems that you, Brother Su, are also giving me chills. I thought you were a member of the same group. I didn't expect you to play tricks in front of me. Di Yin pretended to sigh at this time. Then he looked at the booing people in front of him, and a huge pressure instantly fell on them. The cold and powerful aura was like a god pressing down on the monks below, and none of them could lift their heads. Stupid, greedy guys. What, are you unable to hold back and want to attack us? Come here quickly, I'm welcome at any time. I really want to stretch my muscles now. After all, has to face so many powerful people inside. It's also a good idea to move your opponent now. After Di Yin's powerful momentum exploded, everyone below fell into silence. Some weak people even knelt down directly on the ground, and some even fainted and died on the ground on the spot. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. He never expected that the guy opposite him would be so powerful. The aura emanating from his body was so overwhelming that they couldn't hold their heads up. If they really took action, what chance would they have of winning? It's a simple and crude method, but I like it very much. Su Han gave him a smile of recognition. It seemed that he saw Su Han's smile of approval towards him, and Di Yin in front of him could also smile. Now whoever is dissatisfied can just stand up. I'm waiting for you here. If you think you can overpower us, then go ahead. If you can't, then shut up. You really think I can't? Do you know what you are thinking? Di Yin's golden pupils, which were like gods, were full of coldness. The oppressive feeling brought by these cold pupils made everyone unable to raise their heads, and no one dared to muster the courage to look at him. This is the confidence of the Holy Son of the Holy Clan. It's really surprising, but this guy also has such ability. After all, the power of the Saint Clan is too great. As the Holy Son of the Saint Clan, if he didn't have this ability, how can you convince the crowd among the saints with such courage? Yan Ling also said at this time. If it were him, he might not have such courage. After all, although the Yan clan is powerful, if they want to overwhelm others with power, and overwhelm so many people, they still have to weigh it carefully. But the Di Yin in front of him was different. Their Saint clan was powerful and could be said to be one of the best races in the upper world. What's more, he was the Holy Son of the Saint clan and a descendant of the Low clan. Recognize. Since he is so domineering, it is natural that the Saint clan will come to finish him off. He is known as the most talented person among the Saint clan in thousands of years. This is enough to prove that the Saint clan attaches great importance to him, so if something happens to him, everyone present will not have any good fruits to eat. It seems that no one is dissatisfied. If that's the case, then just wait here obediently. Wait for a while and see who loses his composure and wants to go up first. I don't want to hear such words again. After all, you guys make me feel hypocritical and disgusting. Di Yin's cold and ruthless words were like a bell, shocking their hearts. They also raised their heads at this time, and those who had just spoken out their words also lowered their heads at this moment, as if they did not want to look at God Yin's cold gaze. Look, this matter has been completely resolved. It seems that these guys still need to use strong methods to suppress them before they will be convinced. If you really show any weakness, then these guys will only seize on your weakness, humiliating you over and over again. Well done. You are worthy of being the Holy Son of the Holy Clan. I am a little shocked to have such a method. To crush them with such a tough stance, it really has to be you. A smile appeared on Su Han's face at this time. The other party's attitude towards doing things was quite to his liking. After all, if he didn't plan to come out, he would also use his power to overwhelm others. He doesn't care so much, and he knows very well what kind of tricks the guy below has in his heart. The most important thing is that those guys don't know what kind of people they are, and they don't know much about themselves, so they can do things without scruples. This guy is really neat at what he does. I like his style of doing things very much. This guy is very to my liking. He is much better than the idiot next to me. Li Shuwen also looked at Di Yin in front of him with a look of recognition. He agreed with the other party's tough style of doing things. After hearing his words, Di Yin also gave him a monk's smile, while Quan Ming next to him was once again lying innocently. He turned his head and stared at Li Shuwen in front of him with angry eyes. What are you looking at? You guy, did I say something wrong? If it were you, would you dare to do this? At best, you can only vent your anger here. Even if you really do it, you won't do it. How can someone who knows how to handle this situation solve this matter as perfectly as the person in front of you? Li Shuwen said slowly. After saying this sentence, Quan Ming's face turned red, not because he was ashamed, but because he was angry and found it hard to get out. It can be said that he is extremely angry now, but he still has to endure it, and he still has to endure Li Shuwen in front of him. If he really took action, he probably wouldn't be able to get a favor, so he could only do this. Haha. Remember your arrogant tone now, I don't want to see you waiting here in advance when I come out of here. Quan Ming snorted coldly. He himself couldn't speak to the other person, so he could only say a few words like this. After hearing these words, Li Shuwen in front of him showed a contemptuous smile and said, "Of course not, I will definitely treat you better." For a long time, this guy Bai Mo looked extremely weak. After saying that, Li Shuwen no longer focused on Quan Ming. He knew that if he said a few more words, the guy in front of him might completely break his defense. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to the door of 10,000 appearances in the sky. The gate of 10,000 appearances is still the same as before, without any changes. The white mist still fills the side, adding some mystery to it, and the center of this gate is still as mysterious as the Milky Way universe. Swirl. Really, it's something that makes people feel dangerous but also extremely desirable. It just makes people want to go up and find out. Di Yin looked at the door in front of him, his eyes thoughtful. Yeah, I don't know what interesting things will be brought to us here. In that case, I wonder if we should go in and take a look first. Su Han said with narrowed eyes. He always strives for stability when doing things, but if he messes up like this in this situation, he may not end well, so he chose the safest way and would like to observe again. At this time, Ling Shuji, who had been sitting next to him, slowly opened his eyes. Although his eyes were still quite cloudy, he stood up and waved the whisk in his hand. It seems that the donors don't want to go, so let Pindao go explore the way for you first. At this time, Ling Zhuzi's eyes showed an unpredictable look. When everyone heard that someone actually took the initiative to explore the way, there was a look of novelty on their faces, especially Quan Ming, who also had a look of surprise in his eyes, and then he said, "I didn't expect you to be like this." The little Taoist priest dared to stand up at this moment. "I really underestimated you. I thought you were a bastard who was greedy for life and afraid of death. I didn't expect you to dare to take the initiative to stand up. This time I recognize you. I need your approval. If you are greedy for life and afraid of death, you are talking about yourself." Li Shuwen showed a look of disdain on his face and looked at Quan Ming in front of him. "You. What are you doing? Did I say something wrong? You still have the nerve to say that someone is greedy for life and afraid of death. They went there on their own initiative. What qualifications do you have to say that someone is greedy for life and afraid of death?" What followed was a flurry of words that choked Quan Ming in front of him, unable to speak a word. But Quan Mingzi didn't understand how this guy who looked so big and didn't have a very high IQ could have such a poisonous mouth. This guy's talking skills are getting better and better, but his work is still the same. He has no brains. Seeing this, Li Wuxiang smiled and said slowly, "I agree. It seems that beating this guy is still useful in recent days. At least I have to beat him in the mouth to make him smarter." Ao Zhan nodded, agreeing very much, and at the same time, there seemed to be some excitement flashing in his eyes, and Li Shuwen, who was standing in front of him, seemed to feel the malicious gaze behind him, and his body trembled instantly. He turned around and saw Ao Zhan's excited expression. He crossed his arms and said with fear in his eyes, "What kind of look are you looking at? Don't stare at me like that, I'm not a manly person." After hearing these words, Ao Zhan's face immediately turned dark, and then he punched Li Shuwen directly in the face and said, "Looks like you can't control your mouth if I don't give you a good beating. Remember, Your mouth can only be used to talk about the enemy. If you keep talking mean, don't blame my men. No mercy. In just one breath, Li Shuwen's nose and face were already bruised and swollen, and his face was full of resentment. However, forced by the other party's power, he could only nod. At this time, everyone saw the fly whisk in Ling Zhuzi's hand. He flew into the sky and slowly came to the door of all appearances. Then he turned around and showed a very mysterious smile to everyone, and then he slowly walked into the vortex like the Milky Way. After everyone saw him disappear, their faces were full of nervousness. They wanted to see what would happen next. Is it dangerous or safe? But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Everyone fell into silence at this time. They seemed to want to know whether it was safe or dangerous, which made them afraid to move forward. At this moment, a golden talisman suddenly floated out of the gate of all things. Everyone took a closer look and discovered that there were several large characters written on the golden talisman. The door is safe, you can enter. After receiving this news, everyone showed a look of excitement, and Di Yin also came to Su Han at this time and said, "How unreliable is he? After all, even I can't find out the details of Ling Shuji. Oh, this surprises me a bit. Haven't you seen his true identity clearly? But that's right, this guy is very mysterious. Even I can't figure out who he is." Su Han nodded, said. Even his own clairvoyance cannot fully understand the origin of the other party. How could Nan Yin have such ability? Let's go, since he has already reached this point, and he led us to the gate of 10,000 appearances. If we don't go in, it will really be a little bad, Di Yin said. Let's go. Look at these cowards below, they don't seem to dare to make any move. In this case, let's give them a start. Quan Ming laughed and said, seeming to be mocking those below. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Shuwen's ready-to-move face with a sneer on his face, and immediately walked into the door of all appearances. Li Shuwen's mouth that was about to speak stopped at this time, and she could only say something coldly. This guy has some backbone and dares to go in. When Di Yin saw Quan Ming going in, he also went in immediately. Those below saw all these people go in, and swarmed into the gate of all things, fearing that they would be one step behind and gain the upper hand. Besides, if most of the people have already gone in and they are still timid here, wouldn't it look like they have no backbone at all? The other party has already accomplished this. If they are still timid, they might as well just go back and forget it. After all, cultivators are very competitive. Striving for a chance of survival in this world where the jungle is strong and the strong eat the weak, this is the third purpose of their Taoist cultivators. Let's go too, we can't lag behind others, Su Han said righteously. Don't wait any longer. Maybe there is some mystery here, and the Taoist priest named Ling Shuji cannot be completely trusted. Li Wuxiang looked at the Wanxiang gate in front of him warily and said, he is naturally cautious, so he is naturally full of worries. After all, no one knows what is behind this door. What if it is a trap by the other party? What if the other party has set it up in advance just for them to get in? I'm not afraid. I still don't believe they have the ability to plot against us. They've already reached this point. Why should we be afraid? No matter how capable he is, he won't be able to eat so many people at once, Su Han said. Li Wuxiang thought for a while and then nodded. After all, Su Han was right. With so many people going in together, no matter how capable that guy was, he couldn't kill them all. What's more, among these people there are some monks with top-notch strength and talent. After they actually looked at each other, they came to the door of all appearances and plunged in. Su Han came to the gate of 10,000 appearances and carefully observed the ancient bronze gate and the cosmic-like vortex slowly flowing in the middle of the gate. I just didn't expect that such a magical object would appear in this secret realm. I just don't know what kind of thing is in it, Su Han said, touching his chin. The next second he dove in. The moment he stepped into the door, he seemed to feel a very powerful aura. Their vision went dark until they slowly opened it. He came to a very strange world. The world was desolate, with no grass growing around it. There was just endless wasteland, but there were 10 very tall stone monuments on top of the wasteland. The stone tablet exuded a terrifying aura, exuding an aura from ancient times. At this time, Su Han observed the stone tablet. This stone monument is extremely tall, and it seems to hold up the whole world. It seemed to be the pillar supporting the sky and the earth. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Dian was also a little surprised. It's interesting. It's unexpected that there are such creations. But what is the purpose of keeping this thing here? Su Han touched his chin and said. At this moment, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly emitted a burst of dazzling golden light, and he saw that the gravel on the stone tablet began to slowly fall off, slowly revealing a few ministers. As the gravel slowly fell off, an extremely powerful force began to be injected into the stone tablet, and the large characters in the stone tablet slowly emitted a burst of golden light. The endless energy seemed to be injected into those big characters, and those characters were filled with dazzling golden light. Su Han squinted his eyes slightly at this time, looked at the big characters that were emitting golden light, and murmured. The Heroic Spirit Monument. Interesting, where is that heroic spirit? There is a special stone tablet. What kind of interesting thing is this? At this time, Su Han began to rub his chin and think, only to see that the light emitted from the heroic stone monument became more and more intense. At this time, a figure seemed to appear on the temple monument. Film. Looking at the figure, Su Han showed a look of confusion on his face. He only saw the figure slowly falling down, and he slowly revealed his true figure. He was seen walking on crutches, with gray hair and a very stooped body, coming to Su Han. His eyes were neither happy nor sad, showing no emotion. Su Han was very surprised by the appearance of this strange old man. I don't know who the elder is, to appear in a place like this. This space is so wonderful. There were so many people who entered the gate of 10,000 appearances before, but I am the only one who appears here. I'm afraid, there are countless little ones here. Space. Su Han said in a calm tone. Lil friends, don't be nervous. I am just the spirit of this stone tablet. Therefore, there is no need to show such a posture. I am not an enemy to you. Senior, this is a bit beyond my expectation. I really didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Su Han looked at the old man in front of him, with some doubts in his eyes, and said. Ha 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 ha. I don't know how many years it has existed. I just remember that it has been here since its birth, waiting for the heroic soul here. The old man in front of him touched his beard at this time, with a kind smile on his face and said. Now that you are here, I already know your purpose. The old man in front of him didn't wait for Su Han to speak before speaking again. I'm very curious about what is in this stone tablet. Su Han asked. You are the first person to ask such a question. The other people who come here are eager to ask for information about the opponents they are about to challenge, but you are the first person to ask the purpose of this stone tablet. The old man in front of him seemed to be surprised by his question, and then smiled broadly. Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. It turns out that I am the first person to ask such a question. I thought all the people in front of me would ask such a question. Su Han said with a smile. It's not surprising. They all come in because they want to gain their own interests. However, it seems a bit strange to me that people like you who have put interests aside ask this first. Already. The old man said at this time. Okay, after all, this stone tablet should be the last gift left to you by those ancient heroic souls. Having said this, the old man showed a sad look on his face. Do you know what happened in ancient times? Then the old man asked a serious question again. I don't know. This junior is just an ordinary little monk from the lower world. How can he pry into the secrets of ancient times? Su Han said respectfully. You are a bit humble. With the energy and strength in your body, you don't look like an ordinary monk. That's all. Everyone has some secrets. In that case, let me tell you. There was a great disaster in ancient times, so that those ancient talents devoted themselves to it one after another. Just to completely wipe out that catastrophe, their last wills all gathered together and entered this stone monument, and then there is this huge stone monument in front of you that can hold up the heaven and the earth. Their last wills all gathered together and entered this stone monument, and then there is this huge stone monument in front of you that can hold up the world. Having said this, the old man seemed to be lost in thought. He seemed to be imagining his own origin, and seemed to be recollecting the ancient memories sealed in his mind. But after pondering for a while, the old man's shadow fell into a deeper silence, and finally spoke slowly. As for what happened, I don't know yet. I only know that the disaster was very serious. After hearing this, Su Han also fell into silence. It seemed that this world was more exciting than he imagined. I thought that the endless powerful opponents were stressful enough, but I didn't expect that such an ancient secret would be involved. Okay. Let's stop the introduction here. I've told you everything I know, so what choice should you make next? The old man looked at Su Han in front of him with kind eyes and narrowed eyes. Senior, please tell me how to enter and challenge it. I learned that in ancient times, it was an era when 100 flowers bloomed. Masters from all walks of life emerged in endlessly. All great powers were all powerful and powerful, but I don't know where to start. Su Han asked. He finally asked a question related to the purpose of his coming here. After hearing this question, a smile appeared on the face of the old man in front of him. He touched his pale beard and said slowly. It's okay, you just need to enter it, and there will naturally be the answer you want. All he saw was that the old man in front of him suddenly had a white circle of light appearing in front of him. The white circle of light seemed to be attracting him to come in. It was as if there was a new world beyond the light. Su Han looked at this method with a look of surprise on his face and said, "Senior is really very capable. I never expected that this would be a mysterious space all the time. Ha 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 ha, you kid can talk, but these are just some useless methods. No matter how powerful you are, you can't just stay here. I have been restricted by this in my life. The monument is in the world. The monument dies and the people die." The old man in front of him had a look of emotion on his face, and then he fell into sadness. "Young man, you are very different. When I look at your fate, it's like a heavy fog covering your eyes. You can't see the way ahead clearly. Although the road ahead is extremely dangerous, it is smooth and bright." The old man in front of him stopped talking when he said this. After finishing speaking, his whole person was like a wisp of smoke, completely dissipating on the spot. After thinking for a long time, Su Han slowly walked into the circle of light. He only saw him stretching his hand into the white circle of light. At this moment, a strong suction force sucked him into it. When he woke up, he seemed to have come to a world. In this world, a very terrifying scene came into view, and he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and at this time, the two parties were fighting continuously. Looking carefully, it turns out that it is the human race, the demon race and the demon race. These three races have completely united together and begun to resist the outside world. Standing opposite them was a group of strange monsters. They were surrounded by black shadows, and their aura was very evil and ominous. It seems that if it is contaminated, it will be corroded, but those strong men still fight against the monsters in front of them. After watching this epic battlefield scene, Su Han fell into deep thought. He really didn't expect that there would be such a secret in this ancient time. He still hasn't figured out who the enemy they are facing is. The scene just passed by in a flash, but the magnificent battle scene left a deep impression on him. It's really getting more and more interesting. Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly, let out a long breath, and said. The next moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He was still in that desolate land, but everything in front of him had completely dissipated. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood were all gone, and all that was left was the desolate and peaceful land. When he came back to his senses, the huge stone tablet appeared in front of him again, and he saw that the outermost stone wall surrounding the huge stone tablet began to slowly fall off. Line after line of large golden characters appeared on the stone tablet. The row of big characters is arranged from top to bottom, all in gold color. If you look carefully, they are all names one after another. Is this a name? This kind of vigorous writing is not something that ordinary people can write, and there is actually some power of law on this name. Su Han slowly placed his hand on the stone tablet, feeling the power emanating from the stone tablet. At this moment, he was also a little frightened. He finally realized that the gate of 10,000 appearances was not simple. He opened his eyes and wanted to observe, but found that the information was getting more and more shocking, and his eyes were just a row of question marks. Name. Heroic Soul Monument. Evaluation. A collection of many heroic souls. It possesses endless power, but no one knows how to inspire it. Maybe he is the whetstone for the next generations, or maybe he is the last barrier to the end of the world. After reading this introduction, Su Han also understood that the things in front of him were not as simple as he imagined. It seemed that he had encountered something interesting. Looking at the names above, he fell into deep thought. He was thinking about who is the name at the top of this stone tablet. It really makes people a little impatient to go and take a look, Su Han said. At this time, Su Han was thinking about the role of this stone tablet, and a big sun actually appeared in the sky. The brilliant power of that great sun was integrated into that stone tablet, and the golden light that covered the entire body began to shine in the world. Su Han looked at this change, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not show a defensive posture, because he knew that this did not seem to be a bad thing, and everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. But at this time, he unexpectedly discovered that a trace of the power radiated by the bright sun entered his body, making his body more solid, and his strength also increased slightly. It seems that everyone who comes here will be blessed by the stone tablet. No wonder so many people want to come here one after another. It seems that good things are happening, Su Han said. As long as those who can come in can be strengthened, this is a huge benefit to many people. You must know that the later the cultivation reaches the bottleneck period, the more bottlenecks there will be, and it will be more difficult to go further. But here you can strengthen all aspects of you. Although it is only a little bit, for some people, this is the key to going further. So, what exactly do you want me to do next? Su Han narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. After a long time, I only saw that one stone tablet, and the light on my body began to dissipate. The old man suddenly appeared behind Su Han at this time, and his voice came. Young people. It was these 3 words that made Su Han suddenly turn around, his eyes full of caution. After seeing the old man in front of him, Su Han's tense body relaxed. He originally thought it was some sudden danger. Because he knew that leaving his back to the opponent was always the most dangerous choice. Just when he felt someone appearing behind him, he subconsciously entered a defensive posture. But after seeing the old man there, he understood. It seemed that this guy appeared here to guide him. After the old man saw Su Han's tense body suddenly relax, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Yes, it seems that you are very cautious, which is rare for a young man. Instead of being arrogant and careless, you are very cautious and cautious. You, a young man, have experienced enough, and you have a good understanding of yourself. That's all. The old man said at this time. Senior, that's an exaggeration. What I did just now really scared this junior. Su Han waved his hand and said. It really surprised him just now. After all, the old man actually had such strength. He appeared behind him without anyone noticing, and he was not aware of it at all. This is enough to prove that the old man in front of him is very strong. At least it was enough to deal with him. Su Han might not be able to escape from the old man's hands even if he tried all his methods. Ha 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 ha. Have you seen the names on this stone tablet? These are the proud men of the past. He is the heroic soul in your mouth. The old man touched his beard, his eyes full of feeling and pity. I'm afraid there are a lot of people at this stone monument, Su Han asked. That's natural. Thinking back then, there were countless wonderful people in this ancient period, and their strength was naturally extraordinary. However, there were very few people who could enter this stone tablet and have their names engraved on it. There are a total of 300 people here, but these 10 monuments are made by integrating the souls of all the heroes who died on the battlefield, the old man said. It's really breathtaking. The ghosts of so many people have created this huge stone tablet, but there are only the names of 300 people on it. It seems that these 300 people are extraordinary. Then my next task is what? Su Han raised his head and glanced at the stone tablet, and said with some fright. Ha 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 ha, that's natural. They are all the pride of heaven. But you also know that the gap between geniuses is not small. The gap between these 300 people and the others is very big, and they are on the battlefield. His contribution is also very important. The old man looked at the name on the stone tablet as if he were looking at his own child. His eyes were full of kindness, but there was a trace of sadness hidden deeper. Okay. After chatting with you so much, it's time to get down to business. Have you seen those shining golden names? After a long time, the old man seemed to get out of this emotion, returned to his previous kind appearance, and said to Su Han. I saw it. Su Han nodded and replied. Press your hand up and put it on their names. After you put your hands on their names, something unexpected will happen. The old man stroked his beard and said slowly. Su Han didn't doubt it either. He slowly placed one of his hands on one of the names on the honor spirit tablet. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, directly sucking Su Han into it. Before Su Han could react at this time, he had already arrived in another world. He looked at the scene in front of him with a thoughtful expression on his face. As for the old man outside, the smile on his face became more and more kind at this time. He touched his beard and said, This is the huge stone tablet in front of me. The next second, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Only then did Su Han realize that he seemed to have arrived in the world among the stone tablets. The person in front of him is most likely the person he just chose. The name of the person he just chose is Shangguan Yunting. After he came to this space, he saw an emotionless person standing in front of him. That person seemed to be a machine. He seemed to feel that there was a living being coming in front of him. His machine-like body suddenly he started to move and his eyes slowly opened. Su Han looked at the person in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly said. Without the slightest bit of consciousness, does Tadashi just rely on affectionate instincts to fight? This seems a bit disappointing. But it's right to think about it. After all, this is just a creature that evolved from a stone tablet. How can it have self-awareness? Being able to do this has proven that it is a very powerful magic weapon. Su Han thought about it for a second, and then he didn't worry about it so much anymore. He looked at the person in front of him. It seems like my mission is to defeat him. That's really interesting, Su Han said. After saying that, he immediately rushed forward, because in this stone monument, his level of strength was suppressed compared to the person in front of him who was in the same level. In other words, they are now on the same starting line. It depends on who is more capable in battle and has a more accurate grasp of the battlefield. Seeing Su Han in front of him move, the mechanical body of Shangguan Yunting standing in front of him also began to move slowly. At this moment, the originally pale eyes instantly turned scarlet, full of murderous intent. His originally mechanically twisted wounded hand immediately became smoother, and every move was filled with extremely powerful energy. Killing intent, even the terrifying thunder between the hands. Can you control thunder? It's an interesting ability, but this guy has changed a lot. He looked like a machine before, but how come he changed so much when he started fighting? Su Han observed the movements of Shangguan Yunding in front of him, and was a little surprised at this time. He knew that it was not easy to defeat the person in front of him. I saw Shangguan Yunding rushing forward, turning his fist into a palm, and rushed straight to the door. This one seemed to be directly attacking his vital point. But Su Han took action, cleverly blocking Shangguan Yunding from the other side, and then stretched out his fist to attack his chest. This punch directly knocked Shangguan Yunding in front of him back. After succeeding with the punch, Su Han was not careless, but looked at Shangguan Yunding, who was retreating in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face, and said, "This guy is really physically powerful. After receiving a punch from me, he was still able to stand here without incident. But that attack just now probably relied on his body's instinct to attack. Okay, let's make a quick decision. We can't waste time here." Su Han didn't say much. He only saw that the aura on his body seemed to become more and more powerful. This punch carried a huge force and came to Shangguan Yunding with lightning speed, and directly punched him. Boom. Shangguan Yunding was hit by this punch and fell to the ground hard, leaving a huge hole in the ground. Su Han looked at the smoke in front of her and narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't dare to let down her guard at all now, because the guy she just hit didn't seem to have completely fallen down yet. At this time, a bolt of lightning slowly fell on Su Han. Su Han reacted and immediately stepped back. He only saw the thunder and lightning in the sky, which directly opened a huge hole in the area where Su Han was just now. At this time, a person slowly walked out of the smoke, and his long black hair was seen dancing in the air like a dragon. His aura had reached its peak, and arcs of electricity were flashing around him. His scarlet eyes turned pale, and now he seemed to have entered a strange state. "Interesting. It seems that I underestimated you. As the old man said just now, the people who can leave their names on this list of heroes are not simple things. Not only do you have a powerful body, you even have the means to harness the thunder." Su Han spoke slowly, and at the same time, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Shangguan Yunding in front of him didn't say anything. He only waved his hand, and the thunder for a long time began to slowly turn into a huge thunder dragon. That thunder dragon bit directly towards Su Han in front of him. Su Han immediately twisted his body and started to avoid it, but the thunder dragon was still chasing him closely, as if he was treating him as a prey and did not want to give up at all. At the moment when he was avoiding the thunder dragon in the sky, Shangguan Yunding appeared in front of him, and the 10 masculine punches mixed with thunder directly hit Su Han's body. Su Han was sent flying backwards, and the thunder dragon behind him also took advantage of the situation and bit Su Han's body. Su Han's whole body was trembling continuously as he was electrified by the thunder and lightning in the sky. He felt the lightning traveling through his body, causing him to feel paralyzed. At this time, his whole body was struggling, but Shangguan Yunding in front of him didn't give him any chance, so he rushed forward immediately. He went up and punched Su Han's body one punch after another. Immediately afterwards, the piece in his hand turned into a spear, and he directly threw the spear turned into a spear by lightning. This spear seemed to want to nail Su Han in front of him to the spot. As if he felt that he was about to win this battle, Shangguan Yunding in front of him showed an imperceptible smile. This seemed to be his instinct, for the prey that was about to be obtained, and for the battle that was about to be won, such a victory that an extremely inconsistent smile appeared on his mechanical face. As the spear slowly went down, he saw a huge roar in front of him, and the smoke in the sky obscured his sight. At this time, his face was expressionless, but there was a rare trace of confusion in his eyes, because he was not sure whether Su Han was still alive. Just like what Su Han did before, he still didn't dare to let down his guard because he didn't see the enemy's body. This is the realization of being a strong man. Sure enough, just as he expected, he looked at Su Han slowly walking out of the smoke in front of him. At this moment, Su Sai's upper body clothes were completely torn. The look on his face was neither happy nor sad. The long hair just stuck directly on his chest, but no one caused any harm to his chest. Instead, it only left a small scar on it. Su Han twisted his neck, with a look of excitement on his face, and then smiled. "Yes, you did not disappoint me. I was really disappointed for a long time when I saw your mechanical expression. However, being able to reach this step just by relying on your own physical consciousness really makes me feel a little bit better. Amazed. If I were in peak condition, I would have no chance of winning. It seems that I did it right this time." After Su Han finished moving his body, he saw a fierce look in his eyes, and Shangguan Yunding opposite him seemed to have anticipated something bad. He immediately rushed over, trying to defeat the enemy first, but the result did not seem to be as good as he imagined. He was already fast enough, but by the time he reacted, a fist as big as a sandbag had appeared on his chest and knocked him away fiercely. There was a look of astonishment in his originally mechanical eyes. After he calmed down, he could feel that his body seemed to have been slightly damaged. His proud body, which had been tempered countless times in the thunder, actually felt it at this time. Pain. Sure enough, your body is much stronger than I thought. If that's the case, let's punch a few more times to see how long you can hold it, Su-han said with a smile. The blood energy around him was completely dissipated, and now he looked like a murderous god, with his long black hair flying in the air, and his indifferent expression, just like a god or demon judging the world. Immediately afterwards, I saw Shangguan Yunding slap the ground with his palm, and the thunder in the sky immediately began to riot. Su-han suddenly felt a sense of crisis and put on full display of defensive posture, but the power of thunder and lightning did not arrive. Only then did he realize that the thunder did not hit Su-han, but instead hit Shangguan Yunding in front of him, and his body was being beaten by the thunder. But Shangguan Yunding didn't feel any pain. Instead, he was enjoying the thunder bath. What a ruthless person. I know why your body is so strong. Do you actually use such a terrifying method to forge your body? You are really reluctant to do it, but this is indeed a good idea. Su-han narrowed his eyes slightly. He spoke. The next second, the power of the thunder seemed to have been poured into Shangguan Yunding's whole body. At this time, even the long black hair behind him seemed to be filled with thunder, and his white eyes were full of oppression, just like the thunder god descending into the world. He walked forward slowly, only to see some lightning tattoos on his chest. Coupled with his white eyes and mechanical body, he now seemed to control the sky. He waved his hand and a bolt of thunder fell down. He saw countless thunders slowly gathering behind him. Countless thunder dragons were emerging from behind him, and the thunder dragons were swimming freely in the world. Then they looked down at Su-han in front of them, as if they were looking at an insignificant mortal. Then they slowly fell down, and the thunder began to continuously hit Su-han's body. At this time, Su-han saw thunder falling all over the sky. His naked upper body did not flinch. He only saw him standing there, seemingly without any resistance, letting the thunder dragons bite his body. Let the thunder and lightning baptize. The scene in front of him can be said to be very shocking. If it were an ordinary person, a thunder dragon would probably be wiped out. But at this moment, Su-han showed no other signs except that he looked a little in pain. However, Shangguan Yunding didn't seem to want to stop at all. He only saw that his attack methods became more and more fierce, and the thunder behind him became more and more violent. The originally white thunder gradually turned purple at this time, and its terrifying destructive power made people feel very frightened when they saw it. But Su-han still stood there, letting the thunder cover his body. Even though his flesh and blood had been torn apart by the lightning, he remained strong. Shangguan Yunding in front of him seemed to feel that he was being provoked. He usually only saw his movements getting faster and faster, and his thunder became more and more fierce. Lasting for half a stick of incense, Su-han held on to half a stick of incense under this violent force. The mechanical eyes of Shangguan Yunding in front of him revealed a slightly doubtful look. Su-han slowly moved his body at this time. But you could faintly see that Su-han's body was shaking uncontrollably, and his body was swaying a little when he moved. At this time, he opened his eyes. Thank you for your hospitality. The feeling of being baptized by the thunder and lightning just now is really good. It is like taking a bath. However, being struck by your lightning for so long has still yielded a lot. At least it has made me stronger. A little. Su-han said all this calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. After finishing speaking, a smile appeared on his face. That smile must have seemed harmless to Shangguan Yunding in front of him, but if anyone could see that smile on Su-han's face, they would definitely feel a chill. Although Shangguan Yunding did not show any fear on his face, his body could not stop trembling at this moment. After trembling, a look of anger appeared on Shangguan Yunding's face. He seemed to be very angry about his trembling, and he also felt boundless hatred for the instigator in front of him. He gritted his teeth and saw the endless power of thunder and lightning in his body converging towards his hands. A white ball appeared in the center of his hands, although the white ball didn't look like a big deal from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, the white ball turned out to be the purest thunder in the universe. Oh. It seems that he is getting angry from embarrassment. It seems that he is ready to hit me hard. Then I can't stand here and get beaten. I have to use my hands. An evil smile appeared on Su-han's face. He seemed not afraid of the scene that was about to happen next, but instead was full of anticipation. At this time, Shangguan Yunding in front of him seemed to have gathered all the power in his body. He released the ball in his hand, and the extremely violent power destroyed everything around him. Su Han looked at the violent lightning in front of him, with a look of excitement on his face, and he immediately rushed forward. He didn't avoid it. Instead, he directly stretched out his hand and placed his hand on the electric ball. He actually blocked the trajectory of the thunderball with his physical strength. Seeing Su Han's behavior in front of him, even Shangguan Yunting at this time, the expressionless muscles on his face were twitching slightly. Ha ha ha, let the thunder and lightning strike more violently. Only in this way can I enjoy myself to the fullest. As Su Han spoke, his expression became more and more fierce. At the same time, he kept looking forward. The white ball was completely resisted by the power of his physical body. It was forcefully blocked by his physical body. The strength was crushed. After he blocked the electric ball, he came to Shangguan Yunting. At this moment, he was very embarrassed and disgraced, but his eyes were still full of determination. He slowly came to Shangguan Yunting and spoke calmly. You guys are really powerful. That move just made me suffer a lot, but you still have to lose. As Su Han looked around, he stretched out his finger, and this finger directly touched Shangguan Yunting's eyebrows. At this time, Shangguan Yunting's white eyes disappeared instantly, her whole body stopped, and she became extremely silent, standing in place. His body was slowly dissipating, like a gray mist that was slowly blown back by the wind. At this last moment, his eyes suddenly regained their clarity. At this time, he seemed to be a real person. He looked at Su Han in front of him, with a satisfied smile on his face. Junior, you are very powerful. It seems that our human race has hope again. Shangguan Yunting actually spoke at this time. These words made Su Han in front of him open his eyes, and then he stood on the spot and bowed deeply to Shangguan Yuntinglu in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a bead left behind after Shangguan Yunting's body dissipated. This bead was covered with violent thunder. At this time, Su Han picked up the bead floating in the air, his eyes thoughtful. But the next second his vision went dark, as if something forced him to pull out of this space. When he came back to his senses, he had already arrived outside the stone monument. How are you, young man? How do you feel? How do the people inside make you feel? At this time, a familiar voice came slowly. It was the voice of the old man before. Su Han turned his head and looked at the bead in his hand, and then said slowly. He is a very powerful figure and a person worthy of awe. If my guess is correct, this guy must have been a very strong man during his lifetime. Ha 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 ha, you guys are quite interesting. Okay, let me tell you in detail next. There are different types of people who can leave their names on that stone tablet. For example, those who jointly resisted those evil races back then were not only humans, but also demons, monsters, and gods. The old man said slowly. After hearing these words, Su Han looked at the bead in his hand and fell into deep thought, and then asked. The guy the first just fought against, named Shangguan Yunting, is he from our human race, right? Yes, if I remember correctly, this guy was a very interesting kid before. The old man's eyes were full of nostalgia, but the next second he returned to his previous appearance. Okay, but the strength and contribution of these races are divided into several different levels. There are 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow, but there are 10 most powerful people above those 4 levels, so you have to explore all of this slowly by yourself. Whether you can reach the top depends on you. After the old man introduced him here, he slowly walked away. Young man, if you want to know more, you have to explore on your own. I'm just an ordinary guide. After he finished speaking, his voice slowly became hollow, and his whole person seemed to move further and further away until he completely disappeared from sight. Su Han saw the huge stone tablet and looked at the top that seemed to be invisible to the bottom. His plain face suddenly became very determined, and his eyes were full of faith. At this moment, Shangguan Yunting's name on the stone tablet slowly disappeared. Among all the people in other dimensions at the same time, they also discovered the changes on the stone tablet. Then it changed to another person's name. Everyone was very surprised at this time, because this was the first time they had seen such a thing happen. At this time, they saw 2 new big characters appearing, and they unconsciously ordered them. Su Han. Damn it, who is this guy? If you look at it this way, you should be able to defeat this person on the list and replace him again. That's really interesting. I wonder if I can compete with the people on top. The next second, they saw another golden light erupting from the heroic spirit cup, and everyone discovered that the name on the stone tablet had been replaced by another person's name. Di Yin. As expected, it's this guy again. There are countless strong people in this world. I originally thought that one Emperor Yin could suppress us enough to give us a headache, but I didn't expect that this guy named Su Han would hide so deeply. He has never done so before. I've heard of his name. Di Yin looked at the name on the stone tablet with a thoughtful look on his face. It seems like you are faster than I thought. I still want to see the heroes in this world. It seems you are more interesting than I thought. A mysterious smile appeared on Di Yin's face, and then he looked towards the top, his eyes full of excitement. Su Han looked at the area where he appeared at this time. If he had predicted correctly, he should be the strong man in Huang's area that he was challenging. But it has to be said that the strong men in this area are enough to give him a headache, and they can already cause him some damage. I really don't know how strong the strong people in the Nun area can be. As for the 10 strongest people standing above these 4 areas, I don't know how terrifying they will be. Su Han licked his lips while walking, with a look of excitement on his face. It seemed that he would not be very lonely on this road, and even if he lost, he could still have a good time. Next, take a look at the strong men in the Zon area. What experience do they have? Then he slowly floated in the sky and found the strong man who belonged to the Zon area. He saw a person's name, and his choice was very random, because he had never heard of these people's names, so it was a bit of luck in choosing him. He didn't know what he had chosen. What kind of person? This list can be said to belong to people from the same region, and their strength should not differ much. Their strength must be very close, the difference is the path they take and the magical powers they possess. Maybe he will choose a very difficult opponent with this choice, or even an opponent with comparable abilities. At this moment, he pressed his hand slowly, and saw a flash of golden light in front of him, and the familiar feeling came again. After he calmed down. With a speechless look on his face, he said, "How can we not do this without? It's so frustrating that people are here in the blink of an eye." After he came back to his senses, he only saw that he had arrived in a very strange space. There was a cliff in front of him, and there was a tree growing on the cliff between the cliffs. On the opposite side of the cliff is a waterfall. The scene of high mountains and flowing water makes people who come here feel calm. There was no one around. Su Han heard a leisurely sound of the piano. He slowly turned his head and saw a long-haired man wearing white clothes. His hand was slowly holding the piano. The sound of the piano seemed to remove the unnecessary feeling in people's hearts. The distracting thoughts seemed to be completely calmed down. Interesting. What ability is this opponent proficient in? Su Han narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Even though the sound of the piano in front of him was as lingering as the mountains and flowing water, which made people relax after listening to it, Su Han still did not relax his vigilance. At this time, the owner of the piano sound sped up his movements, and saw that the piano sound suddenly changed from the previous calm to a rapid one, and the melodious piano sound had disappeared. In the rapid sound of the piano, he seemed to feel the rapid changes in this world in the impermanence of this life. The more Su Han listened, the more alert his eyes became. He stared at the man playing the piano in front of him, said, "What an interesting guy. He can disturb my mind and even drive my emotions with the sound of the piano. This is the first time I have seen such a person. It is really unexpected." The man in front of him seemed to see that Su Han was keeping his mind. After saying these words, he slowly raised his head, his eyes full of indifference. It's hard to find a true friend in the mountains and rivers. Having said this, he sighed, and the next second his hands began to move again. Su Han's eyes were full of indifference, he seemed to smell danger, and he immediately started to take action. I saw that the sound of the piano that was slowly coming out actually sent out several airwaves, which seemed to split the air next to Su Han. The things next to him were cut off by an inexplicable airwave, and the sun was divided into 2. Interesting ability, you actually rely on chin to attack. You are really difficult to deal with, Su Han said. The sound of the piano is invisible, but some monks are able to attack through sound waves. This ability is more terrifying and troublesome than fists, feet, and swords. Sure enough, people like you who can be ranked in the Zon area are not simple things. Su Zhao had a look of helplessness on his face. The people in the Zon area are already so powerful. The sound of the piano just now can not only attack, but can even affect the sanity of others. He can't imagine how strong those people will be if they go further up. This little brother, it's rare to hear the sound of finding the way in the mountains and rivers. Why don't you sit down and listen to Shaosheng? How about finishing this song? The person in front of him suddenly said. But then the sound of his piano gradually became more urgent, and even the waterfall next to it was affected. It seemed that the sound of water flow became more and more urgent. And the tree on the edge of the cliff started to grow rapidly. Originally, it was only a tree as thick as a wrist that grew in the gap. Under the influence of the sound of the piano, it became thicker and thicker, and the tree trunks seemed to be growing slowly. It slowly grew to the top of the head of the man who was playing the piano just now, because he was blocking the scorching sun. Your ability is really amazing, but that alone is not enough to defeat me. Su Han looked at everything in front of him with a look of helplessness on his face. He admitted that this guy's ability was a bit scary, but it was still not enough to deal with him. After all, for Su Han now, mental attacks had no effect on him at all. And the most terrifying thing about this guy's path to the piano is his mental attack. After all, the harp is a musical instrument. Although it can be cultivated into a weapon with powerful attack power, compared with the real monks of the same strength who practice swords, the sound of the harp turned into actual attacks is still a bit weak. The man in white clothes in front of him didn't seem to hear it. His hands were still stroking the long piano on his lap. At that moment, the sound of the piano actually contained murderous intent, and the sound became more and more urgent. At this time, the sound of the piano turned into a giant beast. The moment the ferocious beast appeared, the space began to distort, and even Su Han in front of him had a solemn look on his face. He saw that the ferocious beast in front of him had no facial features. It was like a ball, round and fat, but it had 4 legs. There were 2 pairs of wings on his back. The moment he appeared, Su Han's eyes were fixed on the ferocious beast in front of him. Because the ferocious beast in front of him is Chaos, one of the 4 rumored ferocious beasts. What made him feel even more horrified was that the ferocious beast that this guy evolved using the sound of the piano was extremely real. The moment he saw the ferocious beast evolve, Su Han's whole body tensed up, and he felt a huge danger. At this moment, he looked at the ferocious beast Chaos that was evolving in front of him, with a look of fear on his face, and then the evolved ferocious beast Chaos flapped his 6 wings. At this moment, a demonic wind appeared in the sky, and even the world experienced huge changes. The moment the ferocious beast Chaos appeared, Su Han could feel that the atmosphere around him seemed to have changed, and he could also feel a strong discomfort throughout his body. Because at this time, he felt that his body and mind seemed to be affected, and an evil thought kept appearing in his mind, an evil thought that seemed to destroy the world. Su Han's eyes were uncontrollably filled with murderous intent. The beast in front of him was in chaos. At this time, he laughed strangely. His laughter was very harsh and sharp. And the sound of the piano became more and more urgent, and everything around him seemed to be out of control. Su Han's mind seemed to be greatly affected. He covered his head and looked at the people in front of him. A ferocious beast. This guy seems to be able to affect my sanity. Is really an amazing thing, Su Han said with cold eyes. The sound of the piano became more and more urgent, and the sound was full of murderous intent. At this time, the wings of chaos were waving more and more rapidly, and the surrounding airflow changed more and more. Su Han's whole body seemed to be affected more and more seriously, and in his heart his head was almost filled with evil thoughts and murderous intentions. Now he seems to feel that his personality has been split. It seems that there is another voice in his body, letting him destroy everything in front of him, letting him destroy the whole world. Destroy them. And what's the use of keeping this world? These guys are just weak bugs. You have the most powerful power in the world, and you use unimaginable power in this world. Why do you want to fight with those people? Are the ants mixed together? An evil voice spread from the bottom of his heart, and then the world in front of Su Chi changed dramatically. He could see an identical version of himself appearing in front of him, but that guy seemed to be a mouse living in the shadows. His face was full of ferocity, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Even though the face looked exactly like his, it was difficult to conceal the dirty, evil, and even disgusting aura exuding from him. This is no longer as simple as arousing inner demons, it's really a bit tricky, Su Han thought to himself. The other Su Han who appeared in front of him seemed to realize that the other person was not paying attention to him at all. At this time, an evil and fierce smile appeared on his face, and he immediately rushed over, like a mouse that had been seeing food. With his dirty and fierce appearance, if anyone else was next to him, they would probably tremble with fear. Speak. Are you afraid? You have so much power, but you don't know how to use it well. Why don't you give me this power and let me build the body? I am you and you are me. That charming voice tightly wrapped around Su Han. There was a cold look on Su Han's face. He waved his hand and a powerful energy was instantly waved out. The other self in front of him was split into 2 instantly, but what made people feel horrified was this guy. His body has been split into 2, but the voice is still repeating around him. Speak. How about letting me take control of your body? Look at what happened to you before. Look at those people who looked down on you one after another, and even insulted you. How could you possibly spare them? The other Su Han was now controlling his body that had been cut in half, and slowly floated next to Su Han's ears. Mobilizing the darkest emotions in his heart, Su Han was a little upset and agitated by the sound at this time. He turned his head, his eyes full of ferocity, and the murderous intention was almost substantive. Shut up, you dirty guy. Su Han snorted. Ha 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 ha. Am I dirty? No. I am not dirty at all. I am you and you are me. We are one. If you say I am dirty, aren't you admitting that you are a dirty person in disguise? Everything you do is profitable. Elder Su, who is said to be warm-hearted and cares about every disciple, is just your disguise. Isn't it because you are helping them because it is profitable? You are just a hypocritical person. Everything you do is fake. The moment this charming voice appeared, Su-han's face became a little ugly, not because of anything else, but because what this guy didn't know made sense. Everything he had done for so long seemed to be because of profitable. Are you angry from embarrassment? You seem to have an unnatural look on your face. It seems that I have touched the most vulnerable side of your heart. You are just a dirty person. Look, we are all the same kind of people, so what will happen if you become as dirty as me? That's enough, shut up. Su-han roared. At this moment, the whole space seemed to be shaking violently, the scene in front of him. It seemed that it was about to collapse, but at the moment when it was about to collapse, another melodious piano sound came, maintaining the stability of this space. Be angry, so that you can completely bring out the blackness in the deepest part of your heart. Be completely angry. Be so angry that you will destroy it all and destroy this dirty and hypocritical world. The other Su-han opposite had a cheerful smile on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have completely fallen into madness, and his crazy laughter seemed to fill every corner. Su-han was already so angry that he wanted to tear him into pieces completely, and that was indeed the case. He immediately took action and completely tore the other self in front of him into pieces in a matter of seconds. But after it was shattered, the sound still spread between heaven and earth. This guy seemed to be a ghost, and the voice rang in his ears over and over again, as if it had been engraved in his mind. We are the same kind of people. We are the same kind of people. You are just as dirty as me, right? Show the dirtiest side of your heart. There is no need to hide it like this. At this moment, the man playing the piano in front of him had a smile on his face, a proud smile, and then he opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to have wisdom, and he was very satisfied with his results. He saw Su-han standing completely on the spot in front of him and falling into a childish state. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise, and the excitement in his eyes seemed to have confirmed that he would stand to the end in this battle. Chaos behind him was flapping his 6 wings harder and harder, looking a little funny. The most strange thing is that the 2 eyes under his armpits are staring at Su-han, seeming to be using more force to send Su-han into the abyss. At this time, Su-han's eyes were full of anger, but the more so, the more calm the man playing the piano became. He only saw that his whole life was appearing in front of him like a revolving lantern, and everything in the past appeared in front of him. Those people's words of ridicule, those people's rolls of eyes, those people who looked down upon me, all appeared in front of me at this moment. All of these made his emotions at this time reach the breaking point. At this moment, a voice came slowly and said, "Let me see why you are helping them, let me see what dirty thoughts you have in your heart. How could such a selfish person go out of his way to help ordinary people who are worse than ants?" The moment when the illusion was about to evolve into the core of Su-han, at this time, the chaotic eyes seemed to have widened to their maximum size. It seems that he wants to use this to make Su-han completely fall into the illusion, leave everything about him in that illusion, completely bring out the most evil and violent thoughts in his heart, and make him fall into rage. Middle. Just when he was evolving into an illusion and wanted to pry into Su-han's deepest secret, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from both sides. Retreat. That burst of majestic sounds directly caused a huge damage to the illusion in front of him, and the chaotic eyes of the man outside who relied on the sound of the piano seemed to have also suffered a huge hit at the same time. He immediately closed his eyes tightly. Howling in pain, the man playing the piano below had 2 of his strings broken at this moment, and there was a look of horror on his face. His face was pale, but he immediately stabilized his body and mind, and then pulled the strings. He seemed to have felt a powerful force just now, and that powerful force forcibly drove him away. The man who played the piano wanted to rely on his own ability to evolve all of this, and then let Su-han be trapped in the illusion forever. But when he came into contact with the core thing, that powerful force completely drove it away. Su-han's eyes regained some clarity. He looked up at the sky, where his chaotic eyes were rising. Those ugly and evil eyes stared at him, and Yinhen twisted his neck. There was a look of helplessness on his face and he said, "Really, I almost fell into his trap. This really makes me feel embarrassed. However, the pretending game here should be over," Su-han said with a smile. At this moment, a person crawled out in front of him again. The person slowly climbed out of the dark pool. His whole body was completely black, and he looked like the greatest darkness in the world. "Why do you want to leave? You can't get out. This is your most real thought. This is your most real place. Where do you think you can go? I am you or me, but it's just your most evil side. Su Han, the one opposite, had a devilish smile on his face. It's really a boring trick. Has played it once and wants to play it a second time. In that case, let this boring trick end like this. Su Shang sneered. As he said this, he only saw him looking up into the sky, with a smile on his face. That smile actually made the other person in front of him have a rare panic look on his face. It turns out that you are also afraid. I thought you represented evil. I am only angry when I am dirty, but since I am afraid, it will be easy, Su Han said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, a simple and powerful handwriting suddenly appeared on Su Bo's hand. This is the magic weapon Ancient Star Pen on Su Han. He looked at the pair of eyes in the sky and said with a sneer on his face. I really want to know, can you feel pain? Since you have evolved, can you feel pain? Can you howl in pain? As he spoke, I saw him slowly writing the word, broken. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly shot straight into the sky, directly injuring a pair of big eyes in the sky. At this time, the eyes of the chaotic beast outside were immediately closed tightly, and the whole person was rolling on the ground. As for the man in white who was playing the piano, the strings were completely broken at this moment. Su Han, who was in the illusion, everything in front of him completely collapsed. Standing opposite him, Su Han, who represented another him, had a look of unwillingness on his face at this moment. He was dissipating at the moment, and there are still words in his mouth. You can't escape. I am you are me. I will always be with you. I am the most evil side in your heart. You can't get rid of me. Ha 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 ha. After he finished speaking, his whole person completely dissipated like ashes. At this time, Su Han looked at the illusion that had dissipated in front of him, then looked at the completely broken strings of the piano in front of him, and looked at the ancient long piano in his hand. Man. A smile appeared on his face and he asked, I don't know your surname? The man in front of him raised his head, and there was something strange in his eyes, but he seemed unable to speak. Su Han looked at his appearance and understood immediately. I understand. It seems that I am speechless. If that's the case, then I won't ask Senior for your name. The environment just now was indeed interesting. The man in front of him still had a very cold face, and he could only see him pulling the strings slowly. After tuning his piano, he showed a look of satisfaction on his face, then raised his head and looked at Su Han in front of him. It's really cold, but I have to admit that I almost fell into your hands. The moment just now really made me addicted to it. Su Han looked at the strange long piano in his hand, with a look of recognition on his face. He had to say that he did have some respect for the person opposite him. This was the first time he had seen someone who had gone so far on the road of cultivation relying on his piano skills, and he was actually so powerful. His attack methods belong to the spiritual realm. If you are not determined, you will fall into his rhythm if you are not careful. Finally, you will be seduced by him, and then gradually become crazy. Courtesy reciprocates. You gave me a greeting gift just now, so I have to give you a gift in return, right? Su Han said with a smile. But his smile was very cold. Although he couldn't expand his domain here, he took out the ancient star pen. At this time, he slowly wrote down a word, and at that moment he saw a golden word, Gen, suddenly covering the world. This side of the world seemed to feel this force. In an instant, a powerful force came down instantly, pressing directly on the man who was playing the piano in front of him like a huge weight. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed. The man playing the piano watched as a huge word, Gen, slowly appeared in the sky. But the look on his face was still neither happy nor sad, as if this move would not have any impact on him at all. It was slowly going down, and the moment he came to the man's side, it seemed that a force of energy automatically isolated him, and slowly completely dissipated this powerful force. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect that it can reach this level not only in the spiritual realm, but also in other powers. Su Han didn't seem surprised by this at all. He was touching his chin and said with an interesting expression. But it's not over yet. Su Han smiled. However, the man in front of him would not wait for Su Han to take the lead. He only saw his hands playing the piano move immediately. At this moment, the ferocious beast Chaos behind him roared, and several other ferocious beasts appeared behind him. The 4 ancient ferocious beasts were all evolved by him with the sound of the piano. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire world, as if he had returned to the barbaric period. Incredible, you are really powerful. Since you can use the sound of the piano to evolve into the appearance of other ferocious beasts, you really shocked me, but that alone is not enough, Su Han said. The ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts. I have to admit that their bloodline is indeed powerful, and they have extremely terrifying bodies, but compared with the dragons who are rumored to be at the top of the world, they are still far behind. Su Hanlian laughed. Road. At this moment, the 7th-level divine dragon on his body immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The 7th-level divine dragon immediately appeared between the heaven and the earth. The moment the divine dragon appeared, the heaven and earth trembled. The powerful blood power directly made the 4 ferocious beasts in front of them tremble. But they still put on the most ferocious posture and began to roar angrily at the dragon flying in the sky in front of them. Fear is fear, but the ferocity in their bones prevents them from surrendering so easily. Su Han said with a sneer on his face as he looked at the 4 ancient ferocious beasts roaring in anger and even with a little fear. After all, I'm still scared, so I can only rely on this incompetent rage to embolden myself. In this case, I will completely crush your last hope and let you see my strength. I can't let you underestimate us juniors. As he spoke, the 7th-level divine dragon roared angrily, and a bright golden light suddenly erupted from his body. At this moment, the sky immediately began to roar with lightning and thunder. Looking at the strange phenomenon that appeared in the world, the 4 ferocious beasts were completely frightened. The dragon roared again at this time, and the power of blood in its body was fully activated. The dragon's breath fell slowly, and the 4 ferocious beasts that evolved from the sound of the piano could not resist the pressure brought by the real dragon. The man playing the piano raised his head at this time, with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. If you observe carefully, you can see that there is a crack in the middle of his long piano. But this didn't seem to be important to him anymore. He looked at the man in front of him with a look of excitement on his face, and the previous coldness was no longer there. Senior, I have learned a lesson. Shenlong returned to his sea of consciousness, and Su Han said lightly. Su Han fully recognized the strength of the person in front of him. After all, the road to music cultivation was complicated and extremely difficult. To be able to reach such a height as the person in front of me, I am afraid that the experience behind it is much more than that of people in the same realm. What reason is there to disrespect such a person? You are very strong. My name is Zhang Wuqi. After saying these words, he looked at Su Han in front of him, and his eyes regained a little calmness, as if the clarity just now was his reflection. Senior and Junior's name is Su Han. I was very offended just now, but after thinking about it, I also want to see how powerful my senior is. Su Han clasped his hands and said with great respect. Come on. Let me see how powerful you are. Zhang Wuqi in front of him had a rare smile on his face at this time. Without the previous coldness, it was more like meeting someone who could make him enjoy himself. Then Junior, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Su Han slightly cupped his hands and said. Then he only saw Zhang Wuqi in front of him. At this moment, he was pulling the strings with both hands. The golden strings instantly appeared between heaven and earth. After he pulled the strings directly at an extremely fast speed, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. But what made him a little unhappy was that there was a tiny crack in his perfect long piano. After looking at the restored Chongqing, a look of surprise appeared on Su Han's face, and he spoke slowly. It's really amazing. I really don't know how many strings you have, but the strings used in this piano are actually dragon ribs. It's really a luxury. Since the seniors have achieved this level, the juniors cannot let the seniors look down on them, and naturally let the seniors enjoy themselves. Su Han said, with a strong aura on his body. A slow burst. The relationship between the two people seemed to be back to the starting point. They were confronting each other again, and at this time, the long chin that had been replaced with dragon ribs started to sound. In front of him, Zhang Wuqi's hands slowly played a mournful piece of music. In the deepest part of this intoxicating sound, there was actually a dangerous aura hidden, and one dragon after another appeared behind the weapon. However, there is still a slight gap between this and the true dragon with the strongest bloodline among the rumors. I only saw that their bodies were gray, but they were slightly different from the black dragons who were rumored to be murderous. Their bodies were only gray, but not as black as the black dragons, and there was no ferocity in their eyes. So terrifying. Are they evil dragons? Senior indeed has great magical powers. He actually killed 2 evil dragons and used their sinews to make strings. Su Han said in shock. The blood of the dragon clan is extremely noble, but every race has its good and bad qualities, and the evil dragon is the born bad species among the dragon clan, and it is an evil beast that everyone can kill. I think these 2 evil dragons have been making waves for a long time, but to be killed by the seniors is a worthy death. To be able to use their sinews to make strings is to think highly of them. But it wasn't over yet. He only saw Zhang Wuqi in front of him. The speed of his hands was getting faster and faster. At this moment, the scene in front of him seemed to change instantly. The two were extremely fast, and he was already standing on a high mountain, while Zhang Wuqi in front of him was standing on another high mountain. Between the two of them was the endless abyss, surrounded by clouds and fog. The bottom is so deep that if you fall from it, you won't even be able to find your body. Su Han looked at the scene around him and couldn't help but admired it. It's amazing, it's really amazing. This miraculous piano skill not only has the ability to disturb people's minds, it can even create such an illusion. People in it can't tell whether it is real or fake. It seems that his piano skills have reached their peak. At this time, the evil dragons appeared one after another between the mountains and the sea. They were swimming in the clouds and mist, and their figures appeared and disappeared. Senior, what do you mean by this? This seems to be a scene from the ancient times. Could it be that Senior wants me to kill that evil dragon again on your behalf? Su Han said with a smile. It seems like this is testing my ability. If that's the case, then I'll do my part and see how capable these two evil dragons are. As Su Han said this, he saw him move immediately, and the ancient star pen immediately wrote several large characters for Gen. The big word Gen fell instantly, directly suppressing the two dragons in front of them. However, they didn't expect that the two evil dragons' hovering bodies actually shattered the big word pressing on them. Ha 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 ha, I really underestimated you, but try again. Today, I will use this to imprison the dragon. I also said that I only saw him using his right hand as a guide, forcing out a drop of blood essence with his internal force, and then using the blood as ink. At this moment, a large word, prison, was written instantly, and the word, prison, instantly turned into a cage in the sky, and that cage rushed towards the two evil dragons. The cage completely imprisoned the evil dragon in an instant. Seeing such a big cage, the evil dragon roared angrily after trapping himself. Haha, I want to break free and see if you have the ability, Su Han said with a smile. Although they couldn't break away, Zhang Wuqi in front of them was not for nothing. I saw him playing the piano faster and faster, and suddenly there was a huge change between the sky and the earth. In this moment, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, it rained heavily, and there was lightning and thunder. The water rushed towards them in an instant, and the originally dry land suddenly flooded. At the moment the mountains, rivers and forests under their feet were all washed away by the flood. It seemed that thanks to the occurrence of this natural disaster, the two evil dragons in front of them twisted their bodies as if with divine help, and even managed to break free from the oppression of the cage. Senior is really powerful. He actually used his piano skills to force those two evil dragons out of trouble. But I really admire them. From my point of view, I am afraid that the two evil dragons that have evolved now are almost as terrifying as the two evil dragons you hunted back then, Su Guo said with a smile. If that's the case, then I'll show off some of my real housekeeping skills, Su Han said with a smile. As he spoke, he saw that the ancient pen in his hand was immediately taken away, and then a simple book appeared in front of him. Then let's use the formation that the master used to trap Ao Zhan, the 10 directions locking dragon formation, and see if we can trap these two new evil dragons, Su Han said with a smile. He opened the Luanggu Town Immortal Book and saw that he raised his hand to hold a spell. The formation immediately rose from the ground. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire world, and it actually caused the formation just triggered. The flood was blocked abruptly, and all the floods outside that formation stopped in place. And this big 10-direction dragon-locking town completely trapped the two evil dragons in front of them. I would like to see if you have any other ability to escape. Now you are like a turtle in a jar. There is no possibility of escaping, Su Ting said with a smile. Su Han was confident that the two evil dragons in front of him could not escape from this formation, but even Ao Zhan was trapped in this formation back then. Even if Zhang Wuqi is in front of him, it will take a lot of effort to get out of trouble. Zhang Wuqi looked at the two evil dragons in front of him who were about to be locked to death with chains completely pierced through their bodies. At this moment, there was a look of helplessness on his face. Then he sighed, then stood up, with a look of reluctance in his eyes, looking at the long piano in his hand. Then his hands began to play quickly. At this moment, the strings made from dragon tendons began to tremble rapidly, and even the crack in the middle of the long piano at the back it is getting bigger and bigger, and even the strings have some signs of breakage. This situation seems a bit bad. Su Han looked at Zhang Wuqi who was standing in front of him. He seemed to have used his true skills, and he was a little helpless. However, Su Han also knew that the other party seemed to want to have one last fight with him. This was his last resort. If it was to this extent, then maybe he might be able to break free from his shackles and let the two evil dragons break through his 10-direction dragon locking formation. It looks like you're going to have a showdown with me. I'm happy to accompany you. All he saw in front of him was that Zhang Wuqi's hands began to play quickly. The strings in his hands were shaking continuously. Even the xylophone below him could no longer withstand the force, and the cracks began to become bigger and bigger. The ensuing result was that the ferocity of the two evil dragons in front of them was completely aroused, and their auras were seen to be expanding. The originally clear eyes turned very red in an instant, and they only saw the endless flood, which completely submerged the large formation in front of them. Even the mountains and rivers under their feet had been submerged by the water. The two evil dragons were like getting help. Only the chains that passed through their bodies one after another were seen, and the formation that bound them here was slowly collapsing. The chains one after another began to break apart at this time. After the chains completely collapsed, their bodies seemed to be free again, and they were flying freely in the world. Soon, this wave of battle was completely shattered by these two dragons. After regaining their freedom, they slowly stood up and roared angrily at Su Han in front of them. It seemed that they wanted to take revenge on the human being who imprisoned them. Really, this makes me a little surprised that you used this method to break through the cage, but the next step should be the last move. After all, you just used such a method, and the xylophone in your hand can no longer bear it. Living. Su Han said slowly. He fully recognized the strength of the person in front of him, but he was not in his strongest form after all. Perhaps when the strongest form returns, even Su Han is not absolutely sure to defeat the person in front of him. In this case, in order to show my respect, I will also present my strongest formation to see if it can lock the two evil dragons you killed back then. Su's eyes were filled with coldness, and he saw that the book of Luan Jiu Town Immortal Technique in his hand began to flip through quickly. The two evil dragons seemed to have a premonition. At this time, they began to rush towards Su Han in front of them. Zhang Wuqi, who was playing the long piano below, seemed to have a premonition that the opponent's methods were somewhat powerful. Of course, he could not let Su Han prepare completely. Attack. His fingers began to play hard, but anyone who was interested could find that the golden strings on his xylophone began to slowly break. But fortunately, the strings were made from dragon tendons and were very flexible. Even before they broke apart, they were still tightly connected, and the sound they played was still the same. What's even more tragic is that the cracks under the strings are getting bigger and bigger. Almost the entire piano was covered, but facing the current situation, Zhang Wuqi couldn't think so much anymore, but there was a sad look in his eyes, and then he seemed to have made some kind of determination. A sad and majestic sound came, and the music in front of them seemed to give help to the two evil dragons. A sad and majestic sound came, and the music in front of them seemed to give help to the two evil dragons. I only saw that their bodies began to grow continuously, and the dragon claws in their hands began to grow slowly. The dragon that originally only had 4 claws now grew a 5th claw. Their aura also changed dramatically as a result. His originally gray body began to slowly transform into black. Although it was not so complete, the aura emanating from his body was enough to make people feel frightened. Go ahead and tear him into pieces, Zhang Wuqi said in a neither happy nor sad tone. The two black dragons used all their strength to turn into a shooting star and rushed towards Su Han in front of them. This terrifying speed and terrifying power seemed to destroy the constructed illusory world. But Su Han was naturally no longer afraid. He saw the ancient town fairy book in his hand that was constantly turning over stopped. A sneer appeared on Su Han's face, and he only saw his hands forming seals instantly. At this moment, a formation suddenly rose from the ground, and then he forced out a drop of blood essence from his index finger. The moment that drop of essence and blood was integrated into the formation, a roar from ancient times instantly resounded throughout the sky. Come out of the divine prison, dragon capturing formation, and teach him a lesson, Su Han said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he saw a prison suddenly appearing in the void. The door of the prison slowly opened, and one big black hand stretched out from it. The two dragons that the big black hands pinched directly. The moment the two dragons looked at the prison in front of them and stretched out their big hands, their faces showed panic. They wanted to escape, but they found that a big hand almost shattered into nothingness came to them. Two big hands directly pinched them, preventing them from moving at all. Their huge bodies were like playthings in front of the 10 big hands. Immediately afterwards, only the two big hands were seen, dragging the two dragons slowly into the prison. As for what is inside the prison, no one knows, but looking from a distance, it seems to be endless void. It seems that this space is full of loneliness, desolation and destruction. After the two evil dragons were locked in, Zhang Wuqi, who was playing below, held the long chin in his hand. Instantly split into two. A look of helplessness appeared on Zhang Wuqi's face. He looked at the xylophone in his hand and slowly put it away. Then he turned around, and the mountains and rivers that had just been washed away by the flood seemed to have returned to their original state. For some unknown reason, the originally barren scene suddenly became full of vitality in an instant. After doing all this, Su Han slowly came behind Zhang Wuqi and said, "Senior, what are you looking at?" Looking at the great rivers and mountains, it's a pity. It's a pity that these great rivers and mountains were destroyed by those two evil dragons before. I don't know how long it took before they became what they are now. Zhang Wuqi had an angry and sad look on his face. It seems like what I encountered. Those two evil dragons were killed by seniors, Su Han said. These two guys are causing trouble and harming the people. I asked them to change it and put their souls into it. But I didn't expect that even if they were released, they still couldn't win. What a terrible future. It seems that the inheritance of the All Heavens continent has not been broken. Having a genius like you makes me feel at ease. Zhang Wuqi turned around, looked at Su Han in front of him and nodded. Okay, Junior, you satisfy me very much. In that case, I will give you a greeting gift before I leave. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Wuqi's face, and at the moment it was about to disappear, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black bead appeared in his hand. He threw the bead directly into Su Han's hand, and then said, "This is the meeting gift I left for you, and my mission ends here. Alright, you can go out." Su Han wanted to ask something else at this time, but the man in front of him seemed to ignore him. He just sat down slowly, then turned his back to him, facing the great river and mountains. I don't know when another xylophone appeared in his hand, and he began to play slowly. Everything in the world seemed to hear his music and seemed to be responding to him. The sound of mountains and flowing water resounded throughout the sky, and the sound of all things singing in unison could even be heard from the music of the piano. Just at this moment, the world was full of vitality, and the spiritual power of this world seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Su Han looked at everything in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. Zhang Wuqi, who relied on his piano skills to enter Taoism, slowly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in place. He is truly a strange man worthy of admiration. Such methods and strength really make me admire him. As he spoke, he saw that the illusion in front of him began to slowly dissipate, and he returned to the desolate area. At this time, a door suddenly appeared at his feet. The annoying feeling of weightlessness reappeared, and his eyes went dark, and there seemed to be chaos in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he was back to the previous place, and the clothes in front of him were a piece of old clothes. Huge stone monuments. Then he looked at everything in front of him, and he suddenly felt that there seemed to be something in his hand. He picked it up and saw that it was the black bead that Zhang Wuqi had given him. Can the things inside be brought out? It's really strange that it can actually be realized. What kind of powerful method is this? Su Han thought to himself. My little friend, it looks like you've gained a lot from it. While Su Han was thinking, an old and kind voice suddenly appeared next to him. This really startled Su Han in front of him, and at the same time he admired the old man even more. The other party can appear next to him without anyone noticing, without any aura fluctuations, and he can't even notice it. This is enough to prove the strength of the other party. Senior, please don't scare this junior. When did Senior show up? Su Rang had a look of helplessness on his face. Does it matter when I show up? But you little guy did gain a lot. You actually brought something out of it. The old man in front of him looked at the bead in Su Han's hand and smiled on his face. This leaves the juniors with some doubts. I would like to ask the seniors to answer them. Su Han didn't know how he did this. At this time, he clasped his hands in his fists and looked at the old man in front of him with very sincere eyes. Ha 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 ha, it's very simple, that is, you have gained their approval. Seniors always have to give something to the juniors they recognize, right? The old man seemed to be used to this. At this time, he touched his beard and said with great satisfaction. So the things they left here can be brought out? Su Han asked. That's natural. It's all their own stuff. As long as they decide to give it to you, it can be brought out naturally. But it's not easy to get their approval. After all, everyone above is a gift from heaven. The pride, these are the only ones among 10,000, to be recognized by them. This also proves that you are very strong. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Senior is so complimentary. Junior is just using some small tricks, Su Han said humbly. Okay, young man, you still have to walk your own path in the future. Those old guys just gave you a boost. I hope what they left behind can be of help to you. After the old man finished speaking, he disappeared again. His figure came and went without a trace, like a ghost. No one knows when he came, and no one knows when he left. Su Han picked up a bead in his hand. At this moment, his sea of consciousness couldn't help but start to move. His spiritual pet, the divine dragon, suddenly emerged from his sea of consciousness uncontrollably, then wrapped around Su Han's arm, and slowly came to his palm, looking at the bead. The moment the divine dragon appeared, the bead began to tremble uncontrollably, and bursts of dragon roars erupted from the bead. This sudden change made Su Han in front of him have some doubts and experience on his face, but in the next second, he suddenly thought clearly that this might be the senior named Zhang Wuqi who killed those two evil spirits back then. The dragons sealed their dragon souls. The dragon souls of those two evil dragons should be sealed in it. Presumably, he was also afraid that their souls would cause trouble, so he sealed them inside to ensure nothing went wrong. As soon as he brought them out, they won the covetousness of the divine dragon in his sea of consciousness. You little guy are really greedy. You want what you just took out. In that case, let me satisfy you. Let's have a good appetizer and see how much benefit this thing can bring to you. Su Han was also a little helpless, but this thing really had no effect on him. It was of some value to be able to bring some help to Shenlong. After all, this Shenlong was considered a good combat power. After the divine dragon got the permission, he immediately swallowed the bead into his belly. The moment he pushed it into his belly, the bead seemed to burst out with a strong resistance, but all this was blocked by Su Han was easily suppressed. Coupled with the dragon under his hand and its extremely powerful bloodline, they had no chance to escape and could only be swallowed passively. After the divine dragon finished digesting, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He lay lazily on Fu Fu's arms, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping appearance of the little guy in front of him, Su Han said with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Why did you fall asleep just after eating? Boy, take him into your sea of consciousness. It seems that this little guy is about to advance. It is really a right choice for this little guy to follow you. It seems that he has a lot of things. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came from his mind. Ao Zhan, you are still alive. I thought you were dead, Su Han said. You just died. I have a long life. It's just that this place is very special. This place restricts me. I can't reveal my true identity. If I reveal myself, I will be completely expelled. And I was so suppressed inside that I couldn't even fully communicate with you in your mind. Once I did, I'm afraid there would be serious consequences. Ao Zhan said with a bitter tone at this time, quite complaining. Really? It turns out that there were times when you were suppressed. I thought you were fearless, and I thought nothing could suppress you. Su Han said with a smile on his face. Come on, you don't know how terrifying this place is. The old guy just appeared in front of you. His strength is unfathomable. If he really discovers my existence, then maybe I will. I will be crushed to death by one of his hands. Ao Zhan said slowly. After those words, Su Han in front of him showed a confused look on his face, although the kind old man seemed to have no offensive power and acted harmless to humans and animals. But the other party could appear beside him quietly and then disappear in front of him like a ghost. Then his strength is indeed not easy to guess. Coupled with Ao Zhan's previous statement, this is enough to prove that the old man's strength is unfathomable. But I think you can get a lot of benefits from this. It seems that you have found a big opportunity this time. Ao Zhan was very jealous and said. How about you reveal your true identity and see if a blind cat can come in and share with a dead mouse? Su said jokingly. You don't have any good intentions. It seems that you can't wait to get me out of you. Why do you dislike me for becoming a burden to you, right? Ao Zhan said. Okay, let's end this boring chat. I just don't know what the other guys are doing now, and I don't know if they have gained anything good. Su Han looked up at the endless sky and fell into deep thought. At this time, in a certain area, Li Shuwen was crying for his father and mother. In front of him was a tall man, as strong as a humanoid tank. He held an iron rod in his hand and hit Li Shuwen's body over and over again. Li Shuwen was passively beaten like this. The way he looked at this moment could best be described as howling like a ghost. But he had no way to fight back, because his originally tall and strong body was a bit insignificant compared to the opponent. The opponent seemed to be a person who also specialized in this body training method, and it was not difficult to see that the person in front of him was better than him. What a good seedling, but it's a pity that he's just not smart. Tell me why you are so ambitious. Why did you choose this old man when you first came up? The voice of the man in front of him was full of regret. But regrets are regrets. The movements of his hands did not stop at all. The movements of his hands became heavier and heavier, and the stick in his hand became more and more powerful. This stick struck Li Shuwen again and again. This steady stream of attacks made him cry uncontrollably, and he howled in pain and said, Senior, elder brother, uncle, I was wrong. Can you please forgive me? I didn't mean to provoke you. I just wanted to see how strong this person at the top of the Earth rankings is. He was able to behave like this, naturally because he wanted to die. After all, who would challenge such a high level of difficulty in the first place? Of course, he also met the old man, and naturally knew the reason under the introduction of the old man. But the bad thing about this is that he is so ambitious. After hearing the explanation from his hometown, he wanted to see how strong the second-tier experts were, and whether they were the most outstanding people in ancient times. He was actually divided into the fourth level of heaven, earth, Xuanwang. He thought that his strength was enough to be at the top, but to be on the safe side, he chose the ranking of 553, which was higher on the list. But when he first entered, he was dumbfounded. He only saw the one he chose starting to fight the ferocious beast with bare hands in front of him. What made him feel even more horrified was that not only did this guy beat up those ferocious beasts, but it was even rumored that the power of blood was at the top, and the Dragon Clan, the most powerful among thousands of races, was also punched one after another by that man's fist. Punch until collapse. He even had a thick silver iron rod in his hand. The moment he swung the iron rod, the mountains and rivers in front of him were directly cut off and turned into pieces. This terrifying strength also shocked him. He now regretted coming to this place, but at this moment he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Because that person seemed to have discovered him, and that guy didn't look like the strong man who had passed away at all. He seemed to have self-awareness, could speak, and could communicate, and what shocked him the most was the person in front of him looks much smarter than him, and he is not an easy person to deal with at first glance. In this way, under the other party's unreasonableness, they started a fight. And then, the situation has become what it is now. Li Shuwen's body is already covered in scars at this moment, but looking at the man in front of her, his face was still very relaxed, even showing a pleasant smile, and he spoke slowly. Your physical strength is really impressive. You do have the demeanor of my youth. But it's such a pity. It's just that your brain isn't working very well. Tell me who you chose when you came in. You chose me. It doesn't matter if you choose me. But you still follow the path of the flesh. If you want to defeat all laws with the power of the flesh, it really makes my hands itch for it to suit my taste, but is it only to this extent? I am really disappointed. After saying this, the man in front of him slowly shook his head. After hearing these words, Li Shuwen immediately lost his mind. He stood up, blocked the iron rods that fell on him, and then said angrily, "You are so unreasonable, you hit me. Even after so many times, you still insult me. Are you looking down on me?" Before he finished speaking, he saw the thick silver iron rod immediately being pulled out of his hand, and then one fell directly on his head. After the man struck the stick, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Which of your eyes has seen that I think highly of you? Tell me, are you itchy? Instead of starting from the bottom and tempering yourself, you come to me as soon as you come up. Logically speaking, I should be asking you this question. Are you looking down on me?" The man in front of him became more and more powerful, staring at Li Shuwen coldly. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the man in front of her, and the beast-like gaze, Li Shuwen's body couldn't stop trembling. You must know that he has never been afraid of anyone, but in this man, he actually tasted fear. He hadn't felt like this for a long time, because in the eyes of others he was a wild beast, but compared with the man in front of him, he was like the difference between a big fish and a small fish. "Speak. Don't you look down on me a little bit? You chose me as your opponent as soon as you came in. Don't you look down on me a little too much?" The man looked at Li Shuwen in front of him fiercely, and the stick in his hand was about to move. Almost in an instant, the stick fell directly. These sticks hit Li Shuwen in front of him, crying for his father and mother. He had never felt such a terrifying momentum from a person, not even Ao Zhan. Because although Ao Zhan also attacked him like a murderer, his body was relatively powerful, but the man in front of him was equally powerful, and his strength was extremely terrifying. "I have to say, you are such a rough-skinned boy. It really makes me think highly of you, but you can only make a good sandbag," the man in front of him said with a frivolous mouth and a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, stand up quickly and let me play with you again. It's meaningless if you do this." As he spoke, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face, which completely angered Li Shuwen in front of him. If he only felt fear before, now he is excited. No matter how powerful the enemy in front of him is, he will never let others insult him like this. After all, there is a saying that goes well, "You can insult my personality, but you are never allowed to insult my muscles." Then he stood up, his eyes full of anger. He stared at the man in front of him, staring at the man in front of him who had humiliated him several times. "Are you looking down on me too much? You're on the same path as me, but you're older than me and a little more amazing, but so what? Today I'm going to try to see if you can compete with me. How much stronger I am." Li Shuwen no longer cowered and was passively beaten, but instead roared with great excitement. Immediately afterwards, the blood in his body began to wake up instantly, and the blue-gray tattoos instantly covered his chest, and his eyes were filled with anger. A wild beast unexpectedly appeared behind him. At that moment, the wild beast appeared between the sky and the earth, with loud thunder and dark clouds gathering. Oh, this is interesting. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting just for me to hang you all the way. Come on, boy. Let me see how much you are capable of. The man in front of him crossed his arms and crossed his chest. Said. Li Shuwen roared angrily, and he almost used up all his strength to rush forward, wanting to completely defeat the man in front of him, but the next second he realized that he was wrong. And it is so wrong. His proud physical strength and extremely terrifying speed were actually blocked by the guy in front of him, and he was blocked in a very humiliating way. The moment he took action, his entire figure almost disappeared on the spot, leaving only an afterimage. However, when he punched out his fist and wanted to go straight to the door, he found that the guy only raised his arm. Then he stretched out a little finger towards him. Such a small thumb actually blocked his attack. And just like this, his attack could not go any further. His face turned red. He did not expect that his attack would be responded to in such an insulting way. He roared angrily, trying to use all his strength to make this guy look good. But I found that this guy seemed to be walking on the same spot, and his body couldn't move. Impossible. This is impossible. How could you be so strong? Li Shuwen said with panic on her face at this time. Boy. I have to admit that you still have some talent, but your vision is too narrow. Let me take good care of you today. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the man in front of him, and then he stepped forward. With every step he took, the ground shook slowly, and then he walked in front of Li Shuwen, and a terrifying sense of oppression spread out from his body. At this time, Li Shuwen's body was so frightened that he froze in place. The fear coming from his blood made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Then he saw the man in front of him slowly stretched out his fist as big as a sandbag, and hit his tinling cap directly with one fist. This moment made his whole body feel dizzy, and then he slowly fell down. He looked at the man in front of him with a rather unwilling look in his eyes. Hey, let alone you brat, you are really strong. You can still look at me after receiving this punch. It seems that the force of the punch just now was too weak. The man in front of him looked at the fist in his hand, shook his head and sighed. Li Shuwen was hit hard by these words, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. She looked bored at the man in front of Li Shuwen who had fainted on the ground, and then walked over and sat next to him. At this time, in this world, an old man suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, old man, here we come. The man greeted him very kindly. You guys are still like this, but this kid seems to have been knocked unconscious by you. Why don't you throw him out? The old man asked with a smile on his face. Look how fierce your words make me feel. This kid is really interesting. It's not easy to see a good prospect who is taking the path of body training. I had to play with him. But this little guy is really not very smart. He actually chose me as his opponent from the very beginning. I have to fix them properly. The man said with a smile on his face. Okay, you have fun, but don't ruin it. In that case, I will leave and won't disturb your enjoyment. After the old man finished speaking, a look of helplessness appeared on his face, and then he immediately disappeared. Only the two of them were left here, and the man who just sat on the ground looked at Li Shuwen who had fainted and shook his head and said. This boy, what a pity. This kid is really annoying. If he had a brighter mind, I might be more gentle. The man in front of him shook his head and said helplessly. At this time, Li Shuwen immediately opened his eyes full of resentment, staring at the guy in front of him who knocked him out. Li Shuwen got up at this moment, and then stared at him intently. The man in front of him was also startled by Li Shuwen's sudden move, and he spoke. Let me go. Why did you wake up so quickly? Did I just hit you hard enough? No, you guys have the nerve to say that you almost knocked me unconscious with that punch just now. Fortunately, my head is harder and iron-headed. I'm afraid that punch just now will kill me. Li Shuwen's face was full of resentment and she spoke. Hey, you kid actually started to complain. I didn't even complain to you. You really have no etiquette at all. You chose me when you came up. How much do you look down on me? The man in front of him had a ferocious smile on his face. He geared up and slowly walked up to Li Shuwen. When Li Shuwen saw this guy's malicious appearance, a panicked look appeared on his face, and he said with some horror. What do you want to do? You just beat me up, isn't that enough? What do you want to do? Aren't you asking this question knowingly? Who asked you to choose me as your opponent? And I finally met someone who is more resistant to fighting. I had to play for a while. Only in this way can I satisfy my desire to fight. The man walked over without mercy and punched Li Shuwen again and again in the face. After a while, he saw Li Shuwen with a bruised nose and swollen face appearing in front of him. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground listlessly. The man in front of him took a deep breath and said. Come on. Let me ask you a question. Why did you choose me? I chose you because your name is more domineering. I thought you might be more resistant to beatings. Li Shuwen said it without hesitation, and these words successfully made the man in front of him look very dangerous again. Haha, you kid, you are really not afraid of death. It seems that I have to teach you a more profound lesson. What? Didn't you ask this yourself? I'm just telling the truth. Besides, your name does seem domineering. Li Shuwen cried bitterly, but she spoke very speechlessly. Okay, you kid can still speak a little. If that's the case, then if you come here, I won't let you come in vain. I will reluctantly give you some pointers. The man in front of him said with a proud face. Wang Tianba. Why do your parents give you such a name? Although it sounds domineering, this name seems to be somewhat inconsistent with your image. Li Shuwen, with a look of doubt on his face at this time, looked at Wang Tianba in front of him. He looked left and right, trying to find some problem, but he couldn't find it. After hearing this, Wang Tianba in front of him twitched the corner of his mouth and said, and then punched him hard. You kid, the good impression I had finally built up for you has completely dissipated. Now I want to punch you to death. No, you guys just punch me hard, and you want to punch me again. Are you going too far? Li Shuwen said, almost crying but without tears. Boy. What do you mean by this? How many people begged me, Wang Tianba, to beat them, but I didn't even do it. Wang Tianba said with a proud look on his face. Are they sick? I beg you to beat me. You don't need to brag like this. You are just talking nonsense. Li Shuwen muttered something, but this sentence also made him get punched several times without any surprise. Okay. Let's not talk nonsense here with you brainless boy. Now that you are here, let me give you some real skills. Wang Tianba said with an evil smile on his face. Li Shuwen had a seductive look on her face at this time. She only saw Wang Tianba in front of her. He hammered the ground with both fists. In an instant, the ground was shaken open. Looking at the signs in front of him, Li Shuwen was a little surprised at this time, but what surprised him even more was what was happening behind him, when he saw that all the ground was filled with magma. The flowing magma, the rising temperature, and the scorching air around him all made him feel a little frightened. He seemed to have a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Boy. The next thing is a gift from me. You have to take it well. If you don't take it well, I will be unhappy today. A smile appeared on Wang Tianba's face, which was full of other meanings. Li Shuwen swallowed her saliva at this time and said, I want to know what kind of gift you are going to give me. Will you? You are right. I am giving this magma to you, but not in any other form, but, you, get out of here. Wang Tianba pointed to the lava in front of him and spoke word by word, with a smile on his face. That smile had the meaning of watching the fun, and even more of gloating. Seeing the look on Wang Tianba's face, Li Shuwen's body trembled. No, you are kidding. Are you sure you are not fooling me? If you let me jump, you don't want my life. Brother, this is magma, and it doesn't look like ordinary magma. Li Shuwen shook his head crazily. He didn't want to jump. Although his body was relatively strong, he would not suffer unnecessary hardships. Besides, although his mind is a little unclear, he is not stupid. You don't want to go down? Well, then I'll have it. When Wang Tianba saw Li Shuwen in front of him refusing to go down, the smile on his face became even more exuberant, and for some reason he looked a little distorted. He walked directly forward and lifted up Li Shuwen in front of him. Li Shuwen definitely gave up at this time, and he began to resist crazily. Although his body was not as strong as that of Wang Tianba in front of him, he still had some strength. He raised his hand and punched him with all his strength, but the master, Ba Qing Shichuan, raised his fist and took it. Then, he lifted his whole body up and slowly walked towards the magma. Seeing Wang Tianba's crazy behavior, Li Shuwen shouted loudly. Hey, are you crazy? I just came to have a fight with you. You don't have to do this. But Wang Tianba ignored Li Shuwen's words and walked straight towards the magma. Am I going to stay here today? Li Shuwen was filled with emotion, and all kinds of memories from childhood to adulthood were echoing in his mind. This was the closest he had come to death, and it was also the time when the suffocation of death was strongest in his heart. The person in front of him looks unshakable. Even now, he has exhausted all his strength but cannot move an inch. No. We can't just give up. An idea suddenly came to him out of nowhere. Li Shuwen's eyes became extremely determined, and the cyan patterns on his body slowly filled the air. A prehistoric aura swept across instantly, and Kui Niu's bloodline had been stimulated to the extreme by him. He wanted to use this to break away from the constraints and seek a glimmer of hope. This is also his only way to survive now. As for what happened after breaking free, he didn't think much about it. After Wang Tianba felt this breath, he smiled. I didn't expect that your control over bloodline has reached such an extent. This surprised me a bit. But, this is my gift to you. How can I let you escape casually? There was no change in Wang Tinba's aura, and there was still a faint smile on his face, but his hands tightened. But with just such a movement, the terrifying aura on Ji Shuwen's body dissipated. Li Shuwen wanted to do something and say something, but it was already too late. The hot breath had already swept across Li Shuwen's face. Looking closely, he realized that the struggle just now did not stop the person in front of him. He is now face down, only one step away from the magma. But Wang Tianba did not throw him out directly, but squeezed Li Shuwen with one hand and pressed down little by little. It seems that plan B doesn't work either. Li Shuwen felt a little regretful. When he was caught, he had already thought of two brilliant plans. If you can't break free despite all your efforts, then take advantage of the person in front of you to throw him out, jump up and run away in an instant. It just doesn't work now. But Li Shuwen still doesn't understand. Both plans are obviously very thorough. In front of the stone tablet, a man in white clothes was standing there looking at something. This person was Li Wuxiang. He also met the old man, but faced with the choice given by him, he just chose a yellow-level opponent. After all, there are geniuses from ancient times here. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Maybe even the lowest level of Huang rank in Xuanwang of heaven and earth is strong enough to look down on one party. Therefore, Li Wuxiang endured the throbbing in his heart and chose an opponent with Huang Jia. And the fact is exactly what he thought. Huang Jia's opponent is also in a similar realm to him, and he is also a body refiner who cannot deal with him at all. The two went through a hard fight in the secret realm, and he finally won by luck. At this moment, he looked at his name on the yellow steel. Li Wuxiang did not immediately start the next trial, but sat down cross-legged on the spot. The battle just now took a lot of energy from him, but it also gave him a lot of gains, which took some time to digest. After a few sticks of incense, Li Wuxiang stood up. The wounds on his body were almost healed. Is this the bodybuilding technique? Li Wuxiang was a little shocked. He used to practice ice-based exercises, and he looked down upon vulgar bodybuilding techniques. After all, as long as the ice attribute skills are practiced to the extreme, it will be difficult for those who practice physical training to get close. But he also ignored a very critical point. If the body training technique is practiced to the extreme, the only shortcoming of the ice attribute technique will completely disappear. He had some insights when he watched Su Han fight before, and this fight with the senior in the secret realm gave him the idea of practicing physical training. Although he only practiced the first level of the physical training technique given by his senior, he can now feel the changes in his body. Li Wuxiang stood up slowly and came to the stone tablet. Soon his figure disappeared. Is this a Zon-level genius? Li Wuxiang looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. He was now in a world of ice and snow, in which the ice energy was extremely pure, and he could only see a snow-white woman sitting in it. There is no makeup on the woman's face, but her appearance is very touching, and her temperament is also extraordinary and refined, making people feel extremely noble. Senior, Junior Li Wuxiang came to pay my respects. Li Wuxiang bowed slightly and spoke with great respect. The woman's eyes moved slightly and she looked at Li Wuxiang in front of her. He is a polite young man. The woman's pink lips slightly parted and she said calmly. Senior is a powerful man who has made outstanding contributions to mankind in ancient times. How can he be disrespected by others? Li Wuxiang's words were full of respect from the bottom of his heart, because he knew that everything he was seeing was done by the person in front of him. Looking at his own conscience, if he wanted to do this, it would be extremely difficult. The woman's breath spread slowly, making Li Wuxiang feel refreshed. You are also a monk who practices ice attribute techniques. The woman's words were not an inquiry, but a confirmation after investigation. Li Wuxiang nodded but did not speak. After a period of silence, the woman slowly stood up and said leisurely. Let me try you. I hope the monks in 10,000 years will not disappoint me. Thank you, Senior, for your advice. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft breath spread around the woman, and Li Wuxiang quickly took a defensive posture. A soft breath brushed across Li Wuxiang's face, and there was a bit of coldness in the air. After Li Wuxiang felt this burst of breath, he quickly took a few steps back and walked away. The response is pretty good, but just hiding is not enough to kill the demons. As the woman just finished speaking, there was a burst of noise in the area where Li Wuxiang was standing just now. At this time, Li Wuxiang was secretly grateful, because ice ridges were rising from the ground just now. Rather than so much rising from the ground, it might be more appropriate to say that it appeared out of thin air. If he hadn't gotten out of the way in time just now, I'm afraid he would have become a dead soul under the ice. Li Wuxiang's face became extremely solemn. Although the aura of the woman in front of him seemed extremely soft and peaceful, through the previous confrontation, Li Wuxiang realized the terror of the person in front of him. The attack method of the person in front of me is more like the brief calm before the storm. After a moment, a cold breath floated over again. Li Wuxiang hurriedly dodged, but at this time he found that even after taking a few steps back, the cold breath was still echoing around him. Suffer it. Li Wuxiang secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly retreated for a while, but it was already too late. I saw Li Wuxiang as the center, and a huge icicle formed around it. The square shape looked extremely thick. The woman stopped and nodded slightly. Yes, there is such a countermeasure. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the huge icicle she had just formed suddenly shattered. The seniors are extremely powerful, but the juniors are just clever. You can actually freeze yourself into ice cubes the moment my ice energy invades your internal organs. This requires not only extremely fast reaction speed but also incomparable courage. A smile appeared on the woman's face and she praised. Li Wuxiang's expression did not improve because of the praise from the person in front of him, but he became even more depressed. He wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. After these several contacts, Li Wu had a rough understanding of the abilities displayed by the people in front of him. Generally, monks who practice ice attribute techniques use spiritual power to condense the water vapor in the air into what they want and then display it. But the person in front of him was obviously not that simple. If you guessed correctly, the technique used by senior should be to convert some substances in the air that are finer than water vapor into ice crystals, right? Li Wuxiang breathed a long sigh of relief and spoke coldly. Your observation skills are pretty good. If I'm not wrong, you haven't been practicing this since you were a child, right? The woman said in a deep voice. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes, and the smile on her face disappeared. Li Wuxiang was slightly startled, but he soon felt relieved and spoke calmly. This junior has indeed lost his mind for a while and neglected his cultivation. Now that things have happened, Li Wu is relieved of what happened before. As Elder Su said, things have passed. What we need to do now is not to commemorate the past, but to create the future. This junior knows that he is like this, and is extremely ashamed, but he has no regrets afterwards. As my teacher said, everything depends on man-made things. If you don't have the courage to face the nightmare, you will perish. Only by waking up in time can you be saved. After listening to what Li Wuxiang said, a smile appeared on the woman's face again. He is an interesting person. That's it, no more fighting. The woman's fists were loosened, her body no longer had the cold aura just now, and she regained the calmness she had when she first met. Senior, what is this? Li Wuxiang was at a loss for a while. Do you still want to be beaten by me? The woman looked at Li Wuxiang in front of her with interest and laughed. No, thank you, senior. Li Wuxiang saw that the woman in front of him did not make any move and quickly thanked her. Just stay here and chat with me for a while. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been many people who have come here, but most of these people have ulterior motives. They come here just for their abilities and are arrogant. I almost thought that the younger generations were like this. The woman smiled, seeming to be quite self-deprecating. Make senior laugh. When Li Wuxiang came to the woman's side, he felt refreshed and cupped his hands. My name is Ice Phoenix. It's just a coincidence that I fought with the human race, but the human race really surprised me. I don't regret that battle either. The woman's eyes were a little dazed, as if she was remembering the past. She said slowly. Ice Phoenix. Li Wuxiang murmured, his eyes widened. He wanted to say something but seemed to be choked again. Could it be that senior is the Ice Phoenix, an ally in the ancient war against mankind? Li Wuxiang looked at the person in front of him in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. Who among those who practice ice attribute skills would not recognize the name of Ice Phoenix? According to rumors, the Ice Phoenix was born to be the best in ice attribute skills, and although they are all ice attribute, their skills are different. But there is no doubt that no matter which direction it develops, the abilities of the Ice Phoenix are what humans dream of pursuing, and they are extremely powerful. When Li Wuxiang thought of this, his hands couldn't stop shaking. Not because of fear, but simply excitement. Now that you know my identity, do you want to take away my abilities? Bingwang spoke calmly, without any waves in his eyes. Senior joked, peace in future generations is due to the contributions made by many people like seniors. The Ice Phoenix's abilities are extremely outstanding, but because of this, the abilities derived from it can only be used by itself. If the ability disappears, the Ice Phoenix will also disappear from this world. Our predecessors fought for mankind, and now we naturally want to enjoy the peace we have brought. How can we belittle ourselves? Then, Li Wuxiang waved his hand gently, and various scenery outside the secret realm appeared here. Bingwang nodded slightly, looking at the various changes in Li Wuxiang, and unknowingly some ice crystals appeared in the corners of his eyes. I haven't seen such an interesting boy for a long time. Drink it and you can go out. Bingwang casually handed a small cup to Li Wuxiang, and the light was still above the transformed mountains and rivers. On the other side, an old man stood next to a huge man. This kid didn't escape after all. The old man let out a long sigh and looked at the steaming magma. That person couldn't be anyone else, he was clearly Wang Tianba. Is it my fault? Wang Tianba replied disapprovingly, picked up a pebble on the ground and threw it into the hot magma. The pebbles were instantly swallowed up by the magma, and 2 hot bubbles emerged. I would say you are too arrogant. Why do you have to use your own standards to measure others? The old man sighed and said with some melancholy. You'd better leave quickly, I'm so annoying with my nagging. Wang Tianba replied impatiently, with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. That's all, you're still the same, I don't care about you anymore. After saying that, the old man disappeared on the spot, leaving only Wang Tianba quietly looking at the magma. I don't know how long it took before Tinlu got up. That's almost it. My hot spring is not for you to hide from. Come up and get beaten. Wang Tianba turned around, and a terrifying slight pressure instantly spread. Hey, it's obviously you who had to hold me down. Now you're talking about me, right? A familiar voice sounded, and at the same time, a head emerged from the magma. How could this person be someone else? It was Li Shuwen. I didn't expect that although your lava is hot, it has magical healing properties. Li Shuwen jumped out of the lava, changed her outfit, and giggled. It's a pity that I have such a handsome hairstyle. Having said this, he touched his head with some regret. I've almost recovered, come and get beaten. Wang Tianba roared impatiently, and clapped his hands hard, and the magma on the ground was instantly covered with earth. I am the one who survived that magma. The extremely powerful power of heaven and earth has been absorbed in this magma. I will definitely beat you away this time. Li Shuwen pressed her fist and her fingers made a crunching sound. Just you? Wang Tianba shook his head, as if there were 2 big words hanging on his face, les. The muscles on Li Shuwen's body suddenly bulged, blue patterns spread all over her body, and a terrifying aura exploded. Seeing this, Wang Tianba smiled indifferently, and saw that his muscles began to swell, and a terrifying aura also unfolded. Punch me. Li Shuwen shouted, and his fist was accompanied by a little lightning and a trace of fiery red magma, and his speed was astonishingly fast. It seems that I have indeed learned it. Wang Tianba smiled and concentrated his fists on the spot to accumulate strength. Magma also appeared on his fists. But unlike Li Shuwen, Wang Tianba's entire arm turned into lava, and a hot breath hit his face. The 2 fully charged fists collided, and an extremely terrifying force spread in all directions. Li Shuwen's fist was not empty, but his hand sank deeper and deeper. Hey. He suddenly felt something bad and used all his strength to pull his hand out. As soon as she stood firm, Li Shuwen blew quickly. You are not a normal person. How can anyone turn their arms into an army of lava? Li Shuwen covered her hands in pain and complained. Ha. There are so many things in this world that you don't know. Is it possible that everything you haven't seen before is fake? Wang Tianba laughed and blew on his hand proudly, and the magma on his hand disappeared without a trace. If there's no fight, let me go back. I'm still anxious to meet my fellow disciples. Elder Su and the others should be worried after staying here for too long. Li Shuwen curled her lips and said complainingly.